Good morning. Let's start our session. In this session, several Zero Project awardees will present insight into African innovative policies and participative political processes within society in sub-Saharan Africa. Representing Light for the World, Mr. Etienne Bagre. Mr. Etienne is expert on management and administration of company and organization with a graduation as a specialist in finance and accounting and passionate of governance, system, structures, and processes in the organizations. Representing Outlook Humanitarian Care Initiative, Emmanuel Eze, founder and president. Emmanuel is a think tank on the international development and humanitarian issue, and his mission is to inspire and inform policy and practice which lead to the reduction of the poverty learnings. He will present online. Representing Shonaki Social Enterprise, Edna and Francisca. Edna is passion lie in solving complex social problems, particularly addressing the dishonorment of the voice of right orders. Representing Lesotho National Federation of Persons with Disability, and luckily we are not sure to get him online because he's facing a lot of challenge to be connected, but we expect he can join during the session. And the last speaker will be Site Savers, represented by Laurence Leclerc. Laurence is the Global Technical Lead, Education and Social Inclusion in West Africa. Laurence is specialist on disability inclusion and in education and local governance, with a particular focus in this last field on citizenship, political participation, and local development. Let's say that democracy is a wish for all countries and people. Democracy is a journey, sometimes long, painful, and can become a disaster when it is against aspiration of most people. Democracy is still a land with adjustment needed. Political participation is a thermometer for the democracy. The level of inclusive and participatory election depend on the stability of our society and its economy. Political participation is a right for all. Our topic will mostly focus on political participation in Africa for women and men with disabilities. The study realized by Central Africa OPDs in 2021 identified main barriers to the political participation for persons with disability in Africa. There are stigma and discrimination, stereotypes, low level of education of persons with disability, including the leaders at the community level, no mention of the participation of persons with disability in electoral framework, inaccessibility of electoral frameworks through registration and voting procedures, lack of access to information and documentations, lack of interest among women and men with disability to politics, armed conflict, which generate fear and reluctance to go to the polls. Main barriers to political participation for persons with disability are the non-implementation of the Article 12 on legal recognition of persons with disability, the Article 31 statistic and data collection, and the Article 33 application and monitoring of the UNCRPD. The violence currently observed in politics, as well the division that is caused, does not motivate and does not facilitate the participation of persons with disability. In sub-Saharan Africa, main actors are pushing to improve political participation of persons with disability. The African Union, United Nations, national government and electoral commissions, organization of persons with disability, and civil society umbrellas and NGOs. There is some innovative action on the field that we can mention. We noticed that there are candidates with disability elected or appointed in some countries in Africa, like Cameroon, Senegal, Burkina Faso, Uganda, etc. Advocacy tools and strategy for inclusive election, political participation of persons with disability are developed in most of the countries. There is a specific article on disability in the Constitution of Tunisia. The availability of reliable disability data collected through the use of the Washington Group question during the national census that could reinforce the advocacy work for disability inclusion. There are new information technology that will facilitate voting, including electronic voting for persons with disability. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I'm pleased to invite for the presentations the first speaker, Mr. Etienne Bagre from Burkina Faso. He would like to share with us an inclusive election guide developed in sub-Saharan Africa country, the example of implementation of the Article 29 of the UNCRPD in Burkina Faso. Mr. Etienne, the floor is yours.
Thank you, dear chair and dear co-speaker of this panel. I'm really honored to talk on behalf of an organization that is Light for the World. And I want also to join in this speech our key partners, and one who is in this room. I would cite Mrs. Esther, the Burkina Faso National Election Commission. Please, Mrs. Esther, she is the General Secretary. And it's at the same time a huge responsibility to talk because we as Light for the World, we are supporting partners and we're expecting them to talk and to testify how this project bring change in our system. Anyway, I have to talk, and but without before doing that, I cannot just want to have some thought to my country that by this moment really facing serious insecurity crisis. We have numerous people displaced from their home villages, and for sure we are counting persons with disability among these internally displaced persons. But we are saying that hope is a load, and that's why we want also to continue to building, what can I say, a resilient and inclusive electoral system in our country. So let's continue and see what happen in the coming years, mainly because next year we will have elections in the country, and time is not really enough. The inclusive election guide, just to talk about the context. We have a status quo of participation of people with disabilities in our country. As per the law, participation of persons with disabilities in election is a granted right, and it's supposed they are to exercising this right on the basis of equality with others. At the same time, we wanted to confront this narrative to the practice, and we initiated a pilot initiative during the election in 2015 to assess if there is any deviation needed to be addressed. And of course, through the monitoring of this election, documentation of the challenges, this led to the need to really improve the political participation. That's why we designed a full project for advocacy and advocacy for inclusive election. This advocacy will focus on identification of the barriers to the effective participation. The second focus was to elaborate a guidance document for the National Election Commission. And something that is also important in this process is the linkage and to creating network between various actors comprising government, civil society organizations, and organizations of persons with disabilities. This project is something that we are telling that it translates our action to action, our value of leave no one behind. And also, I want to add the nothing about us without us. So, our statistics are talking by themselves, because based on the last national census, 73% of persons with disabilities are 18 years old, meaning they have the right to vote. It represents a little bit more than 2 million of persons from our last census. And as another consideration of this project, we have the UN CRPD and also the Sustainable Development Goals that comment has to support initiative raising the voices of these 2 million of our citizens. To share the key outcomes of this project aiming to remove barriers. The first one is advocacy, to strengthen references to accessibility and reasonable accommodation. All that can be put in the accessibility, talking about registration processes, accessibility in the polling stations, including also vote documents. And the second outcome is the development of a guidance document. It's why we are calling the inclusive election guide, where this document, it's a little bit document, but its content is really prominent for the stakeholders. And we are saying that this document is really the core achievement of this project. We have carried out communication and information through the country, and based on this evaluation, more than 10 million of people have been reached through television and radio. The last actions of this project was the monitoring of the polling, supposed to ensure the effectiveness of measures taken to facilitate the voting. This last result, I would say, is something that's ongoing, and we will have the chance to prove if all measures have been taken in the next election, and in this role, disability movement should play the leadership role. We want to share some successes or some add values of this project. The first one is that the guide really influenced public policy, especially the National Election Commission, about the route to inclusive elections. Political parties and media, organizations of persons with disabilities are really benefited to the guide document. An event organization out of Burkina Faso, like the WAFUD, West African Federation of Organization of People with Disability, already use it in workshop as a reference document. And the six sorry, I think yes. We can also just add that apart these three elements, the guide is also what we can say a long growth capacity and scalability document, because it's something that really doesn't request a lot of money for dissemination, and in the next step we'll have a broader distribution of the guide to all the stakeholders. Talking about the challenges and success factors, first challenges: making material and messages accessible to different types of disabilities. Of course, the first of the challenges that the National Commission has to face. And hopefully, in January this year, a workshop already has been held to discuss how to the condition to realize all these preliminary actions in terms of preparedness, and reflection is ongoing, and we hope will come up to the ideal solution for this issue. Second challenge is also how to get electoral inclusive and all required reasonable accommodation. We have a lot, but we have just point out these two challenges. As success of factors, the first is, of course, that all stakeholders had to have a common agreement on what are priorities for us in the country, and it's regarding mainly the reasonable accommodation. Could we extend to all type of disabilities by the time being, or should we decide to keep priority and 4 type of disabilities have been suggested, and I hope actors will have common agreement on that. Second and important conditions is the funding. We know there are a lot of challenges, a lot of needs in the country. We have, I would say, a low-income country, and currently insecurity issues is really the first of the priorities, but we also need to keep in mind that we cannot skip these elections, and fund has to be provided to the National Electoral Commission, and yearly. Next step, this one is really an handover to other actors like National Board, because has later word and the other actors who have introduced the topic. Now it's, I would say, the operational phase, and it's the role of the National Electoral Commission to go forward. And specifically to train actors, civil societies, parties, and organizations of persons with disability. We want just to thank everybody for your kind attention, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Etienne. And now let's try to have the second speaker online, Mr. Emmanuel from Nigeria, on the topic interactive audio instruction using a mix of radio and digital content to train young learners in a rural area. Emmanuel.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mr. Emmanuel Eze, the founder of Outlook Monitoring Care Initiative, a civil society organization based in Abia State, Nigeria, precisely. I am 57 years old with low cut hair, wearing glasses on my face. I'll give you a brief story of how we came about interactive audio instruction. Next slide. Interactive audio instruction is a digital innovation program designed to support vulnerable women and girls and youths in Nigeria. We believe in storytelling. Storytelling enhanced learning. Many years ago, many young Nigerians, women and child, experienced childhood abuse, stalking, beating, sexual abuse, and so on and so forth. Based on that, many of them are very scared of telling stories about their predicament. And I and my team decided to come together to see how we can help them out. We started what we call radio digital program. We start going from house to house to talk to them about our project. We let them to know the need not to be shy about the program. We begin to transform their life through storytelling to draw their attention on what it takes to know that sexual abuse is against human rights. Many of them are illiterate. They're not sound in their education because of what we experience in Nigeria, poverty learning. So what we did, we called them, we start storytelling to bring their mind together so that they will know what it takes to be away from sexual abuse. We begin by encouraging them to attend our meetings. From there, they started having the ability to speak out. Today, Nigeria is one of the countries in the world that experience sexual abuse in the country. It is well noted. Even as I'm talking to you now today, there is problem in Nigeria all over the place. The system is bad because of we don't have leadership. And it has affected every virtual things we are doing in our country. Thank you very much. Next slide. Our project main objective is to help young learners to be able to learn good skills through entrepreneurship, through education, to empower them to have aim and objectives. Remember, early learning is the foundation of every foundation of life. That's the main objective of our project. Because when you forget to meet the early learning stage, you discover you have missed all. So Outlook Monitoring Care Initiative is a frontliner advocate. We engage in enlightenment campaign and activities through radio digital program called Interaction Audio Initiative, which is the main project we are focusing on now. We believe that when we come together as a team, we will win the war against illiteracy in Africa. Over 10 million young children in Africa don't go to school currently now because of conflict in all the regions in Nigeria. Kidnapping, stealing, all kind of violence is what is experienced in Nigeria. So many young children don't go to school. So the purpose of interactive audio instruction is to, we will broadcast through radio station from far distant places. They will be connected. They'll be listening to our radio program. We have, it's a scripted. This is what is called professional teaching method. It's not something that you pick people on. It's people that have to do with professionals who are well trained, that have the ability through government curriculum to teach through radio broadcasting. It's very low cost incentives, very wide to reach on distant lane. People can hear us, people can listen to us, people can observe us in a very distant places. Thank you. Next slide. What makes our project innovative? You see in the picture here, this is the classroom teaching. We use different dual programs. Use MP. We can record program and insert it in a recorder and use children to learn in the schools, while the teacher will be there observing what is going on in the classroom. Because what you see in this very program is interactive audio instruction helps teachers to learn to be trained, not only students. When students are properly trained, the teachers all are properly trained, the output result of the training, we see the resulting effect, what is called the outcome effect of our teaching. When you are in the classroom, the radio teacher is busy listening also to the radio program, while also the students are also listening. At the end of the day, there will be so many questions, a kind of interaction. Interaction will be going on in their mind to know what is exactly what happened. But based on that kind of application, you will see we get end result. In our own initiative, in this our program, you discover that it's very, very innovative, very, very innovative in that it builds the ability of children to learn from the low scale to high esteem. Thank you. For the next scheme. Next slide. Here you will discover these young chaps here in our slide. We have introduced our program. We budgeted a lot of transistor radio to them for a mobile phone and share it among school children in our community. We give it to them so that they can be able to study at their peak and listen. Our radio program is being broadcasted 2 times in a week through the help of our community-based organization. In this very approach, the schools listen to our radio broadcasting so that they can be able to be effective. And this very program is always very, very sensitive during COVID-19 pandemic. Many children were at home. They don't go. Thank you much. Next slide. The factor of the success of the program. You listen from this slide, you discover the factor of success of our program. This boy is 14 years old. You can see he's handicapped. He's a student of Ososo Community Primary School here in Aba State. The radio you see in his hand is being supplied by OHCI with community-based organization. He follow up our teaching via radio and mobile setting. Based on this program you see in his hand, he listened to our various radio teaching based on employment opportunity, learning outcomes, and gender equality and human rights abuse. All these things comes together to bring students to be aware of the events that happen in the society. And I believe that this very, very project we are going on in our society has helped so many children that are handicapped to have accessibility, to reduce barriers. You know, even when you are, we believe in a generation we are living with technology, we defeat barriers. With technology, we enhance enhancement. With technology, people see. And I believe this very topic you see here is very, very attractive in our society. These boys have been able to follow up the program time and time. And this program has been immensely helpful to him to follow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. Now, I invite Erna to share with us the digital-based support group for parents of children with disability, focusing on the role of the network to improve political participation in Africa. Erna, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Before I start, I just want... Is that okay? Yeah. Okay, before I start, I just want to introduce my colleague who didn't introduce in the beginning. It's Fran. She's got a remarkable gift to meet people where they are. So just want to bring Fran into the conversation as well. And then, of course, the parent network. They're all listening from wherever they are, in their houses, in their schools, and so forth. I hope we do it justice. So the parent network is a digital network, like Ellie said, that allows parents across South Africa, across 9 provinces, to connect with each other. Since we launched it in September 2020, more than 1,000 parents access the support of the network daily on their phones, mostly via the WhatsApp platform. And they do that, and through connecting, they access peer support, access to quality and relevant information, and then obviously lots of referrals between social, educational, and health services. There's different roles within the parent network. The one of them we call the network parents and the parent researchers. They really have a fundamental important role within the network because they reach out door to door to parents within their areas, specifically making sure that those without smartphones can be part of the conversation around political participation. And they use a tool that we call the Let's Talk Parents tool to monitor the implementation of policy in their areas. We're going to show you a video just for some context. I think it's sometimes difficult to imagine where we work. And it's a story of an 8-year-old girl with a name Nana. She has quite advanced CP, and you will see that she's undergoing a journey in the video with her grandmother as they try to access support at the clinic. And then towards the end of the video, you will see the support of the network and how that really sort of practically happens in a way that they sort of support each other to address these systemic barriers. So please enjoy. You can take it away.
I love you so much. I hope you have a wonderful day. I hope one day we get you ready for school too. Sorry to make you uncomfortable. I know this device is too small. I have contacted the therapist. You are on a waiting list, but I know it is just really long to wait. don't mind that they stir. Hopefully singers, people learn about disability. And as Buddha says, Nana can be invited too. This is the school I hope you can go to one day, because the other centers for kids with disabilities only took care of your basic needs and didn't understand you can learn. It is frustrating that I cannot access all these services Nana needs at my local clinic. Now we need to travel to the town, to the hospital, to get her what she needs.
Thank you. It was such a great day making that video with the two of them. So as you can see in the video, and really the concept of the network is that parents of children with disabilities are often isolated, uncounted, or ignored. And it's really exacerbated by a history of disownment of voice, resulting in them being disempowered not to take up their right to political participation. In South Africa, the voices of very few persons with disabilities, and in some cases, no parents, actually influence the policies of the policies that affect their lives in South Africa in general. How we influence policy and sort of how we do it, we just really feel strongly that the continued vulnerability that we're talking about right now requires a more vigorous, coordinated approach that's not relying on individuals' sort of viewpoints, but that parents and children with disabilities or persons with disabilities must be the key informants of policies that's actually directing or influencing their lives. And this is where the tool is coming in that we designed called the Let's Talk Parents tool. The tool, sorry, let me just see quickly. So let's go back to the story of Nana and her grandmother, Mama Lema. So we would like to show you in this tool how she's now actually taking the next step to take up a right to political participation. So in the first video, you've seen her struggling with the systemic barriers and accessing the services, and how she then connected for support to other parents. In this video, we are showing them sitting in the house, on their bed, wherever they are in South Africa. In their particular story, it's in a small town called Malmesbury in the Western Cape province. And she's sitting in a house, actually taking up this right to political participation. So we'll take it from after this one further. To make him a little bit short for the time limit, but we can share that with you also. So that's just an example, for instance, how she's using the tool that's based on a link between the UN Convention's articles and then the pillars of the white paper of the rights of persons with disabilities. So in this particular case, she monitored white paper pillar 4, which is about the access to education for Nana in South Africa. So then how do we use the results? Because ultimately that's really what it's about. We've been using the results from a parent-led monitoring to do submissions to the shadow report to the UN Convention in South Africa at the moment. We are finalizing that. We've been using it for progress reports on the white paper on the rights of persons with disabilities in South Africa, and just generally in terms of policy input and reporting. So that is our story, how we're using the parent network and the tool, the Let's Talk Parents tool, to make sure that we can advocate for political participation for parents of children with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna, for sharing. Let's try if our colleague from Lesotho is online, is Nkazi. He would like to share a case study from Lesotho, but I'm not sure he's online. He's not online. Thank you very much. Let's go to the last speaker, Laurence Leclerc. She would like to talk about supporting democracy through inclusive local governance in Senegal and Cameroon, a program of citizenship and political participation of women and men with disability. Lauren, the floor is yours.
Merci, Elie. So good afternoon, everyone. I would like to share with you Sight Savers program on citizenship and political participation of women and men with disabilities, and more especially how meaningful participation in local governance processes has been made possible in 9 local councils of 6 different regions in Senegal and Cameroon. So the challenges we faced while starting in 2018 were the inadequate representation and participation of people with disabilities in the political sphere. And there was also a very poor gender balance. Another challenge that we faced was the absence of disability-inclusive local development processes. So basically, persons with disabilities were not associated to any management of the city or municipalities, and local councillors didn't know how to include people with disabilities in the discussions. And at national level, the ministries of decentralization or ministry of governance were delegated the so-called disability affairs to the ministries of social affairs. So there was no recognition of the role and place of people with disabilities in political processes or policies at local level. Our theory of change identified 3 pathways. So you can see the first one at micro level, population and communities. We supported empowerment of people with disabilities in local governance and leadership, trying to increase self-confidence and addressing stigma and discrimination. The second pathway at mezzo level is systems and services. So we try to ensure accessibility to official documents and information and political spaces to people with disabilities. And the third pathway is governance and policies, supporting ownership of the relevant ministries and policy change. So what was our goal in this project? Our goal was that women and men with disabilities should be elected as local councillors, or at least should be represented in local council committees. And we had an assumption. We were thinking that if they meaningfully contribute to the process of local development, you can see the cycle here on the slide. So if they meaningfully contribute to the diagnosis of the needs at community level, the analysis of these needs, conceptualization, planning and implementation of local projects, monitoring and evaluation at local level, then their needs and aspirations would be taken into account within the general local development plans of the municipalities and in the participatory budgets. So therefore, their needs would be translated into inclusive local services. So these were our assumption. In the slide, you can see the second picture, which is person with disabilities working with other local councillors to include their need in the general local development plan of the municipality. So to achieve this goal, we had key activities during 5 years of the project. We carried out SBC studies on stigma and discrimination in political participation. We co-designed a lot of resources. You can see technical guides, training modules and tools, especially on local development and participatory budget. Advocacy, awareness raising and training of all stakeholders. We also spend time to support people with disability to obtain their official papers like ID cards or voting cards. We were doing coaching and networking of candidates with disabilities and also twinning on a mentoring system with local politicians. And finally, a big part of our project was also to co-fund inclusive local development plans in municipalities. So in terms of achievements, in Senegal and Cameroon, we have seen for the first time women and men with disabilities elected as local councillors and officially appointed as active members of local councils' thematic committees. So basically in municipalities or local council, you have committees working on health, on education, on economic empowerment, social, etc. And we had people with disabilities who were appointed as representatives in each of these thematic committees, so they could really act as influencers. And we can record 204 people with disabilities so far, who are either elected as local councillor or parliamentarians or senators, or who have been included on political parties' list in an eligible position. Another achievement was that in Cameroon, 40,000 people with disabilities were registered in the voting list. And in Senegal, the electoral code was revised and made more disability inclusive. So this is my last slide. Way forward. So thanks to our donor, Irish Aid, in the 5 coming years, we will scale up nationally this project, because this project was a pilot, and now we work with the ministries of decentralization in Senegal and Cameroon to see how we can scale up nationally to all districts and all regions. We can say that our gender approach was quite strong in the program, but we have identified other gaps, and for the next program we have identified better targeted interventions for people with disabilities that were left behind, especially people with intellectual disabilities. And we also would like to focus on youth, because it's the new generation. So we have a program starting in Sierra Leone to duplicate our approach with a specific focus on youth with disabilities, citizenship, and political participation. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lorraine. Now we have the opportunity to interact with speakers, but before I give the floor to you, the audience, I have some few questions to speakers. Let's start with Etienne from Burkina Faso. I would like to know why the political participation for persons with disability is so important in your country.
Thank you. I don't know if I have to start by referring to the UN Convention, of course, but in any case, let's say, as a right matter, each person counts. We cannot undermine the voices of millions of persons, and it's essential to, I want to say again, to leave no one behind. The second thing I can highlight is the need to unlock the potential of these people, and by giving or creating appropriate space and opportunity to express, of course, their need, but also I think where persons with disabilities are the best place to express their need and also to advocate their place. And we are sure and convinced that they can also contribute in their communities and also in the government bodies. But the starting point, of course, for some of these results, starting by participating in elections, be as voter or as candidate. So if we do not miss some goal like the inclusive society we are teaching and preaching, it's important to think about the condition of the full participation in political competitions.
Thank you very much, Etienne. I hope that Emmanuel is still online from Nigeria. Emmanuel, I would like to know regarding all the challenges.
Yes, I'm online.
Okay, thank you. Regarding all the challenges you are facing in this project, how can you ensure that this innovation to be part of the national system and policy for a sustainable practice by using ICT in the training and education?
Thank you very much. We know ICT technologies is a new innovation in modern time. As a humanitarian organization, we are looking forward to cooperate with other organizations like School Educational Board and Ministry of Education, a kind of partnership to aid us to work towards that application. Because if you do it on our own, you may not go far in our project. So there is need for collaboration, a kind of partnership to achieve the objective of the project. Hello?
Yeah, thank you, Emmanuel. Anna, maybe Francisca, yeah. How can you make sure that parent voices are or will be heard all time by policy makers and decision makers for a full and meaningful participation in politics?
Thank you so much, Eli. Just to introduce myself, I'm Francisca. I'm Anna's colleague. I'm a 30-year-old white female with long dark brown hair, brown eyes, and I'm wearing a black shirt. And to respond to your question, Eli, I think firstly it's important to mention the role that parents have played in and will continue to play in the sustainability of the parent network. So the network was designed with a participatory approach, and parents were engaged from the beginning in designing the model of the network. But right now also include roles such as network parents that Adna mentioned in the presentation, and that these roles remain at the core of the network and ensure that the network remains goal-directed and really focuses on the issues that are relevant to parents as those adapt and change over time. Network parents are also a dedicated role that is performed by parents, and they are especially important that in ensuring that parent voices are highlighted. Secondly, also, we hope to continue scaling the network in South Africa. When we started the parent network, we had a goal of having one network parent in each district, which is a smaller geographical location of South Africa. And it has very quickly become noticeable that that's not a big enough of a goal. And we now aim to have one network parent in each town of South Africa. And this is really to ensure that all parents, including parents who do not have access to a WhatsApp-enabled smartphones, have access to the network and are able to feed their data through to the network and receive support from network parents. And then lastly, really, it's around the sustainability of the network in terms of continued relationships with governmental departments, funders, and the private sector. And really, as we scale and grow, it's around finding funders and investors that are able to match the adaptive needs of the network, so that we can continue to acknowledge the important role that parents play in the network.
Thank you very much, Francisca. Lauren, one of the biggest challenges for persons with disability is building the self-confidence in the whole sector of the life. How your program managed to pull out so many women and men with disability into political sphere, and how to make this initiative more sustainable.
Thank you, Eli. So what we can say is that it was really a gradual initiative during 5 years. So of course, first of all, we work with and through OPDs to support and guide their members. But also we have identified women and men with disabilities who are really willing to be candidates in local elections throughout the 2 countries, in Senegal and Cameroon. And these people really wanted to participate in local decision-making groups. So when we have identified them, there was a mix of capacity building activities. And I can say that during this conference, I've heard many activities similar in various sessions. For us, it was training these people in leadership, communication, advocacy, but also on local development, electoral processes, and local governance system, because it's not so obvious. And then we had all these activities on coaching, individual coaching, so it took a lot of time, it's true, and peer-to-peer support. And especially for women with disabilities, we had a strategy which was to organize a mentoring system. So having women leader or woman politician supporting one woman with disability wanted to be candidate, and build self-confidence, explaining the difficulties of being a woman participating in communities and in local councils, etc. And then we had all these activities around networking and alliances. What we did also to build self-confidence was to organize confrontational meetings with local councillors and other politicians to really fight the myths and stereotypes about people with disabilities, so-called lack of capacities, or so-called having not added value or being a burden for communities, and showing them that they were doing things for the community at local level also, and that they had a voice. Now, in terms of sustainability, we know it's always more complex, but really what I said is that we are really doing decentralization system strengthening here. So we are working through the ministries of decentralization to see how we will scale up all this initiative nationally, working through various institutions, decentralization institutions, sorry. We will continue to build the capacities, or at least to support the OPD federations, but not only the federation, right? It's a program on decentralization. So we will also work to see how we can support at regional level OPDs and also at local level. And we know that it's much more complex because most of the time the literacy is not here, the self-confidence is not here, etc. And yeah, I mean, we will put a stronger focus on youth now. It's the next generation, so hoping that in terms of sustainability, they will take the lead step by step.
Thank you very much, Lorraine. Now, I think if there is someone from the audience who wants to interact with the speakers, yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that. That's great. Edward Winter, World Vision. A couple of questions. First for Erna and Francesca. Just those network parents, how do you recruit them? Are they volunteers or they have a specific function? And second, to Lorraine, you know, you said that you're working through local government, but often that's very ineffectual. It's not working properly. To what extent were you able to shift budget allocations to the issues prioritized by persons with disabilities within the program? You know, did you see any concrete changes there? Thanks.
Thank you, Erna, and then Lorraine. Francesca.
Thank you. So the network parents was a role that we started up from last year. And we advertised it into the network of parents with some criteria around activities and tasks that the network parents would be completing. So things like availability of time, kind of a personality to want to support other parents, run door-to-doors, avail yourself to online training on the WhatsApp platform and feel confident to kind of take the information and training and share it with others. And then through that process, parents applied and they sent a short, it could be a written WhatsApp text. Some parents even wrote it on a piece of paper, took a picture, sent it to us, a motivation of why they wanted to be a network parent. One of the criteria was either a parent or a caregiver of a child with a disability or a person with a disability, or a person with a disability themselves. Really, we felt quite strongly, and parents felt really strongly, that the network should really be for people with disabilities and for parents of children and people with disabilities, so that can remain kind of a core of the network and the message that we spread.
Just on the payment, so in the beginning it was all quite voluntarily, so people came, you know, parents came together and so on. But as we grew, we also felt that it's important to make a statement that caregiving is a job. So we actually raised funds for a stipend, so we pay parents to do that, and we continue to do that as much as we can. But that's another important statement we wanted to make from the beginning, that this type of work is work. It's not just something you just give your time for.
So, working with local governments, it's true, it's not easy. But we work through various decentralization institutions to get to the local governments. For example, in these countries, you have the associations of mayors. You have the Ministry of Decentralization regional delegations and district delegations. You also have, for example, the national schools of local councillors or national schools of administrators. You also have the high councils of local councils. So you have a lot of various actors that could help you in your advocacy if really you explain the approach. And this is what we did really. We even put some inclusive local development strategies and approach within their curricula. We trained the key leaders of this association so that at some point they could also cascade this training at local level. So this is how we worked with local governments. And we were quite surprised because once the stigma and stereotypes that local councillors may have towards the participation of persons with disability were out, then finally we could see people who really had willingness to have persons with disability on board. So of course, there were some pilots, but at least we know now what kind of approach we can take with which strategic actors, etc. Now, as for the budget allocation, what we did in this pilot local councils was really to work with them on their local development plans that they have. And also, most of them had some approach on
to work
had some
local development plan.
And most of them had some participatory budget cycle. Let's say that they try to involve the community to decide the key funding components of their plans. So we made sure that persons with disabilities and their representatives were in these sessions. And knowing that it would not be enough, of course, because at some point when you have arbitration about what needs to be funded and what resources you effectively have, to be sure that the disability inclusion would not be out. We worked also through the donors and the national development pot, if you want, who are funding this local council's budget. And we work with them to add disability criteria within their checklist to ensure that this would be a condition for a local council to receive funds from the national government funds and from donors to ensure that you would have disability inclusive criteria in this budget.
Thank you. Yeah.
Hello. Good morning. I know that you speak about the political participation of people with disabilities, and I want to know if you have any project that allow people with disabilities who are not able to write, if you have any kind of project to allow them to vote using new technologies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who want to interact to answer to the question? I don't know, Emmanuel, you would like to interact? Okay, if there anyone who want to answer to the question, try.
Okay, since the question is to all of us, specifically for us in Life for the World, we do not really have a project focused on a specific type of disability. We had some initiatives that were ongoing, maybe in the new cycle of programming, because we are always in this, it's a thematic and in of strategic country strategic plan talking about the disability inclusion. And this is covering cross-cutting issues and including these political rights and related matters. So as far as any opportunities can be translated into project, it's something we can take into account, but currently we do not have a specific project for that.
Thank you, Etienne. Something to add?
Yeah, maybe just a small thing to add. I think it's we found that it's also really key to look at your methodology. So, for instance, we didn't even expect in the beginning that WhatsApp could be like quite like an inclusive form of education. So we do get parents or even persons with disabilities who just use voice note or pictures or texting. So I think it's also about, for us in any case, what we've learned is how we can use like WhatsApp, for instance, to be quite an inclusive communication tool for participation. It's kind of something that came, we didn't imagine that in the beginning, but through doing the work, learning that's really been quite enabling.
Thank you. There are 3 people.
Sorry, I had a response on that, just very quick. The International Foundation for Electoral Systems, who won an award here, they're not present in the room. They've done adaptations to standards in many different countries. So they're the best people to talk to. They're in the guide, so I recommend that. Thanks.
Thank you for sharing. Yeah.
Hi, Rishti Nakdeen from the International Foundation for Electoral Systems. Just in response to the question, I think some of the challenges around assistive technologies in many African countries face a problem of infrastructure in those places. So the ability to introduce that is still very much along the lines of Braille templates, ballot papers that assist, not yet around the introduction of computer technology in those places. I had a question specifically for site savers, and this relates to the stigma question. And the question relates more around the stigma around political parties adding people with disabilities on their proportional representation lists, and what your findings have been around tackling those issues from the political party side as opposed to from the candidate side. If you could elaborate a little bit more, because it's interesting that you talk about local councils as a starting point, but in a country like Senegal, would you eventually aim to have a presidential candidate, somebody with a disability being able to stand, and what do you think that trajectory will look like in terms of change?
Before Lauren answers to the question, I would take the last question from the audience, because we promised to stay and to keep on time. So, Steve.
Thank you. I'm Steve Mboko from the Brazzaville Group on Disability Statistics. My question goes to Lawrence. I have 2 questions for her. The first one is, do you have accurate data to be sure that you have been inclusive about your action in Senegal and Cameroon? And the second one is there any challenge that you have been facing since you work with many public organization in the 2 countries, Senegal and Cameroon? Thank you.
Okay, Lauren, 2 minutes, and then we will go to the recap. Thank you.
Okay, so for political parties, First of all, of course, we worked with local OPDs to ensure they understood really the governance system, how it works, what is it to be a representative, what is it to be in a party, etc. And then we worked with them on advocacy. And they went to visit each political parties. I mean, there are so many sometimes, so at least the 10 more important political parties. And before the elections, and they were expressing their needs, what they wanted to have, the representation they thought they had the right to have in the party, and they were asking the leaders of this party some pledge for the next election. And of course, they recorded this pledge, they put that on video, on paper, etc. And then they checked the political party manifestos as well to ensure that there were some disability, let's say, consideration. So when the time of election was coming, just before, you know, they made some announcement in the radio, in the local TV, saying that, well, these candidates have pledged that we would have at least one person in our list in an eligible position, which means that if we won we will probably be at the local council as local councillors elected because we have a seat ensured by the political party. And another strategy was to try to count persons with disability in the municipalities to say, look, we represent X number of voices. So what are you doing for us? Because we, OPD, local OPD, we will go and visit our members, and we will also talk about the different manifestos and what they are in these manifestos. So what do you offer, basically?
Thanks.
So, yeah.
Lauren?
Yeah.
Quickly, we have to make a recap, and then...
Maybe just on the data.
Yeah.
So we can give you some research that we did at the beginning and at the end of the project. So we have baseline and end line. And we did door-to-door, let's say, interviews to understand better the situation. So we have this research that we can that are published in our website and that we can share with you, of course.
Thank you. I would encourage people to continue interacting with all the speakers after this session. Yeah, time to recap. To improve the political participation in Africa, some action need to be taken. Advocacy that persons with disability are represented in the election committee, but also in the National Election Commission. Persons with disability are represented and elected in local council and local development committees. Building capacity of persons with disability and their organization to lead advocacy for the implementation of the UN CRPD and also to develop the report to the Human Rights Commission. Supporting national election bodies on how to make election inclusive for persons with disability, like developing inclusive guidelines. Raising interest for women and men with disability to politics, supporting government to implement the UN Convention of Rights of Persons with Disability by developing application of legal and legislative texts. Raising awareness among political parties to the need for and importance of valuing the electorate of persons with disability and the eligibility for political positions. Continue and increase the awareness raising at different levels of electoral process. And to end by documenting and disseminating good practices and lessons learned on inclusive political participation of persons with disability. Kadiba from Senegal said, politics is a royal road for persons with disability, especially women, to access positions of responsibility or decision-making body and defend their right. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank to all people who are online. We are at the end of our session. Thank you very much for your participation, your high interest to this topic. Let's continue advocating for the full and meaningful participation of persons with disability to inclusive rights. Thank you very much. Thank you to all the presenters.
Samantha and Skylar, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
So this conversation, we're going to talk about feminine wisdom. And in particular, I'm really interested in this conversation because over the time Rebel Wisdom has been going, a lot of people have made the comment, very, very true, that the people that we've tended to interview have skewed heavily male. And there's a lot of truth in that. When people make that observation, I usually say, well, please suggest some women voices, and love to kind of make it more balanced. And often the same voices come up. There's a very small number of women in this space at the moment. There's something that I feel about the way that the kind of galaxy brain tendency tends to skew male, particularly this kind of very systematizing intelligence, which we can talk about a little bit, which seems to map onto the kind of theories of the extreme male brain. And it makes me wonder what the conversation is missing. And I've invited you both because you're both very powerful, interesting, intelligent, tuned in voices who've been tracking this conversation as well. So I'd love if you could begin maybe by introducing yourselves and telling us a bit about your background. Sure. Maybe you first, Samantha?
Sure. I'm Samantha Sweetwater, and I've been facilitating transformation with adults for over 30 years. And my background is in dance and embodiment somatics yoga and permaculture and systems frameworks and coaching and psychedelic plant medicine. And I founded and directed Dancing Freedom, which was a global community and movement for embodiment, and Peace Body Japan, which specifically translated that to Japanese culture. And now I run a small psychedelic ministry called One Life Circle. My passion is around culture creation and community-based, embodied, pro-relational models that help us to make sense of ourselves and our shared world in a sacred way together.
So I'm Skylar Brown, and say I'm a poet, a healer, facilitator of group experience. I had a career in advertising, and so communication is a big piece of my training, my background. It is a passion of mine, and also cultural, just like cultural embodiment, cultural awareness. I was a futurist and trend spotter, so my job for 15 years was to take in and translate the culture, but for commercial purposes, like, to sell more merchandise, to build brands. I had a spiritual crisis and jumped out of that world, and the last 15 years have been a healing journey for myself that has included a lot of trauma work. I've studied with Thomas Hübl for years, and I work with people individually and with groups on trauma healing, so personal and collective trauma healing, and then also embodiment, and they kind of go hand in hand. So I'm always curious about what it is that's in the way of us being in our bodies and in right relationship with each other, with the earth, with what's happening. I have a tantric Buddhist orientation, and so I'm also, really in every moment, whether I'm at a conference, in a meeting, facilitating a session, teaching a class, or even just with friends. I'm very interested in what is actually happening, and being in as intimate a relationship with reality as it's happening as is possible. And then, as I said, what's interesting to me is what stands in the way of that. I have a company called Art of Emergence, and so when I founded that a couple years ago, it was to bring, in part, to bring the feminine into the corporate world. And I was working with a lot of corporate leaders. At a certain point, I realized that it was a losing proposition. I think we have a different view on this. Maybe we could talk about it. I began to feel that it was incompatible, the corporate world and the economic system that we're in, capitalism, and it actively resists feminine principles. And so I stopped banging my head against the wall on that one, and let my client base sort of like filter out. And my last corporate client, we finished our work about 6 months ago, and now I find I'm working with a lot of young people who are ready to jump out of the system and not sure what the landing space is. I mean, maybe they're in a spiritual awakening process. They're definitely feeling the systems change and the shifts. They're wanting to be living differently and working differently. And so helping them navigate some of that is where the work seems to be in this moment. And I guess I could mention the cultural embodiment piece.
Yeah,
there's a project that's coming through right now. And sometimes I feel as an artist, like the way work comes through me is that it's like projects, like something will arise and I like pour myself completely into that. And cultural embodiment is that piece right now. And it's for me, it's a contribution to the sense-making landscape. And the format is basically that we take a piece of the culture, so something that's trending, something that seems to be contributing to the culture wars or just seems hot that week or in that moment. And as a group, tune in, so find a state of presence, become embodied, take in the media, and then collectively digest and process and share about our embodied and our felt sense and the emotional experience that's evoked by the piece without going into judgment, beliefs, opinions of the mind. And so it's more of a healing process than I understood when I began it. And it's one of those beautiful projects that's revealing itself as I commit to it and as I put my energy into it, it's teaching me. And it's brought a lot of people back into relationship with the media. Is some of the feedback I get is that a lot of people who were disenchanted and turned away and feeling like I can't handle this on my own. It's very hard to process the world's pain on your own. To do it in a group setting and where there's a understanding and an unconditional space of just acceptance of whatever it is you're feeling, we can explore the complexity and the strangeness of what the media evokes in us. And it's really healing and enlightening.
Yeah, I was going to mention that, the cultural embodiment piece that you're doing at the STOA, which I think is a really good practical example of what I would consider like a feminine principle. So it's about sense making, but it's bringing in the felt sense. It's bringing in the kind of visceral response. And it's something, the word sense making is interesting because I think some people use it from a purely like propositional level. And that to me feels very sort of disembodied and quite male, if I'm honest. Whereas this, for me, and I think for us at Rebel Wisdom, it's always been, can you bring in the other felt centers? Can you bring in the embodiment piece? Because if you're not, you're missing out on a whole. It's
there anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, that was the thing. That it was like, we often create what we need. I was needing this because that's the way that information lands in me. It's a very embodied experience. It's a very sensual experience. It's a very emotional experience. And so, I mean, having friends in the sense-making space, I was feeling very frustrated. I was watching, and I put it that way because that was the experience. It was like standing on the outside of what was happening and watching the sense being made in this conceptual, kind of abstracted conceptual space. But I was hurting, or I was scared, or I was confused. You know, like all of these factors, like all of these experiences, these internal experiences are, that was a huge part of my sense making. It is my sense making of the world. And so when it occurred to me that there might be others, I was like, what if I invited other people to do this with me? And it was just really, it's been very beautiful.
Yeah. I loved when we talked prior to meeting here about that, because the frame of cultural embodiment actually helped me make sense of a couple of different processes that I also do in slightly different ways. And I think what's interesting about the sense-making space is the sense-making space is largely held in a broadcast format. And a broadcast format is just by default, here's the person speaking who has the authority, and then process happens somewhere else. And to hold spaces that are a space of cultural embodiment, in my ceremonies, I sometimes do a council round where often we put something that's collectively relevant. It might be collectively personally relevant, like someone died who we all really love, or someone is dying, or there's a family that needs support. It can also be something that's collectively relevant, like the elephant in the room of existential risk, that is a typical topic, or the elephant in the room of attention mining, and how do we actually become sovereign in our attention. That's another interesting topic. I do the same thing when I gather community, and I've always called it council. And to me, another dimension that is also the feminine is, in my sensing, I feel like that collective process is implicitly sacred. Like that sacred is something I think is also often missing from the conversation, and there's a lot of kind of cringing from it, or historical contextualizing of how someone views themselves relative to God or the sacred. But I also think it's something that's actually implicit in fabrics of connectivity that are rich. And I don't know if you would feel the same way. That's something I feel is really true. And then I like connecting those dots of like, there's the being who in a sense is functioning on a broadcast level like a guru.
Or an epistemic authority.
As an epistemic authority. And then there's a process that actually makes that meaningful, applicable, translatable, usable, and also just integratable, that is so fundamental.
Do you think that epistemic authority role also, or that broadcast role also skews as a male way of showing up rather than a female way of showing up?
I have to insert this because this term public thinker,
Public intellectual.
Public intellectual. So I began to call myself a public feeler because it actually really, really describes this strange role that I often play of being like, I process very outwardly, and sometimes I think I'm processing for a lot of others, people who are not processing. And a lot of my work these days, whether it's cultural embodiment or this art of embodied conversation I'm doing with a friend, David Sauvage, where we publicly get into a very subtle, very intimate state and then heal with an audience. It's like, I'm a public feeler. So that doesn't quite answer your question, but I think it's like, I just want to put on the table another job description. That there's another set of skills. There are these competencies that I think this world of like Rebel Wisdom is doing the embodiment and flow course right now. Like it feels like it's on the radar. And there was, for those of us who are facilitators in that session, one of the things we all recognized was a great sense of relief that we'd finally been invited to the table, that we were finally together. Like a lot of us have been practicing a little bit in isolation, or felt like we were like, hello, there's a whole nother way of experiencing reality over here. But I think seeing it as a competency and something that can be modeled, taught, admired, even, I'm going to go there, like with the galaxy brain, like I admire it. It's so incredible what some of these thinkers can do with their minds. Like I'm learning and I'm admiring what's happening. And I feel that what women like people, but women like Samantha and myself have to offer is also equally admirable. And we've worked really hard to be embodied and to bring through these wisdom principles, especially in a world that doesn't always recognize them or where they're not visible. But yeah, so yeah, I put it out. I think it's becoming recognized, but as a different set of skills.
Mm-hmm. I do think, I think it skews heavily male. I think it skews heavily masculine. And that there's an interesting distinction there. I like to work with a Jungian frame very much in terms of the masculine and feminine. So on the one side, there is the masculine, and the quadrant we most often organize and have organized our civilization around is the active masculine, the structural masculine. And then above that in the quiescent or the still would be like the archetype of, this would be the archetype of yang. And then up here we have the archetype of Shiva and presence and witness, which even in sense-making communities and in a culturally dominant way, we have emphasized masculine-oriented views of spirituality that orient towards presence, that orient towards stillness, that orient towards like the kind of singularity of enlightened consciousness. That's a masculine principle. And then on the feminine side, we have like the active feminine of birthing and art making and Shakti. And, in that quadrant, our practices would look more like dancing or making art or love making or some kind of collective non-linear movement, sense making process. And then above that, we have yin and the assimilative process. And that's where grieving occurs. It's where deep felt experiences happen. So like a cultural embodiment experience to me is orients a little bit more towards the yin space, which is where integration happens.
I love that. I think that's true. That's the space in the healing that happens in that that yin space of holding.
Yeah, or of listening to someone else. And
exactly.
But in a felt sense, listening and feeling. And I think what's what's missing in a sense often is like we have this masculine structural, which is very left brain friendly. It's structurally friendly. It's outcome friendly. And it does tend to railroad those other things if it doesn't then recognize them as equally valuable. And I think it's interesting because I find that kind of one of the sweet things about galaxy brain people is they're actually very good often at those other quadrants when invited. And I get curious about that in the space as like a transformational principle is how do we put the map out? Here's the map of all of the ways in which we experience and know and integrate, and then start to cultivate that even as a conversation with our galaxy brain friends.
And I think we're in a culture that's very unbalanced, particularly in the public space. I'd love to ask you a little bit about that because I've always been really interested in men's work and the positive, the healthy masculine, which it doesn't feel there's much of a place for in the culture at the moment. Like masculine, and the shift that I would love to see is, because it feels in the media at the moment that the perspective is masculinity is toxic, we need less of it. Whereas my sense is immature masculinity is toxic and we need more mature masculinity, and immature femininity is toxic and we need more mature femininity. And that would be a hell of a development of the conversation. I feel like those of us who are in the kind of the world of personal growth and are looking at ourselves, kind of this seems pretty obvious to us because we're aware of our own shadows, we're aware of the shadows in the culture. But that feels to me like a really important conversation that I feel is starting to shift. My spidey sense as a journalist is we're far enough after Me Too now that I think we're able to move forward on that conversation. Me Too was a necessary step, and the feeling after Me Too was, men, now is your time to listen, women, now is your time to speak. It's like that made sense, but by definition, that's not a healthy relationship going forward. Like, both have to be able to speak, both have to be able to have, it's by definition not a relationship. I'd love, your thoughts on that from the cultural level. What does a healthier conversation look like?
I mean, one of the things, it's when you said the immature versus the mature, I also see it as the distorted. It's like the wounds. I mean, it's not only just a matter of maturing, though maybe they're the same process, the healing. And what happens for me when I look deeply at the relationality between men and women and the masculine and the feminine is that we are hurting each other all the time, just all the time. Like, it's very humbling to actually open that dialogue and to own and take responsibility for the pain that our wounds are causing each other. And when we begin to see that, then we can repair. We can begin the repair process, and we can really have compassion for where we're at. Like, where we're at. It's almost like I have actually taken this perspective. I'd be curious if you've gotten this vision. I've had this vision of being like airlifted off of Earth and then looking back towards her. And one of the strong messages that has come through is, oh my God, what you are doing to each other, like the pain that you are causing, inflicting, like, and I'm going to, again, I want to say men and women in this case, though obviously it's much, I want to be more inclusive in the way I hold the frame, but there is something about men and women over time that we've really hurt each other, and we continue to do it moment by moment by moment. And so the nuance, opening the conversation, a lot of humility is required. I agree with you. I think there's a readiness for it. You feel that? I think it feels really good. It feels really good, like it's time.
Yeah. I think there is a readiness for it. I think there's a conversation that I feel would be helpful to ground in this 4-quadrant model about what is the masculine, what is the feminine, what is the distinction between the human incarnations of those qualities and the divine. I think in kind of New Age spiritual culture, there's a huge shadow of kind of women grasping after divine feminine and men grasping after divine masculine, and that becoming a platform for developing superego identities that have very little to do with actually embodying these competencies. And I think there's a conversation that is very much a human conversation about self-responsibility, I think I truly feel that conversation begins and in some ways ends with self-responsibility.
I think I'm going to second that. That's what feels most resonant to me, is taking responsibility on a personal level. Yeah.
Because anything else is a projection dialogue. Anything else is outsourcing the problem. And I think women do that all the time. Women do that all the time. They say, like, the problem with men is, or what the divine masculine really is, or what the divine feminine really is. And I very rarely hear anything there that, even a conversation that would sound like, I feel that I'm embodying the feminine in these ways. Do you witness that in me? Like, that would be a useful conversation. But, I think it also requires us taking responsibility for how we communicate on social media. I also think it requires, I don't consume much mainstream entertainment or media, but I also think it requires a certain rigor with how we are spoon-fed sociopathy and narcissism and sexism and misogyny in media, and something that, like, there's an aspect of the conversation I've been curious lately about nurturing people's movements of boycotting things that nurture the wrong frames, that nurture the wrong imprinting. And that's particularly been true around entertainment and media in relationship to toxic masculinity and toxic identity dynamics.
Yeah, there's also something about how the conversation seems driven by, you mentioned how we're wounding each other. The conversation seems to be driven by the wounded on both sides. I think online, particularly kind of like the manosphere, seems to be a lot of men who've been wounded in their relationships with women. I think in a way, the women who've been wounded by men have more of a megaphone, because I think that's more dominant in the legacy media structures, because it's more kind of socially accepted to see women as only victims.
We just had the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't have to go there.
Yeah.
But that was the flashpoint. I think that's what was so electric about that cultural moment. And of course, it's like a hall of mirrors. I mean, it must be said that our mediascape at this moment is a hall of mirrors. You can get lost in it. It is fragmented. It is absolutely distorted and confusing. So nothing is clear in a sense. But what I was watching with interest was the jubilation and the relief that, whether, I'm not saying anything about who was right or wrong, but the relief in the fact that the man was being heard in this kind of archetype, I don't even want to call it archetypal, what would you call it? Like, sadly very common experience of domestic violence and discord. She accuses him, and he tells his story, and it's heard. And I mean, in the end, she was villainized, and there was all kinds of. Yeah. But I think there was something healing, or that relief. I felt a little bit of valve, or maybe a shift or an opening. Yeah. In this, like, okay, maybe we need to listen to all parties.
It complicated the narrative beyond what the media likes to portray it as.
Right.
And it's such a complex picture because, the fact that it was a court case, and a court case has a winner and a loser, and it's immediately put into this frame of, I mean, how much more powerful would it have been if both had been able to own their own part in what was clearly an incredibly toxic relationship? And I read a couple of accounts of the trial. There was a statement from, I think, their therapist, who said neither of them, they're basically in a mutually abusive relationship. Neither of them have the ability to de-escalate arguments. Right. Like it was a, yeah.
Well, I want to say what happened when we did the trial in cultural embodiment was we watched some of the evidence. We watched a video of them interacting in their kitchen space. And then what the group, where we landed was, I've been in that scene. I know that place. Yeah. I remember my parents arguing, or one guy saying, you know what? I've done what Johnny did in that video and worse. And all of a sudden, all of us were witnessing this very sad experience of the privacy. Like, none of this should be, I mean, it's kind of like Tyson Yunkaporta's work. It's like, if there's going to be conflict in the community, bring it into the public space. Like, let's stand around the couple and help them sort this out. It is so intense what we've done by isolating ourselves in these little households. And so in the cultural embodiment, there was so much empathy. There was, like, very quickly a recognition that this is us. Like, I've been in this scene. I've been in this movie.
It's fascinating because what you've done is kind of the opposite of how, I love that idea. It's sort of like the idea that it takes a village to hold a marriage. And that's why the marriage ceremony is like everyone coming together and helping to support the married couple, because we can't see ourselves and we can't see our patterns, and we need that kind of reflection and we need that support to see when we're being the egotistical prick with the other person. And like it's a really healthy dynamic, and it's fascinating that Tyson's pointing to that. But in a way, and it sounds like there was a very healing moment with what you did on cultural embodiment, but in a way what happened with that trial was the absolute opposite. Because what happened was people taking small clips, kind of weaponizing every single part of the trial, everyone tribalizing on one side or the other. Like there was no, it's the opposite of the, well, let's try and help each person see their, let's look after each person, help them see their shadows. Like it was completely the opposite.
So this is so important, and I would love, why? It feels like, it's almost like there's a,
is this like game A, game B dynamics?
Yeah, and you could say it's a feminine cultural competency. Like where the game A dynamics is someone's got to win, someone's got to lose. Let's make sure that happens, and let's have a really good time and watching somebody die. You know, and like the game,
feminine?
That's super. We could say that. I was saying it's game A. I don't have a need to say it's masculine, actually.
Right.
But I do have a need to say it's game A. But then the game B competency is a feminine competency.
Right.
And that's an interesting distinction where we don't need to call it masculine or feminine to just acknowledge that it's a pathology. But we can say the solution to the pathology is in a feminine quadrant of consciousness, which has to do with community being able to hold charge. And that, I mean, it's funny, the distinction of feminine is breaking down a little bit for me there, but it's an embodied competency. That's the competency of presence, like a whole bunch of sane people like co-regulating with other people.
I'm seeing like the integration. It's like the sacred marriage in a sense, in that way. Like maybe the game B is more like, because when you say presence, I suddenly see Shiva Shakti. I see the both, and all the quadrants.
Yeah, and I feel the body of community, like a body that's bigger than an individual. That does the way that to understand that would be in the quadrant of embodiment. But the way it functions is through many brains and bodies co-regulating with each other in a way that is compassionate and nurturing. And
but you know, this is like I hate that this is coming up, but maybe it needs to be said, and I'm curious your experience of this, because you know, I feel like we're in such a process of detoxification right now. Just like that is one of the, I don't know, characteristics or the qualities of what we're going through in this transitional, like, time between worlds. Like, I want to purge, even as I say it, and, you know, even in ceremony, there's a lot of purging happening at the moment. And I think we are detoxifying. And one of the things that is hard for me sometimes about the feminine, like when you said that this is a feminine, the community, and this is a feminine modality. Yes. And I find that women still need to work through the game A dynamics, the competitiveness, the vying for position and place.
That often happens subterraneously.
Yes, I was going to say it's very subtle. And I think that's part of our work in this time as women, is to purify or detoxify our natural knowing and inclination towards relationship and community and holding space and holding each other. That has been by the, you know, like in the patriarchy, you're not safe if you're not well positioned. And well positioned could be very beautiful, cozied up to masculine power, like whatever it is. Like I've done a lot of work purging this from my system, and in the work saw how the tentacles of my upbringing in, like, swimming in the waters of patriarchy, I was just like taught that I needed to do certain things, behave certain ways, look certain ways to be safe. And so I just want to name it because I think women doing the work of purging and detoxifying that aspect, that game A competitiveness, as you see it with, I mean, back to Amber Heard, it's like, we want to throw stones at her, you know, it's sometimes, and young women will say this to me sometimes, it's like, you know, it's other women who are the harshest to me. And like that to me is just a symptom of the dysfunctional, you used a great word just then about game A, but we're detoxifying, like a little compassion for ourselves. But there is work to be done around, coming back into a healing place and holding community and holding those values. Real, like for real.
Yeah.
Do you find that?
Definitely. I think what's lit up for me in what you've said is like that the act of detoxification implies a vision of health. And I think something that is needed, I think Game B is a version of a vision for a future, but it's a very masculine vision for a vision of a future. Something I do think is needed is a fleshed out conversation that's embodied and plural, that involves like, well, if this isn't healthy, what is healthy? And what I found is that there's a need for people to self-author that vision. Like there's the more beautiful world our hearts know is possible. Sometimes I call it, to me, it's the ancient future. Game B is another framework. I like surfing amongst a lot of different kind of narratives about it, but most people don't. And so I find, and what's interesting is I think we get stuck in Game A dynamics about what is that vision for health. And I've watched that happen. Like, just choose one. It's good enough. Like, aim, keep going. So I think there's a need for a space that supports women to do women's work and men to figure out their conversation, and for like a larger process of where are we going, and that would feel good, like that actually has a feeling tone in people's bodies. I feel like there's a real need for that. That was what lit up for me, because I realized that sometimes I'm not sure we're purging, because I'm not sure that there's an end game. Like I think we're getting crazier as collective sense breaks down, as collective systems break down, as we go through these waves of a sense of betrayal on behalf of our governments and our systems. Like, my concern is that I suppose I could say I've had to really examine my own belief structures that we're going somewhere, and actually sit with, what if we're not going anywhere? What if we're just getting crazier in the context of systems collapse?
But that's going somewhere, isn't it? Getting crazier?
It's just interesting, because the idea of detoxing implies that we're detoxing towards a more true embodiment of who we can be, which is very dear to my own belief structure. I would say
for me, it's already there. I think I'm thinking it's like, it's already there. It is actually what we are. And we're having to peel the layers of the onion. We're like having to strip away what stands between us and being ecstatic, blissful beings in this incredible cosmic dance. That's like part of my problem with the flow conversation, is that it's often placed outside. It's like it's a place that we're trying to get to. Maybe this is part of what you're saying, is that there's this place that we're trying to get to. I'm like, no, we are flow. Like, we are flow. When we're not, what's happening there in that space? Like, sink in. That's what I'm feeling when you're speaking about, like, pick one and aim. It's like, there's so much to be done right here, right? In this place, in this moment, in this body. It's like, the energetics of it are forward moving. Is this resonating?
Yeah, it is. And I have questions about it.
Okay.
Like, I think it's a helpful foil to hold the foil of, maybe we're actually just in a collapse of our species, and there isn't a there to our idea, like to the idea that we are revealing some more, getting to an evolutionary next state. I suppose I'm just bringing that in because I think it's important to hold that too. That in the systems dynamics at play, like on the one level, we're trying to engineer a way to get us to the next stage of civilization. And from an internal perspective, one way to say that is we're working to reveal a deeper truth about our radiance, our flow nature. I think it's simultaneously important to hold that we might not make it through that gateway, and to get curious about how, for example, the detox process could just continue to spiral into deeper pathologies.
Oh, I think that's certainly happening. I agree. It's like, for me, it's like, yeah. No, I hear you. I think what you're saying is I just want to hold also the possibility that there's not somewhere to get to.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
I hear that.
Okay.
I very much hear that.
Yeah.
And I like feeling that.
Yeah. Okay, I'm with you.
Mm-hmm.
What you're talking about with the kind of the masculine and the feminine principle reminds me a lot of David Data's perspective on the masculine being the witnessing principle and the feminine principle being the witnessed, being more the dance.
Which is the classic Shiva Shakti.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Do you agree with that kind of distinction?
I don't think it's complete. Like, that's the classic David Deodat is the Shiva Shakti description, but it doesn't include the yin yang.
Right.
So you have to build the whole map if you want to get the whole map, because in a way, for example, if the David Deodat map of presence and embodiment is the only part of the map, you actually miss what you could say what the yang, what the structural actually craves, which are spaces that actually are much better mirrored by a cultural embodiment kind of practice, where it's not about pure presence. It's about listening and feeling, and perhaps it involves movement, and perhaps it involves silence, and perhaps it involves mirroring that's mutual. And that's actually a better map for the textures of consciousness and the textures of integration that emerge in that kind of a space. So, yeah, I just think it's an incomplete map. I think it's useful. I think it's a useful map, particularly for men who are trying to
It's like
understand.
a gateway drug, I feel like. A little bit. David Data is a little bit of a gateway drug. It was the first, I remember being in like 1990 in a bookstore in Key West, Florida, and I was just like really just beginning my path. Except that life is the path. But at that point, I began to study. And I walked into the spiritual bookstore and I just said, I'm going to pick whatever book speaks to me. And I chose Intimate Communion by David Data. Of all the books, I had no idea. And that book rocked my world. And I mean, I still have my copy and it's underlined like so much you can barely, it's more underlined than not. It was really helpful to me to find, because the Shakti, the active feminine, is so important. And I think there's a reclaiming of that a woman goes through in her journey. Maybe not younger women. I think already the culture has moved so much. But for me, there definitely was this idea that women are support. I grew up in the South, which also has another cultural layer. But it was like they take care of the home. They, it's like more in the background, etc. And if they were strong in a masculine way. Maybe you were like kicking ass at work, or you had like this incredible career, you were a doctor or something like that. And so when I understood that there was this active feminine, this eros, this Shakti, this like wild woman archetype, it explained so much. Really explained what had been suppressed in me, and the reclaiming of that was such a beautiful journey, and the data work helped me with that.
Yeah, I think the shadow of that frame that I see is really rife in our culture in general, is that the shadow is dissociation. So you can cultivate...
Wait, can I take that in for a second? I love what you're saying. So the shadow of the data stuff is dissociation.
Yeah, and of quiescent masculine spiritual frameworks generally. The shadow.
Oh, yes.
The shadow is, I will transcend, I will pull myself into stillness, I will pull myself into non-reactivity and dispassion. And then we get like very detailed, deeply practiced people who have no capacity for healthy attachment or for an aesthetically rich conversation about beauty. And there's a very strong argument that we can't actually create ethical frameworks to collaborate with the active masculine without a profound sense of beauty. and that is the call and response that could support on the active quadrant, where there's this call and response of, yes, is it effective, and is it beautiful? And if those two things meet, that there's juice there. And where with the quiescent masculine, the shadow is, I'll meditate myself out of this grief. I'll meditate myself into being unbothered by my deepest feelings about these existential issues, which then doesn't give us a capacity. In the quiescent feminine is where archetypes evolve. You could think of that as, it's like in the Japanese psyche, an example that's actually a really interesting one is the process by which the Japanese people integrated Hiroshima. Was this and Japanese culture is this profoundly absorptive
Buto dance.
Buto dance, and like how the next wave of what became Japan was founded on this like very absorptive process of total annihilation that could only happen over time and quietude and like rich felt aesthetic processes. And I see that, as a healer, I see that in people's processes with the death of parents, or people's processes with major shifts in family constellations, or in work, or in it's like there's an absorptiveness to it that when someone names that and says that's valuable, it gives permission to like a chrysalis in that person's consciousness, or in a group's consciousness, or in a culture's consciousness that can't actually have its intelligence without a little bit of naming and holding. And then with that can eventually emerge.
I mean, I'm thinking of planting a seed, like the underground stage. I mean, that's what that just felt like to me.
Yeah, and I think we're in a time of new gods, like that we can't birth if we're only in the masculine structural space. It's like
that is
the galaxy brain is a god on some level, but it's only one kind of god.
Well, it's kind of like a theological. Are you familiar with Richard Tarnas? Richard Tarnas's work?
Astrologer?
Yeah, he wrote a book called Passion of the Western Mind, which talked about the shift, basically the idea that we're in a theological shift. And I feel like that's very true, that we are actually in, there is there is a kind of a very profound shift going on towards, his basic framing was that the masculine, discerning, analytical, rationalist intellect had created a prison for itself, ultimately kind of created a prison for itself that you see reflected in the world, and that the way out was a return to the intuitive, a return to more of the feminine principle. And I remember reading that 20 or 30 years ago and being hugely struck by it. And ever since, it sort of just seems more and more true, even though I think we do need we need both. We do need a return of kind of the masculine principle as well. Yes. I guess something was coming up when you were talking before about the kind of the hidden feminine, because we've talked about the positives, and I'd love to come back to that, what the feminine has to add to this conversation. But there's also the flip side as well. If you look at, we've talked about social media, like one of the perspectives on social media is that it has multiplied what have traditionally been more sort of feminine violent strategies or emotional violence strategies, so reputation destruction, emotional violence. Jonathan Haidt looked at it, particularly the effect on young women has been incredibly marked. And so one of the perspectives that has been put forward is that we're going through, particularly with social media and the growth of these technologies, a kind of what's the word? It's like a multiplication or a intensification of these particular strategies, which are sometimes identified with the feminine. Do you think that's fair, or is that sexist?
What do you think?
Feels like we're already working with symptoms and trying to solve it at the level of symptoms. And I would not agree that male strategies are more physical, typically. If you're looking on the energetic level, So, for example, penetration, energetically, there can be a violence in the way that I am addressed or ignored or used by a man that doesn't look like swinging arms or hitting. And one of the reasons, like, I start to get a little, like, one of the reasons the feminine goes covert is because she had to survive. Like, I've had this conversation with male friends who complain about women keeping secrets. And I'm like, well, there were times when women had to keep secrets as a matter of survival. And so, yeah, for me, it's like at the level of symptoms. And so it's not even that helpful. I mean, I totally agree that social media is a mess and very bad for girls. I have a 12-year-old daughter, and I have done so much work to lay a strong foundation for her of emotional intelligence. She knows who she is, and she is not on social media yet, and I'm going to delay that as long as possible. And the funny thing is, she's not even interested. She sees right through most of it already. And I think that when we're raising our children when we're nurturing their sense of self and their identity, teaching them to be emotionally intelligent and empathic and self-responsible, it looks like the farce that it is. It looks like the Hall of Mirrors. It looks like the mess that it is. I mean, she's so discerning. I will try to show her things in the media, and she'll just immediately say, "Mom, this is inappropriate," or "Mom, this is like why are they talking like that to each other? It's just cruel. I'm not interested." Like, just like that. So, yeah. I guess that's all I wanted to say, is that I think there are reasons. I wouldn't say that the masculine is physical and the feminine is covert always. And I would say that that's a symptom of the distortion that we've been living in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's interesting. I think it does, the dynamics of social media do particularly tend to co-opt the female mind, because it's about a certain kind of signifying that dovetails with shadow feminine dynamics. But I tend to agree that it's more of a symptom than a cause. It's interesting how the medium is the message in a sense, but
yeah, and it's not to say that women are doing it more than men. I think it calls out those behaviors from both. Uh-huh. And actually, ironically, I think a lot of the worst. I mean, the Jungian idea of the kind of anima animus, when a man is anima possessed, he becomes bitchy, reactive, and so much of the worst behavior I see on social media, I would say, is kind of anima possessed men, because they're still quite aggressive because they've got kind of that testosterone edge, but they're kind of in a real sort of bitchy, reactive kind of energy. So I'm not saying that it's kind of divided by sex in that way. I'm pretty sure if you looked at the stats, it wouldn't be.
Yeah.
And yeah, I find that kind of the Jungian frame really useful, because then you can understand when a woman is possessed by her animus, and I think this culture forces women into the animus so often to compete in a kind of men's world, in the corporate world. The sort of ball buster, ball breaker, castrating woman is what we're sort of pushing women into. And when a man is in his anima, kind of moody, reactive, bitchy, like that's so many of, I find it a really helpful frame.
I think also you're probably asking two people who don't tweet.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a little bit of a,
that's true.
The mature feminine doesn't go on Twitter.
It's part of my brand, to be blunt. I mean, quite literally. Like, I think it's a really toxic way to communicate in general, because it incentivizes those kinds of responses. Why engage?
Yeah.
That's funny. Yeah, I really don't have a deep love for social media, or even really know what to do with it. to be honest.
I mean, the light side, on at least on Facebook, is that there is a culture of storytelling that, when it's grounded really authentically, has an extraordinary richness to it. And that's something I've been really examining. I've been in a deep examination of my relationship with specifically long form social media. And I think there's something there that I want to see continue to evolve about the value of our stories when shared in an arena that is greater than just what we can do at a table. And then where that gets, of course, instantly toxic is if we're sharing stories in order to manipulate attention, manipulate someone else's experience.
And again, that's kind of a felt sense often, like that sort of cringe. It's part of the kind of cultural embodiment piece that we see when someone, and it's a very subtle thing because we've created an environment where even kind of honest sharing, we're self-aware enough to know, even if it is a genuine, honest sharing coming from a kind of vulnerable place, we're self-aware enough to be like, well, this is a good piece of my personal brand if I share this in this particular way. Like, it's kind of unavoidable in a way, but you can also feel like the difference on a very subtle level between, I find that just so tragic in a way, where people have become kind of influencers, and then every single piece of their lives suddenly has an agenda behind it of, oh, is this going to go viral? Is this going to be part of my kind of like brand? And there's so much of it in the kind of healer, new age kind of space.
And the younger people are, the more likely it is that that's a distinct sub-self.
Yeah.
It's kind of shocking to me. The younger people are, the more they have a sub universe that's the universe of the authentic self that gets shared in public.
Do you think they have a healthier relationship to it, or a more unhealthy relationship?
I'm in the question, is it possible to have a healthy relationship with that? I don't know. I think we're in a very large collective experiment about that.
This is actually the exact topic of a course that I'm working on at the moment with Peter Lindbergh about the second self. How can you have a mindful relationship to that second self that you put out there in a way that is oriented towards growth, and that you're aware of all the different dynamics, like capture, audience capture, internalized capitalism, where you're kind of like thinking about the metrics all the time. Is there a way of having a mindful relationship to that entity that doesn't feel like it's driving you or getting away from you, or we don't know. We're not sure. We'll find out.
I love that course. I want to take that.
That's the right reaction.
Yeah. No, it seems really, really useful. I mean, it brings up for me the concept of alchemical art or life art, like Jonathan Harris, who was on the Stoa recently, who's a friend. He is doing such beautiful personal narrative healing work. I think there's a very legitimate role for the making of art and storytelling in this time of transition as we are growing and changing. Like the sharing from that place, and I really put up Jonathan as an example, a beautiful example of this. His recent project, In Fragments, is exemplar. And it's inspiring. Ironically or not, he got very little response from this project. So he had a big career and a big profile as a digital artist in the early 2000s. Spiritual journey, kind of retreated, went on this did a lot of inner work, and this is his first coming out with his art, this project In Fragments. And some part of him thought it would be really received because he took 6 years to make it. He put everything he had into it, and then crickets on social media. He's like, not only am I getting fewer likes than I've ever gotten, but people are unsubscribing at a rapid rate. And then he had to really work through what that meant for him and the value of the work that he had made. So yeah, I think this, like how we use the medium, basically.
And how much of ourselves we show and in what way.
Yeah.
Which is a big, it's a big discussion that I'm kind of in at the moment.
Personally, yeah.
Yeah, because I feel like certainly with Rebel Wisdom, there's been a sort of journalistic persona that I think is a benefit, and also sort of I feel like I want to kind of move beyond in some way as well. So I'm going to open up the conversation here, because obviously looking at we started this conversation talking about the gender balance on Rebel Wisdom, and as the person who's basically deciding who to interview, I'm obviously always in reflection of like, well, why am I making these decisions? Is there something about my personality or the way that I look at the world that's leading me to value these perspectives over these perspectives? And there's definitely something in that. And also there's another dynamic. When I was working at Channel 4 News 15 years ago or so, they went through a process of wanting to get a 50-50 gender balance in terms of the people they were interviewing. And so looking at like who are the male academics that we're inviting on, can we find any alternatives, and putting a lot of pressure on to do that. And what was very interesting, we had the playwright Lucy Prebble, who's now kind of one of the showrunners for Succession, came in and said and she had a very nuanced view on it. She said whenever she was called up to come on TV to talk about something, she'd always say, "Oh well, I think there's someone better qualified than me," and she'd point them in the direction of someone else. And that was often what we found when we were phoning up kind of female academics, is when you phone up a male academic, they'd be like, "Yep, what time do you need me there?" And often when you speak to a female academic, they'd say, "Well, I'm not really the expert in this, and you probably need to speak to this person or that person." And so there's kind of maybe internalized dynamics as well that are much more deeper than just who's being invited or there seem to be like cultural roles, social roles, and probably innate evolved dynamics that are coming into play in this as well.
There's massive statistics about all of that, of women being more deferential, women having a much harder time asking for promotions or being assertive about their worth in the marketplace. I've definitely experienced those dynamics massively. So I think whether you know it or not, those dynamics certainly have played out in the Rebel Wisdom community. I would say additionally, I would say there's the galaxy brain phenomena, which is we are talking about systems. But I think there's a piece that is not just a masculine bias, but it's a bias around the what we are talking about. And there might be an expansion of the definition of the what that matters. Like if we're talking about intimacy, we would want to interview Brene Brown, Esther Perel. Like I can think of many other people. If we're talking about story,
both of those, by the way.
And perhaps your brand hasn't really spoken to them about what they want to be talking about. So, or like the kind of generalized context, which seems very in this masculine structural quadrant, but to actually make a proposition that we're working on marrying like the structural with the noetic, the structural with the poetic, the structural with the embodied, the structural with the emotional. Then we start to get this conversation, and you can see pretty quickly that there's a greater gravitas of often masculine speakers over here and a greater gravitas of often feminine speakers over here. I have recently been going down a rabbit hole of finding all the awesome female podcasters. And there actually are a lot of them who do very, very well structured work. And it often emphasizes more storytelling, more personal interaction. There may still be very clear structural bullet points, but often it's more oriented towards what can be felt and what can be actually lived by the audience. And so there's a piece there too about like, where is the distance on, well, we're specializing in structures that we can all think about together versus we're focused on processes that you can live in your own life. And so, and that speaks too to your experience of putting together conferences where The conference is a little bit more like, how do you put sense making into action in your part of the universe? And so there might be something there around looking at how often very powerful female leaders are much more focused on that point of traction. I think that there's some truth in that would be worth exploring.
I love that. It's beautiful. I'm learning so much. And also, it just hit me, like, why would we want to do this? Like, why? And the very short answer that I gave in a conversation this morning about the same topic, like, what happens when the masculine and the feminine really show up to the same space in right relationship? And the answer was fun. Like, it could be so fun. There's so much fun to be had. Like, there's a playfulness, actually, that's missing when the feminine is missing. And in some of these, like, you know, these, like, I'm going to tear it all apart. Look, like, there's a, like, it feels, I mean, I can feel how it feels satisfying in a sense, but there's a playfulness that's available and a fun that's available when we're all dancing together, that, and aliveness, vitality and aliveness. Like, these are the pieces that, for me, that would be the why. Like, let's just have more fun. Do you think you find that? Like, I forget sometimes. I'm so busy trying to solve the problem, fix it, and like get the women, the men, you know, it's like, oh yeah, wait, why are we doing this? Because it's gonna be amazing when we actually figure it out.
So this conversation has been all about what's missing from the conversation. Before we close, is there anything missing that we haven't said yet?
The thing that I'm present to is that we spoke about earlier, is that I feel like I want to see more conversations about immanence, about the fabric of the relationships we're stewarding through these frameworks.
The relationships between people? Or?
The relationships between people, the relationships between people and ecosystems, the relationships between peoples and peoples, between cultures, the relationships that flow between any actors in a living system. Like, my sense of the next stage of civilization is, like, my sense is that we have mastered objectivity. I understand this thing out there, and we've mastered subjectivity to a certain degree. Like, and a lot of this conversation has been about subjectivity and intersubjectivity. But the next stage of civilization is going to be about mastering intersubjectivity 100%. And interobjectivity. It's going to be about, can we manage the flows of information, energy, and atoms between things in a way that is masterful and harmonious. And that's a conversation essentially about immanence, about the flows of relationships and interactions and values between things. And that's a conversation I'd like to see much more prominent, as opposed to we understand, which is omniscience, you know, or we're heading towards transcendence. We're trying to get beyond this. I would say where we're really heading is towards integration and a certain mastery of in the worldness. And that I crave greater attention for that conversation and greater attention put on it, greater intelligence oriented towards it, of like, look, our greatest problems are problems of coordination, and all coordination is a function of interaction. And to me, that's the most important conversation we could possibly be having. And like, a question I've been asking is, like, could we actually transition to this next stage of civilization without putting the sacred in the center of it? And if we do, if we put the sacred at the center of the process, or the soul at the center of the process, then the whole process becomes a ceremony.
Amen, sister. I'm in. I want life as a ceremony. That's what I want. Conversation is ceremony, life is ceremony. Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Amen.
And a little woman. Clarissa Pinkola Estes always answer pieces like that. Amen. And a little woman.
Imo, Edo, Ondo, and Oyo State. So it's a great pleasure. Wishing everyone on this call a very successful engagement. Thank you, Business Day, for also putting this great event together. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Ini, for the introduction. Over to you, Tayo. I can see you're on the webinar already. Please, can you introduce yourself? Hi, Tayo. Can you hear me? Hey, Tayo, CEO Yetiba. Okay, if it's not ready.
Mic check.
Okay.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Awesome. Guys, Tayo is my name. I'm super excited to be here. I'll just quickly do a 30 seconds introduction about myself. I hope that is what I'm supposed to do.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, just
So Tayo is my name. I've been in the learning and skill development space for God knows when. The core of the work that I do is to help Africans from wherever they are coming from learn technology skills that helps to translate into jobs. Today, we are the biggest in terms of learning. We've got like students from over 19 countries. We've got over 500 faculties. We've got an alumni network of over 25,000 people. It's quite very exciting to be doing this because this is a topic that I so much care about. Nice to meet everybody, and I will mute myself and don't talk.
Yeah, okay. Before you leave, while going through your Instagram, I realized that your Instagram name is Iyeko, and now I realized that you're not in Eko again. So you should change it to UK or something, because it doesn't fit again.
You know, guess
So,
what? I am in Lagos right now. That's the I am in Lagos right
now. You that part, so you change it to UK, please. I said I was going to tackle you.
All right. I'll take your advice.
Okay. So, please, Ijoma in Kiruka, you can just be on the session already. Please just introduce yourself briefly. Oluwatobi are saying it, so please introduce yourself briefly. Either of you.
Hello, everybody. Good morning.
Joma, good morning. Good morning.
Hi, so it's good to be back again. Thank you, Business Day. So my name is Joma Inkiruka Onwadi, and I'm the founder of the Career Millennial. And Career Millennial is a career hub for millennials and other cohorts, right? Because when we started, we were more focused on millennials, but now we've expanded to include other cohorts. And we provide learning, advisory, and support to help these millennials and cohorts to build an amazing career. Very recently, we were focused on early school leavers. We are taking it back to as far as when people are in final year, having early engagements on workplace skills that are required for them to thrive, just straight out of university and having work-ready skills for the workplace. Eitai, I see you. Hi, Eitai, it's good to meet you again. And to other members of the panel, hi. Samuel Yutiba alumni. So to other members of the panel, it's nice to meet you for the first time. And thank you for everybody who's joined this conversation. We hope to have an amazing time and one that is full of learning and fun. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Glad to be here. My name is Toby Ashende. I'm the founder and CEO of Digital Marketing Skill Institute. We are an award-winning institute that accelerate the training of digital marketing talents. And one of the things we do is we also work to match them with organizations globally, either as employed or self-employed in the sense of either freelancing or agency. We have two platforms that facilitate that. We have the Accreditor, and we also have the Wistlancer platform that helps us to achieve that. So this topic is something that is really, really of great importance, and I'm happy to be here to be discussing it with a lot of my colleagues on the call.
Oh, this is great. Thank you so much, Ijoma. Thank you so much, Toby. Thank you so much for introducing yourself. So for me, this topic is very timely, very, very timely. Earlier this year, I wrote an article on skills that people could learn to make more money in 2023, and some of which were copywriting, content writing, graphic designing. I didn't write the hard ones like software development, front end and back end, but I wrote like skills and acquisition that people could learn fast, not learn fast, but people could learn and use it and use it as a side also. So even for me, as a communications person, I'm very, very interested in this particular topic and see in what ways I can develop my skills to get more money and even just have other things doing. So my speakers are going to be introducing a topic for the next 10 minutes. Each of them will just give us their school of thoughts on the topic, what they have to say about the topic. So yes, Ini Ikiri, as earlier said, is from Jobaman, Nigeria. And if everyone knows Jobaman, they're always in your mails telling you about job openings and all of that. So he would know very well what skills acquisition and development that are the thing that are very important and crucial at the time that both as millennials and Gen Zs we need to learn. So Ini, please can you take us through roughly 10 minutes on your thoughts on skills acquisition that are timely, like with season right now, like skills that are in high demand right now, and that anybody, or even not the ones that are not anybody can do, but skills that people can just gain from right now. Ini.
All right, thank you very much, Eniola, once again. Yeah, so I just wanted to confirm if I can share my screen, or do I just make it a conversation? Which
yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Okay, that's great. Because I actually prepared something for our audience today, and yes, I'll be sharing in just a few minutes or seconds. Just please confirm you can see my screen now.
Yes, I can see your screen.
Okay, great. So what I'm going to do, right, because on this call, yeah, like you rightly mentioned, a lot of professionals, right, who are also well versed in the technical side of the skills business, right? So what I did was to provide a background, right, and take our audience down to the nitty-gritty of this conversation, especially understanding so many relevant aspects that needs to be considered, right, while making a choice in deciding what skill to acquire and all that, right? So I understand I have 10 minutes or less already, so I'm just going to move as fast as possible. And I also want to encourage our audience, right, who are also on this call, to feel free to ask questions and to engage me as much as the time would permit us to do, right? So like I said, it's more or less like going down to the foundation and going down to the nitty-gritty of what skills acquisition and development is all about, right? And one thing that I found very, very interesting about skills acquisition and development is the fact that it has to be an intentional process, right? In the present world that we are today, right? Skill acquisition and development has to be an intentional process, right? Learning and enhancing one's ability, knowledge, and experience in a particular field. Okay, and what this means, or what this translates into, is that it is important, right? Because you want to gain new skills, you want to improve your performance, right? You also want to grow in your career and also have fulfillment, right? Career fulfillment and all that. So, skills acquisition can also take different forms, right? I mean, there's the formal type and there's also the informal, which I believe everyone here know that, right? And the question basically next we're going to ask is why skill acquisition and development, right? In the current world where we are right now, I say something that the world is changing, right? We know that the world is changing and the world is changing very fast, right? And it is necessary and important that we continually improve, right, and update our skill set in order to remain relevant in the competitive world that we are today. And something very interesting that I know would also resonate in most of our conversation this morning is to also still re-echo the fact that skills that are relevant today might become obsolete sooner than later, right? We all know that, right? Looking at the future of skills report, looking at the report from the World Economic Forum and all that, right? Realize that skills that are relevant today might become obsolete. So the question is, would you just sit down there and watch this happen and blame it on maybe the village or village people and all that, right? But the solution to this is upskilling, right? Which seems to be the logical solution to the problem that we are currently addressing this morning. And just to also make our audience understand that this comes with a lot of benefits also, right? Of course, increased job opportunities, which we already know that of course, we know what the statistics is, right? Especially in our country, Nigeria, seeing that the unemployment rate is so high, there are so many people out of jobs, right? So why those statistics might be very, very scary, it's also important to look at the bright side of life and to also understand that people are with jobs, right? And there are people that have never searched for a job just for even 1 hour. Right. So the question is, how are people doing this? Right. So in the midst of so much unemployment and the fear of no job in the environment, right? There are also opportunities. There are opportunities that we need to understand this morning, right? Which is very, very important that I will be mentioning in a couple of seconds from now. So the benefits include increased job opportunities, like I said, higher earnings, and also personal satisfaction, right? Yes, so this is an aspect I really want to touch on. And I want our audience to pay very, very close attention to what I'm going to be saying now, right? Because like I said, I'm also a facilitator with over 8 years of experience. And one thing I try to do, okay, while engaging my audience, is to make them understand the simple things, right? Before you then talk about the complex things, because so many people tend to look at things from the complex side and then ignore the fundamental aspect of it, right? So before we talk about emerging skills, the 21st century skills and the valuable skills, the fastest growing skills, in the world of work today, it's also very important that we take a look at some of the relevant things that should be considered when acquiring a skill, right? I have 3 here. I will talk about the 3, but because I'm also very, very excited to be here this morning, I'm going to be dropping an additional points to this, right? So that's more like giving my audience a dara and what Nigeria call FISI, right? So I'll also be sharing 4-point item as far as consideration for relevant skills concerned. The first on my list is skill orientation, right? Which is very, very key, okay, to this discussion today, because you also want to ask yourself that what's your own understanding of skills and competence, right? As well as the skills and competence that are in demand in a particular industry. So you see people just say, when you interact with young people, it's good, right? They say they want to learn a particular skill, they want to acquire a particular skill, right? But you ask them fundamental questions about why these skills, Okay, why do you want to acquire these skills? You hear people say, okay, but I want to learn these skills because everyone is learning it, everyone is doing it, or probably because my friends is doing it, or because I think I heard this is the future of work, right? Which at times can be misleading, okay? Because we are all unique, right? We have our own skills, we have our own abilities, we have our own interests, right? We have our own career path, right? So it's very important that you know the orientation, right? You understand what you want to do, right? And also consider certain factors that would also help you, right? Because you see people, okay, acquire a particular skill, they go to an institution where they spend huge amounts of money, right? And unfortunately, after they're out of that institution, right, they can't, they're not productive, right? They cannot, the skill they've acquired cannot translate into them probably starting up a business or even becoming gainfully employed, right? So this is the world where, if the current is what is going on in the economy is something to learn from. We are all economists now, thanks to the current government, where you have to think about the 200 naira I have in my pocket, right? How do I even preserve it for as long as possible? Okay, so having this information on skill orientation, you critically asking yourself, okay, why you want to do it? It's very critical. The second on the list is the skill demand-driven, right? Demand-driven because there are specific skills and competencies that are in high demand, right? Than others, no doubt about that, within a particular job market or industry. Okay, so it's very important that while considering what skill you want to learn, want to acquire, you ask yourself, is this skill demand-driven, right? And it's so very easy. I'm sure a lot of our speakers there will be talking more on points number 2, skills that are in high demand and demand-driven, right? So it's very important, not for the understanding of this context, of this terminology, but you ensuring that the skills that you want to learn, you want to acquire, you want to develop yourself on, is demand-driven, right? The third on the list is how demand-aligned is the skill, right? And you want to also ask what's the difference between a demand-driven skill and a demand-aligned skill, right? So demand-aligned in the sense that the skill is not just only relevant to the current needs, right? So it's also a demand-driven, right? And it's also relevant, okay, in the demand for the future. Right, so the difference between demand-driven skill and demand-aligned skill is the time frame, right? So saying that, okay, it's demand-driven, but also it's also going to be relevant in the future, right? So 3 things that are very important for us to consider while making a choice of what skill we want to acquire and all that. Of course, also to validate the fact that no knowledge is a waste, right? But at the same time, you also want to structure your thinking in this area. Then the 4th point I said I was going to share is also to say what's the value of the skill in the global scene, right? So while you're thinking about the orientation that's gathering as much information as possible as you can on the skill you want to acquire, how demand-driven the skill is, also how demand-aligned it is. You also want to think about what's the value of this skill on the global scene. Okay, so when you're out of the country, for example, probably to any part of the world, you know that your skill would also be productive, right? You would be able to use the skill that you've already acquired or you already have, okay, to work, right? Any part of the country where you find yourself in, right? And this aspect is very, very important for me, right? And that's the reason why I spent quite a few minutes to really touch and to elaborate on this point, right? And this is just also speaking to the decision-making process, right? Asking yourself the why, the what, and the how, right? So why do you want to acquire the skill? What skill do you want to acquire, and how would the skills be acquired, right? So, like I said, this is me just going the nitty-gritty, going to the foundation and making sure the foundation of what we are here to talk about this morning is solid, right, for our audience to be properly guided on the subject matter, right? So it's very important that everyone you understand that these decision-making dynamics, okay, are so much important, right? You understanding the why, what you want to do, the what of what you want to do, and the process which you want to do that, right? This is pretty much simple, just what I've talked about earlier, okay, to still consolidating on these 3 points here, the what, the why, and the how, right? Just putting them together in the right context, saying that you have to start by knowing yourself. Like I said, that is the orientation first of the process. Okay, what interests you? What value do you place on it? Okay, what value do you want to get from it? Right? What the kind of skills you want to acquire? The second is also to explore opportunities. Okay, research, try out. Yeah, research is very important, right? Because like I said, you want to consider those 3-4 factors that I initially mentioned, right? So you have to do that by exploring opportunities. And at the end of the day, you have to make the choices, right? It's so painful to see young people understand what is happening, right, in the current, and probably in the country or in the world generally, and they just sit down there, do nothing about it, right? And the question is, would you rather sit and allow the skills that you currently have to become obsolete, and then it kicks you out of job, right? It kicks you out of the picture, and then it looks like something extraterritorial, right? Supernatural is happening. No, there's nothing supernatural about it. Okay, it's just about you, the individual, trying to make set goals for themselves, develop a plan, and also not just by. But I also want to find out if everyone can still hear me, please. Am I still audible?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, you
okay.
are.
All right. Thank you very much. Then the fun is to make it happen, right? Because if other speakers here, Topi is on the call, and Kyoka is on the call, everyone is on the call, they will tell you this is the direction in which you had to go, right? But the question is will you make it happen, right? Will you make it happen? And it will be a waste of time for everyone on this call, yeah, including the organizers, right, of this event, if after the whole discussion and the whole grammar blowing that would happen at the end of the day, and people still, to use this opportunity to put their plan into action, right? It then defeats the purpose for which we are gathered here today. So this is very, very crucial, right? So, so valuable skills for millennials. These are just very few of them, but like I said, I mean, this will be probably projected by other speakers and all that, right? But this is just me putting the foundation and say, okay, where is the direction in which the world is going right now? Just the starting point, okay? And it's also very important for me to also tell our audience to also try much as possible to go online and read up on the subject matter. Right, for example, the job skills report of 2023 from Coursera. There's the job skills report for 2023 from Udemy. Okay, it's very valuable insights as to the skills that are needed in today's global workforce. Talking about the digital skills, talking about human skills, and also to know, right, to state that the fastest growing skills, of course, are digital skills. Very important that this is not just limiting to what I have here, but to also point out in the right direction to say that, you know what, this is the direction of where the world is going into. And not just only thinking about the technical skills that you have or the technical skills you want to acquire, right? But also talk about the soft skills also. Soft skills are also very, very important. Soft skills are valuable skills, okay, as far as our present world is concerned. Okay, talking about communication skills, problem solving skills, critical thinking, emotional intelligence, creativity and innovation, teamwork, resilience, flexibility, leadership, and adaptability, right? So these are just a few. And that I have there, but definitely, like I said, more of this would come in the course of this program. But yes, and just to drop this before I round off my presentation to say, okay, of course, Jobaman, like the host already introduced me, we're offering soft skills for free. so you can to gain the 21st century soft skills. Okay, you also want to check out Jobberman website, www.jobberman.com/soft skills, so you can register to get the Jobberman soft skills for free, right? So the next steps would be to what would you start doing? What have you learned? What new thing have you learned from the presentation this morning, right? And how would you translate your knowledge into an action plan? Okay, so to me, that would be the next step I would like to suggest to our audience on this call. All right, and that's it for me. Yeah, so thank you very much for the time. I hope I was able to manage the time I was given, right? But I would also be very much delighted to answer more questions and engage our audience in this subject matter.
Thank you so much, Ini. Thank you so much. That was a very great presentation. For me, I wrote some things down, and some of them was said something on how the world is changing very fast and how necessary it is to employ skills so that you can remain very relevant in a workspace or just relevant as a person. So thank you so much for your presentation. And again, to emphasize on what he said, you could check the tech. He said you can check tech skill reports by Coursera and Udemy to see the skills that are really in vogue right now. And so from everything that Ini has said, I think the next person that should just come and give us one or two things about the topic at hand is Nkiruka. And Nkiruka is an HR professional. She is very, very vast especially because Ini said something about how the world is changing and how to remain relevant. So for most millennials, they're already working. So what other skills do they have to gain to remain relevant at their workplaces? So that's what I would like. That's it in the direction that I would like Nkiruka to go this morning. Nkiruka, over to you.
All right, thank you very much. All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Ini. Ini has done justice. He sets a framework and a foundation, and he's made it very easy for me to write. So, piggyback what he just spoke about. I'm just going to list from, managing talents, human resources, and people at work, and just really talking about how to help people position right out of school, as I said earlier, and at work, how to position yourself to always stay relevant in the workplace. There's some things you need to look out for, some skills. And I'll just define skills. The topic talks about skill acquisition and development for millennials. And just not to box us, not really millennials, every cohort, every generation that is in the workplace or workspace, whether you're building a career, you're building a business, or any person within within your productive years, let me use that. So we'll first of all give a definition to what he was saying, which is skill. And I would like to define skill as the learning required to do a quantum of work within a given amount of time. So the learning that you need to do a quantum of work. So somebody will say, oh, I'm at work now, I just got a job as a web designer and all that, or front end, back end. The skill was the learning that you acquired. For it, probably went to UTIVA, did a 3-month course, you acquired it. Now the development part now is the practice of improving that learning over a period of time. So you want to watch out for how you can learn and how you can develop over time for you to be able to be cutting edge and relevant at work. And this applies, it cuts across everywhere. Now, what are those things you need to be picking up? And from the HR point of view, people are usually intelligent at work. I find that when you get into work, people are profiled, to be ready for career. You always have the best, they always have the best technical skills, they have the best tech skills, they're awesome engineers, they're wonderful accountants. It's now how they fit into more social aspects of work that becomes the issue. And there's a word that I say, people get into work or get into the workspace or build a business or start something, but they cannot scale it. So if it's at work, they are not promotable. If it's at business, they can't get beyond the scale at which they started. Why? What are those skills they should be looking out for? Communication skills. And I love that Ini projected the future of work skills, but I'm going to take some of them and I would like to be as relatable. So communication skill is a skill that I've identified that you need at all levels. So there are some skills that you will need as you rise up your career, your business, but communication skill is a skill that you need whether you're a janitor, whether you're a supervisor, whether you're a manager, or whether you're a director. Because your ability to convey your words, your thoughts, your thinking with the right emotion, with the right knowledge, in a way that the receiver understands it and can take action, is a skill that will always set you apart. So you hear people say things like, oh, my boss, all he does is speak English. All he does is just speak, I'm the one doing the work. At a point, you need to build skills that can keep you visible at work. And one of those critical skills is communication. And in communication is inherent in listening, having empathy, and knowing how to clarify and express your thoughts. So you want to watch out for, if you're a career starter, if you want to get promoted, if you want to scale, how are people conveying their words and their thoughts in writing and in speaking? Now, when you are in a meeting at work, one of the things that gets your attention, is always your speaking skill. Now, when you work in a large organization, two things I learned at a very early age gets attention: how you dress and how you write. Now, some people, when you see their email, you already know that this is a problem going somewhere to happen, right? So the good thing is that, remember we said that skill is a learning that is required. So you can actually acquire it. So you need to watch out for communication skill. Another skill that people would need to learn to work and to thrive is conflict management. Now, and I find out that in the workspace, and let me just really go back to what Jobaman is doing, because I'm going to be very relatable. So in his previous place I worked, right, I found that there was this gap with soft skills. So what we did was to plug into Jobaman's training. Now you will see people work so well in silos. That means that the accounting department is working so well, but they cannot interact with HR. HR cannot interact with the project department. So you see two people working so well, but they're what we call individual contributors, but they cannot collaborate and they cannot work in one cohesion. Now, remember, in an organization, we're a team, we're not a family. That means we are bound by a goal, and we're not bound by blood. That means that if at a point you are the weaker link, that means if you're at a point you are the person that cannot manage conflicts, you're the source of conflict in an organization, two things will happen. It's either you are on your way to being exited, or two, if the organization cannot take that action, you are stifling your growth. That means that you will not be a promotable candidate. And how is this important to you if you're building a career? In HR, every time I'm on the conversation table about promotion, it's never really about the technical skill. It's how relatable this person is with other members of the team. It's the conversation about, is this person ready to move on to the next level? Because this person can manage self, peers, and others upward very well. So you want to know how to manage conflict. You want to know how to catch it, diffuse it, and a bit of managing conflict is still layered in your communication skill, right? So you see how they work hand in hand. Then critical thinking skill is one skill that is underserved and underlearned. And I think critical thinking skill in an applicable way speaks about how you research, how you reflect,
and how you reason. I find out that sometimes when you give a task, you know, and I'm sure that if you manage people, you give a task, people are, maybe because we're in an agile driven world, people are swift to get up and get going. But there has to be a point as fast as the speed of light where people are reflecting, they are reasoning, and they are researching. So if I give Esther a task and I say, Esther, what are the top 3 tech skills now, right? Before Esther rolls out, Esther is laughing. Before Esther rolls out an answer for me, I'm looking out for how she's thinking about it critical, because Esther needs to know, why do I want this information? Where can she source this information? And how can she report this information? You know, how can she report this information in a way that I will use it to make a decision? So you need to know how to think critically about the job as it is now, the job as it is in the future, and where it's going to, right? And that is why when you see there is a sort of friction between maybe your manager and you, it's because there is a perception whereby it looks like you're not thinking critically about the task you're being assigned to. Then let's talk about time management. And these are skills that, you know, I think when he started, he talked about in skills. I would like to say that these are skills that are life skills. Remember I said that skill, okay, so Eyitaya would tell you that he would confirm that I was in UTIVA alumni. Because at a point, I really needed to scale up, right? Upskill. And I needed to have some tech in that direction, right? So I went to Eyitaya's, data analysis. And I'll tell you one thing that came out of that. It was understanding how to report, Did I become a data analyst? Maybe not in its entirety, but I was able to take the skill and learn how to report my information. So, I think I was talking about time management, right? So it's not just, so that was a skill that I learned over time, but the development for me over that period of time was that I have moved from just being, just having one skill. I have improved over time how I think about my work in terms of, as a HR person, what's the data? What is the data in front of me? How am I analyzing, evaluating, using that data to make business decisions and to help my employers make business decisions? So think about that in terms of times, think about all the things we're talking about in terms of not just in skills, but in terms of life skills that you would always need to be on top of every time. So time management is one of those skills. And, time management is knowing how to deliver tasks within the time, okay, so I'll give you an example. Knowing how to deliver your task within the levels of the quantum of time that is required of you, right? And when you manage your time, you're able to manage not just your time, you're able to manage your life. Then I think another skill that we need to learn, I don't know if it's in the future of what skill, is learning skills. We need to learn how to learn, and I'll wrap up with this. We need to learn how to learn. So today we're talking about different types of tech skills. What about the next 10 years, right? What is the skill that we need to be learning? We need to learn how to learn, and that means that in learning, we are unlearning. Remember, I talked about, we have to unlearn. If tomorrow now we've moved from digital and we've moved to any other thing, you as a person need to know how to unlearn the skills that are no longer necessary and move on to learning the skills that are necessary in the times that. So
thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. So I really love this session too, because she went from learning art skills to talking about soft skills such as communication, writing skills, critical thinking skills, time management skills that are really relevant on the job, like skills that will earn you, skills away from your core skills that will earn you promotion. So now I'd like to invite Eyitayo, the CEO of UTIVA, to take us through over the years, he has trained over 90 50,000 people in tech skills. So I want to know how he has been able to do that and how relevant, what has been the impact of this training on these people. So, Aitayo, over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Esther. Gentlemen.
I need to clear this. My name is Eniola. my name is like, I realized a lot of people calling me Esther. My name is Eniola. My system, I think something is off, but my name is Eniola. Yes, Eniola.
Eniola will be very hard, because I've already fallen in love with the Esther name.
Please, my name is Eniola.
Okay, guys, thank you so much for joining today. I mean, what I find very exciting is the two approaches that the first speaker, Ini, and my friend Nkiruka, one of the very early guys that believed in me, when the industry was doubting, what is Utiva building? You know, Nkiru was one of the first people that would come to my DM and say, I think the training, you guys should do it this way. I think you guys should do the training this way. You know, at some point I was like, this madam, man, do you want to be a co-founder or what? Yeah, Nkiru, nice to see you here again. I'm sure Adiola will be excited to see that we're in the same panel. So today, I want to take a different approach, because the only language I understand is tech. Forget about the way I'm dressed today. The only language I understand is tech. Tech is what makes me what I am, and I feel that there are bigger opportunities these days. I usually tell the story of my 2012, that young guy that was on the street of Lagos, really confused about life. I wasn't exactly sure what I was going to do with my life. I had graduated from the university with the wrong course. So I was thinking to myself, how would I navigate the challenges of career, of life? You know, it took me 2 years to figure it out. Unemployed for 2 years. You know, it was a very, very big and tough struggle. But I met tech at the time that I least expected. Someone that told me about the technology industry, that it was going to be a very big one. It was going to be a boom, that I should plug myself into tech, that tech was going to be a very big opportunity for me to thrive. Well, I made the decision to come into tech as an IT project manager. I moved from being an IT project manager, moving to being a product manager. And then, you know, I moved into the US. I was working with Creative U, helping to build technology products. I got lucky. I really, really got lucky because I saw a major gap. I saw at that time, 2016, that we did not have, you know, the African continent. We didn't have a lot of talented young people. We had people that were super smart, but talented in the tech space. We didn't have them. And I saw that the opportunity will be massive if we could continue to invest in, you know, in talent. Hence, I made a decision to start Utiva, you know, and here we are. But I want to narrow down on 4 major things that for me is always the biggest question when people come to me to talk about how do I learn skills and how do I move from learning those skills to moving into jobs, especially international jobs, right? And the reason I'm emphasizing international jobs is this, right? Think about it from this perspective. If you aim for international jobs, right, you are also indirectly preparing for local jobs. But it's not the same if you prepare for local jobs, because the standard internationally is a lot higher than standard local. You can get a job locally from Kogi State, you know, and someone will say, oh, you're from Kogi, wow, amazing, leave me, and then gives you a job. I mean, if you come to me and you say you're a Lagosian, you know, I would believe in you because I love Lagos. But it doesn't apply that way internationally. It's a totally different ballgame internationally. So the focus for me today is how do you prepare for international jobs, you know, and that's what I want to focus on. But I would first, you know, kind of like play around what are the top skills today that if you learn them, you will, you know, thrive in the tech space. That's where I want to start from. And I'm believing that there are people on the call who are also excited about, I mean, I know that this session has been streamlined. People are also excited about learning tech skills. So I'll share my screen quickly and run through my slide. Now, the first thing I want to double down on is the fact that there are skills that are premium skills and there are skills that are not premium, right? There are skills that if you learn them today, it will help you get a fast job but it will not sustain you into the future when it comes to building wealth. Does that make any sense? There are skills that are actually premium skills. What do I mean by premium? I mean, if you learn those skills today, you will better prepare for global opportunities and for local opportunities. So I'm going to talk about the first 5 non-coding skills. The first 5 non-coding skills are product design, product management, product marketing, digital marketing, and of course, business analysis. But remember, I call the skills premium skills. Premium skills means today, if you position yourself as a product marketer, right, and you learn the skill and you learn it the immersive way, you would continue to try. The same thing with product management, same thing with product design, same thing with digital marketing, and the same thing with business analysis, right? On the coding side of things, I would say cloud computing, software engineering, cybersecurity, data science, and of course, blockchain technology. Blockchain technology because the future of financing is so much around blockchain, encryption, cryptocurrency, data science, because most of the technologies we use today are data-driven anyway. Cybersecurity, because the world is more porous than you can ever imagine. So organizations, institutions are investing so much in cybersecurity. Software engineering, because ultimately someone needs to write the code. Hopefully it is you. You may get a lot of money. Cloud computing, because according to top researchers, cloud is rising at almost 11% per annum. And that's because all our digital assets are being stored somewhere in the cloud. So these are the 10 skills that you can learn. But I want to double down on how should you be learning if you want to become successful in the tech space. And I'm going to round up in 5 minutes. I hand over back to Eniola. I wanted to say Esther. Now I'm saying Eniola. See, I take to correction. So how do you grow in tech? How do you become successful in the tech space? Right. The first thing I want to say is this. If you have to learn a skill, please learn the skill in an immersive way. And I've said this multiple times to thousands of young people. I have been in the tech space for almost 10 years. I've seen people rise. I've seen people who struggle. I've seen people come to me and say, I'm learning a skill. And after 2 years, I'm still following up with them. Where are you? They've not figured it out yet. And I've seen people come to me say, Itayo, I'm learning product management. And after 3 months, they come back and say, I just got a job with Lens Square. What usually makes the difference is the way you learn the skill. That's always what makes the difference. The way you learn the skill.
How is this sweet?
Please, Oreolua, unmute your mic. Sorry, Itayo, for the interruption. Hello, Itayo. Hello. Can anyone hear Itayo?
No.
Okay. I guess it was interrupted. We'll give him time to. Itayo, are you back?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. So the first thing I was suggested is, how should you learn a tech skill? Learn it in such an immersive way. There are 3 things that should be at the back of your mind if you're learning a tech skill. Number 1 is, it's not always easy to learn a tech skill in isolation. Learning on your own. Try and learn with a course, with a group of people, because iron, of course, sharpens iron. It's easy for people to inspire you at the time that you're already feeling, demotivated. It's easy for other people to show you what they are doing right. And you might also leverage that to access a bigger opportunity. So learn with people. Always remember that when you learn with people, you are interestingly increasing your capacity to do well in what you're learning almost 5 times. Because number 1, you're leveraging on the insight of the trainer, right? You're leveraging on the insight of the people that you're learning with. You're using real-time situation, because when you learn with people, people are suggesting different things that have worked for them. And they are giving you that insight. That insight can help you to unravel an opportunity somewhere. So learn with people. The second thing I will touch on is the power.
I'm very sorry, Tayo. I'm sorry to cut you short. Or like I just wanted to say that if you have questions so far, you can send them to the chat box or raise your hands. And when we're done with all of our speakers, you'll be able to talk. I'm so sorry, Tayo, for interrupting you. Please, you can go back.
Not a problem. The second thing I want to say, if you're learning a skill, especially in this generation, is the power of getting your hands dirty very early, working on building your portfolio, working on projects. And see, in tech, for instance, we don't theorize things. So it's always about how much have you done? Can you show me what you have done? Can you prove to me that you've got this capacity from a project side of things? And that's why I always say, when you are learning a skill, the next thing that needs to be on your mind is, how should I build my portfolio? Building your portfolio, working on projects, building your portfolio, working on projects. That's the second thing that should be at the back of your mind. The third thing that should be at the back of your mind is mentoring and coaching. Now, I mean, I know people see mentoring and coaching as something totally different, but the way I see mentoring and coaching is this. I see it from the perspective of leveraging the insight of someone who is a much more industry leader than you are. Does that make sense? You know, you want to leverage the insight, you want to leverage the intelligence. You want to learn from someone that has gone through it, that has done it, right? That can tell you what they did well and what you should be doing well. And that's important. Now, when you're trying to find a mentor, I would say go on LinkedIn, reach out to people. But when you're reaching out to people, also tell them what you have also done. Because these days, people are much more concerned about mentoring people that have got substance. Because people are very busy these days, right? So let people know, hey, my name is Aitayo. I just enrolled in this training program. I'm 6 months into the training. I've built my XYZ project. I've done ABC, and I'm looking for someone who can mentor me and support me to get better. Now, what can you give back to the mentor? I know this sounds, transactional, but hey, it doesn't have to be cash. It doesn't have to be money. You have to also look at yourself and say, hey, I want you to mentor me. I'm happy to be on your team. I'm happy to review some of the codes that you're writing. I'm happy to, someone just reached out to me this morning, okay? I said, hey, Tayo, I see that you write a lot of articles on LinkedIn. I admire them. I'm looking for a mentor, but I'm a content writer. I've been a content writer for two years. I'm happy to also edit some of your write-ups. Well, is it a transactional relationship? Yes, it is. What can you do about it? That's the question. You can't do anything about it. People want value. People want value. Value has to be exchanged. And if you're in the tech space, you also need to be thinking about how you can also be of value to another person that you're looking for to get as mentor. The final thing for me is communities and teams. I mean, I don't want to talk a lot about that because I know that there might be other speakers that will touch on that. But see, you can't isolate yourself in this space and thrive. I mean, you can isolate yourself and be fine. But if being fine is what you really admire, that's okay. But if you really want to thrive in this industry, the next big job that you admire, that you want, someone is posting it in one community right now or in one group. You're probably not in that group. You need to be in that group. So most times when I meet people and I say, this guy used to work with this company, but now you work with InterSwitch. What makes the difference? The guy tells me things like, oh, my mentor in InterSwitch actually told me about the opportunity. And someone says, well, I'm a part of one group like that. Someone posted it, and then I reached out to the guy and I said, oh, can you share that opportunity? When the guy connected me to the HR manager. It's always about the communities, right? It's always about the communities. So when we're talking about building capacity, building skills that will transform this, this continent, one thing I need to tell you is that almost $210 million gap right now still exists in the tech industry in Africa. That's some people need to close. You are the one that need to close that. But it starts with learning the skill in such an immersive way, building your portfolio and building your capacity, getting the right mentoring and the right coaching that will help you build your capacity, in a much more better way and expose you to bigger opportunities. And the last one, the community that helps to push you out there, especially for many of us that are introverted. I'm an introvert. I don't do this community thing. Well, you can be introvert with every other thing. But when it comes to putting yourself out there, you cannot do that by being an introvert. You need to put yourself out there. You need to join communities. You need to join different networks, of people, find the right mentor, and then see what happens to your career. I'll be happy to take a few questions, but this is where I'm going to stop. I'm done talking, and you'll have over to you.
Thank you so much, Edayo. I really liked your session. And you mentioned that people should learn in groups. They should get their hands dirty, get on different jobs, to be able to build their portfolio. And lastly, you said you need to put yourself out there. You can't be an introvert. Please, with people that are introverts, what are they going to do? Well, anyways, I really enjoyed your session, and I have questions for you and every other person that's spoken so far. And I hope like everyone following has questions. Like this is time to send everybody from Ini to Nkiruka to Tayo, all of them. It's time to bombard them with your questions. Please send them to the chat box or raise your hands if you are willing to talk. So to our last speaker, Mr. Toby, please just take us through what you have for us for the next 10 minutes, so we could just do questions and answer and be done with this meeting. So Mr. Toby.
All right, thank you very much.
Eniola.
Thank you very much, Eniola. Yeah, so being the last speaker is quite tough, especially when you have really, really good people talk before you. But I mean, one of the things I just want to start with is the fact that for skill acquisition and development, so the goal is to acquire skills and to actually develop those skills. The first point, right, is to always have a goal, right? A lot of people in today's world, in 2023, you are learning skills because of certain aspirations, right? So some people learn skills because they want to get international jobs, they want to get local jobs, better jobs, they want to get promotions. Some in today's world also, people are learning skills, to facilitate relocation, right? To facilitate JAPA and things like that. So the critical stuff is to really understand, okay, so what are the skills that you really need, to help you to achieve those particular goals, right? And when you look at, whether it's to make money, and when you started, you introduced the fact that you looked at, you wrote an article on different ways to make money. You mentioned content writing and the likes of it, which are all on that skills like digital marketing and the likes of it, right? So when you're looking at, okay, so what are the skills? Is my goal to make money? Is my goal to get a job? Is my goal to relocate? Is my goal to, gone were those days where you tell people, why are you learning this skill? And you say, oh, I just want to know, I just want to have this knowledge of this skill. And that more importantly, because the topic we're talking today is not just about acquisition, it's also about development, right? So how do you develop the skill? What's the circle of developing the skill? So I just want to talk about, so in terms of the developmental circles of a skill, right? You're looking at knowledge, at the point where you kind of say, okay, you know what, I think I want to learn this skill, right? A lot of people, the mistake they make is to say that, and you hear a lot of people talk about, oh, I can learn this on blogs, I can read different articles, I can read different knowledge, but there are different stages of developmental, when it comes to actually learning or being a mastery of a particular skill, right? And the first one is, the knowledge part, the knowledge stage. This is where you go to blogs, you go on YouTube, you get basic knowledge, not directional knowledge. You get directional knowledge, right? But knowledge that is not still clear on how to actually get the results or what you need to do to get the result. Now, what you now also do next is you get to the stage of understanding, right? This is where you start to understand the skill a lot more better, even start to understand how to build or how to get results, and this is where, some of the things that Eitayo spoke about learning, the place you learn matters a lot, right? If you're learning somewhere that you can actually get your hands dirty, you can get practical, that starts to give you a better understanding of what is possible, the result that is possible, and what you can actually do, with that result. So that's where you where you learn matters a lot. And then the third stage, of this developmental stage would be the ability stage, right? This stage is where you can now, from the understanding stage where you understand how you can get results, what's possible, the ability stage, you are actually now clearer on what gets the results, right? You're actually implementing it. This is where you need to look at internship, volunteering, or getting a job in the first place to develop that skill and start to implement that skill in an organization, get results, and start to understand how to get what they call it, the result. And then you have the stage of continuous ability, and this is where if you start your skill development process without understanding the goal as to why you want to take it, right, then automatically you lose you lose the opportunity of the skill development, continuous ability, where you're continually improving. And this stage, it requires you to continually learn, right? Continually be part of platforms, communities, which Aita mentioned, communities where you can continue to learn, you can continue to gain more knowledge on things that you need. Then the last part is where you now become a master, where you become mastery of that skill, right? Over the time, now you understand how to get results, you have superior knowledge, you're continually updating yourself. Then in the mastery stage, what it requires is for you to actually start to give back, right? And this is where you yourself have to volunteer to become mentors, coaching, and things like that, and even probably have some form of media site where you build expertise, right? Now, so for me, I think getting that understanding that the first thing you need to do is to really understand, okay, what's my objective, right? And then understanding, okay, if I want to be good at this skill, if I want to actually not just learn the skill and then 2 months time, 3 months time, you don't use that particular skill, right? But you want to actually, you have to go through this developmental, what they call it, stages, right? Now, once you have that skill also, right, there are a couple of things I would advise anybody in 2023 to do, right? One is you have to be very, very consistent, right? You have to be very, very consistent. Second is you have to be visible, right? An interesting content I came across some days ago was that most of the most wealthy people, right, they are actually what they call that character, where you are not, they're not people that are outspoken. They are what's the lingua?
Introvert. Is that what
Introvert, yeah, exactly. Thank you. They're actually introverts, but you see, you look at Bill Gates, you look at Warren Buffett, these guys are introverts, right? But when it comes to their career, when it comes to their work, when it comes to the things that they do, you get what, right? That takes the back seat and they become extroverted, right? So for me, I think that's something that is very, very key. You have to be very, very visible in today's world, right? Be in the media, create your content, build your own expertise if possible. Even in today, everybody should be one way or the other a content creator, right? That pushes out content. Then you also want to, it's always good to start broad and niche down. So what that means is, if you're looking at digital marketing, for example, get the understanding of the entire digital marketing spectrum, right? And then narrow down to specific areas. So if it was content marketing, online advertising, and you narrow down to those niches, then most importantly, you must never stop learning, right? I think the need to learn how to unlearn and continue to learn new things learn how to even learn in the first place is very, very important. And Ikiru spoke about that. So for me, I think it's very key. However, when you talk about, making money, succeeding, doing all these things, you have to look at digital skills, digital skills and tech skills in general, because those skills are the skills that can help you in multiple fronts. I tell people, and I tell a lot of my students who are actually going ahead to actually achieve, good results, right? I tell them that if you are learning a skill, right, you have to look for a skill that, helps you to achieve multiple things, right? It helps you to be able to get a job, helps you to be able to, if tomorrow a job doesn't come, helps you to be able to stand as a self-employed, right? And if employment, if that doesn't work out, right, still helps you to, maybe even become a speaker, a coach, helps you to just gives you a lot of opportunity to be able to achieve. And I think that's what you can get when you get digital skills in general. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Toby. Thank you so much. So Toby has said we should be persistent. We should be visible. It closed its own session by saying I should not be introvert, and Toby is saying it again. I, for one, I'm always scared of maybe turning my Instagram, because I feel like social media or my social media accounts are like my private things that I would just like to do whatever I like with. So I'm not like very visible with things I do on my social media account. But now that they said it, I'm going to now can rebrand and everything. And even in Kiruka said it, never stop learning. Never stop learning. I think learning is a continuous call. Like you're just going to keep learning, and keep learning to remain relevant. So I've been concerning your questions, or you can raise your hands up if you have questions for any of our speakers so far. Please send it to the chat box, or you can just raise your hand. I can see a particular hand raised from Funke Johnson. Funke, if you're trying to ask a question, you can unmute your mic and ask. But before she does that, I have a couple of questions for both Eitayo and Toby, because they just spoke. So, Eitayo, you said something about premium skills here, and you mentioned project management. You mentioned product marketing, digital, content creation, or digital something. And first of all, I would like to ask you, what is product marketing? And first, I'm a journalist. They say we should put ourselves out there, so I'm going to put myself out there now. I'm a journalist at Business Day. I moderate events, I do Vox Pops. And so one time when I was looking for, I was researching on a skill gain as a journalist since I write. I saw something on technical writing. And I checked through like a lot of schools, a lot of Nigerian tech schools. None of them were offering technical writing. It was only on like Coursera and all these other platforms I was able to see things on them. And I know you said something about premium skill, or maybe technical writing or a premium skill. And Toby, that is also to you, because I know you also run a digital marketing institute. So like, why do you, first of all, what is product marketing? And also, why do you not offer like some of these other skills? Thank you.
So thank you, Annie. Let me first mention that the concept of premium skill was first postulated, maybe not first, but was popularized by the founder of BrainStation, right, Jason. And one of the things that Jason talked about is the concept of, velocity and sustained return on investment for the person that learns the skill. And what do I mean by that? Learning programming skill, right, will cost you a whole lot of money. I'm getting a feedback somewhere. Learning a programming skill, for example, will cost you a lot of money. But you don't want to learn a skill that employers are not aggressively and massively hiring for, number one. That's velocity. Number two, a skill that puts you in the position for long-term career progression. That it's not easily disrupted. That's the skill. Now, the problem is when we say a skill is premium, people want to learn an element of that premium skill, right? So let me give you an example. Data science is a premium skill, but data entry is not, because database entry is just a small element of data science. Digital marketing. Esther, do you want to mute yourself? Because I'm getting the feedback. I don't know where it's coming from. Digital marketing is a premium skill because there's a bunch of different things that you'll be learning in digital marketing, right? But technical writing or copywriting is just a very small element of that, broader skill set. I mean, look at what ChatGPT is doing to us, right? It's disrupting a very small element of digital marketing, but it cannot disrupt digital marketing because digital marketing is a whole lot more than just writing. There's so many things involved. Doesn't make any sense. So That's pretty much the way we think about this. Now, the second thing I want to mention is, what is product management? Product management is still one of the best skills today in the tech space because it's a leadership skill, right? Then number two is that skill is ultimately responsible for leading the entire engineering team to build that technology product that you want to build. So when you want to say, I want to build a technology product, or I want to build a platform that helps to aggregate all the news from business day to yada, 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 aggregate them on one single platform and sifts out fake news using artificial intelligence. That is the product I want to build. Okay, that product has to be built by someone. The person who leads the entire team, doing the research, what are we building? Has someone built it before? What would be the right pricing model for this product that we're building? Who should we be hiring to build the product? That person is the product manager. And that role is not project management, right? That is product management. That's totally different from, maybe not totally, but it's in so many ways different from project management. I just wanted to say that. I'm done talking.
Okay.
Okay. So
Toby.
So I wanted to add to it. So you didn't, and I think Itayo kind of answered the question, but let me just mention that when you're looking at technical writing, right, you are looking at it under two spectrums in digital marketing, right? One is content marketing, and the other one is search engine optimization. When you do those two programs, most courses like ours, right, include technical writing as part of the curriculum.
Oh, I did not know. Thank you so much for answering questions. Nkiru, there's a question here for you. Hi, Nkiru.
Hi.
Yes, there's a question that came in for you. It says that how relevant really is communication skills? So most of those skills you mentioned in like a workspace in getting you promotion. Are you saying that, so if I am like really great at my job, like person was saying, like the person is really great in terms of like their skill and they don't have the other soft skills you mentioned, is this something that can hinder them from getting promotion? And you mentioned, so thinking about the question, I was thinking, you mentioned about like how well are people able to communicate with their other team members or other people in the organization. Does it really count? Say if say this person that asked this question is someone that doesn't like to communicate but gets his or her job done, is it something that can impede the person from a promotion?
I think questions are into how relevant is communication skills. And let me just give a very relatable example. So you've gone to learn the skills you're looking for, right? And we find out that when it comes to selling yourself professionally, so now it really takes a certain kind of communication skills for you to be able to slide into Itayo's DM and quickly sell why he should be listening to you, right? So it is relevant and it gives you a leverage, it gives you an advantage, so that in the midst of 2 or 3 content, creators or, technical writers, you are able to stand out. Now, if you take a place like hiring, and you already know that if you are limited by the hiring manager, if you're limited by their own personal limitations. Now, if I'm hiring, I can create an environment where it doesn't matter if you're an introvert, it doesn't matter if you're an extrovert. I can create an environment where you can be yourself, and I'm able to bring out what it is you're trying to say. Now, but if I'm limited as a hiring manager and you're sitting in that room with me and you're unable to communicate the value you're bringing to me,
to my organization. Sometimes it doesn't really matter how good you are on the job. You just could not sell yourself. You just couldn't tell me why I should be hiring you. And that's why I said at the beginning that at all levels, it doesn't matter if you're a janitor, it doesn't matter if you're a supervisor, the extent to which you're able to communicate, convey your thoughts will always be a leverage and an advantage, either at the start of your career or when you're rising up the career ladder. So yes, it is a very important skill. Whether you're speaking, whether you're writing, it's an important skill that would always stand you out, right? And the B part of the question was about promotion, right? Was that the B part of the question? Okay, yes. So please, at all times in your career, so you see Aitayo here, he's a tech guy, right? We have one or two people. What is it about Aitayo's presentation that's giving you the wow factor? You could give his slides to somebody else and they won't deliver it with effectiveness that he's been able to deliver it, right? So what is that thing? It's just the way Aitayo was able to take the content from the slide and sell it to you in a way that you're thinking, oh my God, I'm sure somebody's already thinking, after I'm going to, let me go and check. Some people have already checked out Utiba. Somebody is already trying to sign up on Utiba's course, right? And I'm telling you, there are a dime a dozen people selling what Aitayo is probably selling around Nigeria. Maybe people started out before him. But I've always known him for one thing, is for him to be able to sell to you what you can do with tech. Because somebody's already thinking, oh, I can position myself not just for local jobs, but I can position myself for international jobs. So that's how those skills are subtle. And it's a bit of a nuance, so it kind of just it gives a insight, like being a good communicator, the way he's already sold to you the advantages of tech, especially in an international space. It's a leverage. It's an anchor, and it just always helps you to promote yourself beyond the skill that you're playing. And sometimes you could just be playing in a very small, a very local skill. So those are always an advantage every day, every time.
Thank you so much, Nkiru. Thank you so much. Ini, there's a question here for you. Can you hear me, Ini?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yes, so the person says that while you were doing your presentation, you mentioned something on why, what, and how, and we'd just like you to quickly explain. I think maybe the person didn't really get it. So like the why, what, and how in trying to pick a digital skill to acquire.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much, Enola, for that question. And also many thanks for the speakers also for doing justice to this topic in question. Yeah, so I spoke around the dynamics, right, of skills acquisition and development, right, things that should be also considered, right, before choosing the choice, or the choice of what skill you want to acquire, right? And I spoke on the three major elements, which is the why, the what, and the how, right? So the why is basically asking you your why, right? Why do you want to acquire a new skill, right? So the speakers, like I said, they've done justice into giving us more pointers, and direction as to what the why can be, right? But it's always very, very important, right, for us to always ask ourselves that question: why do we want to do what we want to do, right? So we spoke about premium skills. Is it you want to acquire a premium skill? Is it you want to acquire a skill that is acceptable in the global market? Is it a skill you want to acquire because you want to move from one geographical location to other? Is it a skill you want to acquire because you want to enhance your job opportunities or gain promotion at work, right? Or just have this good feel factor and all that. So that is the why, right? Then the next is the what. So what do you want to do, right? So now that you've been able to create a personalized value proposition for yourself, you also want to ask yourself, what did you want to do? Okay, so the what is very important, and also the how. The how, like Toby already mentioned, right? You have to be very, very deliberate, right? You must immerse yourself into what you want to do. So it's not just you going to acquire a skill because you just have the money to do that, or because you just want everyone to understand that you've added that skill to your CV or to your LinkedIn profile and all that, right? But it's also how intentional, right? What time are you going to allocate, right? What resources are you going to put in place in ensuring that this happens, right? So these are the three major, like I said, the dynamics, right? When considering what to do, you must always start from the basis, right? And asking yourself, why do you want to do it? What exactly do you want to do? And how do you want to achieve that also? Yeah.
Thank you so much, Ini. Thank you so much. Nkiruka is about to log out. She had a meeting, but there's just one question that came in for you quickly. And so while answering the question, you could say your closing remarks and leave. So the question, the person says that which of the premium skills mentioned by Tayo is very important? Can one combine like, is there any of the premium skill that is really necessary in the workplace right now? Is it project management, or irrespective of what you're doing, is there any of the premium skills that you think is really important that everybody should jump on right now?
Wow. Okay, so I think you really need to start from what your own personal career goals are, right? Before you jump on another wagon of skills. It really, and I think the previous speaker alluded to that, it really depends on what your trajectory is. I'm mindful that we are not just jumping on all skills right now. So this is trend, let's jump on it. What is the why? Are you trying to scale up? Are you trying to jackpot? Do you understand? What exactly are you trying to achieve? And that would even, remember what I said about how we learn, that would even define how you immerse yourself into the learning. But I think the first place is you need to be clear about what the goal is for you. And that's why it's going to be very difficult for me to say, oh, go for this, go for that. It depends on what you're trying to achieve on a personal side. So what I would say is that the good thing is that you need to first of all look at, the good thing is that you've already heard about the Utiva Academy. So maybe you want to just go there and pick each premium skill. And before you jump on, and this is for everybody that wants to upskill, before you jump on learning anything, one of the things you're looking at is the content. What am I going to learn after this, right? And you now need to find out what's your outcome or your takeout for you. So you could now then say, okay, from where I am right now, I probably want to go into product design. Once you understand what product design is about, let me see if it's something that would help me maybe land an international job. But please be careful about just jumping on all the trends. Know why you want to do it. I mean, it's personal, right? And know what the outcome of each learning will bring for you at the end of the day. So I'll just say, just be mindful. I can't give a diagnostic. I can't do a diagnosis for you. It really has to do with what you are trying to achieve in all of this. Except if Aitayo has a very direct answer for the person, I think that would just be my answer.
Thank you so much, Nkiru.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You can just say a closing remark.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye. So we are very close to the end of the program. I would just like for each speaker to just give your closing remarks. And if you still have a question, you can either send it to me directly in the chat box or raise your hand, and it will be answered. But so from Ini to Toby and then Tayo, please just give us your closing remark on topic, and we can call it a day.
Yeah, so I'm happy to go first. So I will just quickly run away because I want to hand over to your other person. So for me, honestly, it's going to be about one thing. I've seen the world. I've seen the gaps, in the US. I've seen the gaps in the UK. One thing I can tell you for sure and for free, you don't have to pay me a dime for this. One thing I will tell you is the opportunities globally when it comes to learning a skill and accessing these global opportunities. These opportunities are hugely available, but you cannot access the opportunity, when you don't raise the bar, when you don't do the hard work. So learn the skill, go all in, be ready to take on the world, and the world will be yours to take. Thank you so much for having me, guys. I hope I'm able to.
So, Eitara, please remember to change your names to the Global. So, I am Ini and Toby.
Yeah. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Ini, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Yeah, for me, I would just say once again that the world is changing, right? And the world is changing very fast. The world is moving at a very, very fast pace, faster than what we all imagine. And also to mention that the demands of the workplace keep changing and keep rising, right? Skills that were some of the skills that were relevant before for now, right? A lot of them are obsolete, and so many of the skills and jobs that are available now in the nearest future will become obsolete, right? The question is, would you fold your hands and sit down and watch this happen, right? So everything you've heard today from the different speakers that have spoken are not myths, right? These are facts, they are litany, okay? That everyone here must not go and sleep on it, right? Do not allow the situation in the economy, okay, to make you forget all what our amazing speakers have said today, right? You all have to be intentional about the direction in which you want to go, right? How you want to position yourself, okay, for this future of work skills that we've been talking about, which is already happening now, okay? So we can always remain relevant, right? You can always remain relevant. You can always be productive, okay? You can always be a rising star, a shining star, right? And all that. So this is me just once again encouraging everyone here to make sure they accelerate the process of upskilling, accelerate the process of you increasing your skill, right? And acquiring your skill and developing yourself, right? Putting into consideration what everyone, all the amazing speakers have said, and wishing everyone a very, very successful exploration, right? And while doing this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ini. Be over to you.
All right, thank you very much. It's been great this morning talking to everybody and every other speaker, sharing their knowledge. I'm just going to keep it very, very short. This is the advice I give to our students at Digital Marketing Skills Institute, is that, when you're developing a new skill, right, just remember that it takes time and it takes a lot of effort. And those that put in the effort are those that win at the end of the day. And most apparently, it's that, this skill that you're developing could be very, very, very valuable to you and potentially lucrative in the long run. So very, very important that you don't just, pay for training, but you pay for training and put in the work towards learning and practicing what you're being taught, so you can actually develop that skill and achieve mastery. Thank you.
Thank you so much to my wonderful speakers. So we are at the end of this month's Millennial Hangout. So we do this every month, every third Wednesday of the month, and watch out for our page on Instagram, Business ANG. We'll be posting what we'll be talking about next month. And we'll bring another set of very amazing people to give us insight on what the topic is going to be. I want to say thank you to my boss, Linda, for the opportunity, and to Oaritu, she's my team member. And I remain Eniola Olatunji. See you next month. Bye. Thank you so much.
All right, bye everyone.
Bye, everyone.
Good morning. How are you guys doing? Everybody got their coffee in hand, ready to go? Yes? Okay. Today we're going to be looking at the general idea of the science and the art of teaching. But I'd like you to turn this around and think more about the art in the science of teaching. A lot of you already are very wonderful artists in this craft of ours, in this science of education. But what we want to try to do today is link that into the science. Where is the neuroscience perhaps behind some of this information? Before I start, I want to extend an invitation. I'd like you to write down my email address and this website in case you want the slides. You can take all the pictures you want, but if you want slides, go ahead and just write me. And also for follow-up. Hopefully this is a partnership. This is an alliance. We're all trying to do the same thing, reach this high-quality education. And sometimes along the way, we have questions about different parts of our jobs or the way that we can apply certain types of methodologies. Or what I'd like to do is extend the invitation that if you are willing to take the time to write and explain things to me, I always write back. And if I don't have the answer, I won't lie to you. I'll tell you, here's some information. Can I point you in the right direction? So hopefully you'll take me up on that invitation. But I also want to use this as a teaching moment. Does anybody know why I'm asking you to write something right now? Why do human beings write? I'm going to give you a really big hint, a nice idea to start the morning off. There is no learning if you don't have well-functioning memory systems and well-functioning attention systems. Those are two vital pillars to all of learning. So now if I ask you, why are you writing? Why did I ask you to write something? Hopefully it gets you to pay attention, but mostly it's going to extend your memory. Our memories are very fragile, and so if you write nothing down, you probably don't pass it into long-term memory. Therefore, you're probably really not going to learn very much from the experiences you have. So please do write this down. I hope that that's something that's now intuitive to you. And I'm also going to ask you to keep those pencils out or those tablets out, because at the very end, I'm going to ask you to do a bit of a reflection. In order to sort of see, did this make a difference? I want to challenge you to see or think about, is there anything I'm going to say to you that would be new? Something you haven't heard before? Perhaps 3 things that you didn't know before. And then also 2 things that you're curious about now, that you want to know even further. You want to know a lot more about this. And that's what I hope you'll write me the email on, right? But perhaps the most important thing is, are you willing to do something differently based on the information that we talk about today? Would you actually change your practice as a teacher to do something slightly different based on the information we share, okay? So it's sort of a heads up. I'm gonna be asking you this at the very end, so hopefully you'll be able to write these things down. In the course that I teach at Harvard University Extension School, it's called the Neuroscience of Learning. It's an introduction to mind, brain, health, and education. We do 3-2-1s after every single encounter. And it's a really powerful thing because at the very end of the semester, we pull all of these things together and share them. And people realize, wow, I did learn a lot. And yes, I am so curious now about these aspects about the brain and learning. And these are things, these are promises to myself about how I'm going to better my practice. And so I just want you to know that this is one of those very powerful tools. I hope you guys can also incorporate that into your own courses as well. So I'm going to start by saying thank you so much for the opportunity to come back to Oahu. Some of you might have known. My dad grew up in Aiea, and so basically we came back here every single summer ever since I was really little. And so I thought I would be nostalgic and take the opportunity to show you a couple of pictures. It's also the chance for me to also sort of publicly call out my cousin, and publicly embarrass here, and also my auntie, public school teachers here on Oahu who are really exceptional. But the other thing I want to do with this picture is tell you a little bit about my dad, who is probably one of the best teachers I have ever known. And I get the chance to actually observe literally thousands of teachers around the world. So I wanted to tell you a little bit about him because it's going to help us illustrate what we really mean about the art in the science of teaching. Before we start into my dad, the first thing we're going to talk about is values that have sort of transcended going into the science, understanding neuroscience, what's going on in the brain, really, and how it learns. But what does this do about the things we already value in great teachers, okay? The second thing I'd like to do is to share 6 principles, just 6 small things that a large group of neuroscientists have agreed this is good information for teachers. Because unfortunately, in general settings and through popular press books and sometimes in professional development, teachers receive a lot of information about the brain that doesn't have evidence behind it. And there's actually a group of people, 41 different experts from 11 different countries. In reflecting upon this, they actually could only agree on 6 things that we should tell teachers. And that's what I want to share with you today. And then additionally, I want to leave you with 4 ideas, hopefully big ideas that might be a little bit more transformative, and to think about how you might incorporate that into your own life, okay? So if we talk about my dad was a teacher for years, but he began not as a teacher. He actually left Aiea. He was given a scholarship to study nuclear physics, from ROTC scholarship, right, in UC Berkeley. What he didn't realize is that when you get to Berkeley, nuclear physics in the 60s was not like the thing to do. So there was a bit of protests and things like that, and about in the 2nd year of college, you know, love child, we were born, my sisters and I, and he shifted gears drastically. He had a real change of consciousness. He started to think, what does it really mean to serve your country, to be part of the greater fabric of society, to contribute, to give. So a lot of his friends were off to Peace Corps and stuff like that, but he said, no, I'm going to do something bigger and bolder. I'm going to be a public school teacher. And not only that, he decided that he was not only going to be a public school teacher, he was going to teach math in public schools. And not only was he going to teach math in public schools, he was going to go to some kind of crummy neighborhoods where kids had a lot of trouble, broken homes, drugs, gangs, things like that. So he's going to be a public school teacher teaching math in a bad neighborhood. But to top it all off, to make sure he set himself the biggest challenge possible, he decided to do this in middle school. So he took on this very big challenge, and I watched him develop. I mean, it was a beautiful thing. He actually developed beautifully as a teacher, and I can say that because literally we were born when he was 19, right? So I watched him grow into his career and to see how he really developed in that. And some of the highlights that I'd like to point out, because when he finished being a teacher, I kept thinking, what made him so great? What was it that got kids to stop on the street when they were adults to say, hey, Mr. Toke, good to see you again. Yeah, that's what they called them. I know, 60s, well, anyways. So they would come up to him, they would send him wedding invitations, and they would say things like, you changed my life. And I thought, that is the greatest profession on earth. You get to actually change people's lives. So if I were to sort of list out some of the things that he did that were really important, I'd have to say, I'll give you a handful of them, right? And you guys tell me if you agree. This still makes a great teacher. He really believed that his students could learn. He believed in them. He also had a personal connection with them. He never stopped, knowing everybody's name and talking to them very directly. He also let everyone in that whole classroom feel like they mattered. This group matters. It's not just the individual, it's the collection, right? He also understood their backgrounds and their histories. He knew that they didn't come from some easy households, and he took the time to understand where they were coming from. Some of them were immigrant families. At that time, it was mainly Vietnamese immigrants that were coming into the country. But they were coming into Mexican American neighborhoods, and so there were all these clashes with the gangs and stuff like that. He also knew that different people were bringing different gifts into that classroom. In addition to that, he came to know, he didn't know this immediately, but he realized that they could not learn if they were highly emotionally stretched, if they felt anxious or depressed about anything. He knew that these really extremes of emotional feelings wouldn't allow them to learn. But he also knew some other things, that the kids who had to work 2 or 3 jobs after school to help their families, when they hadn't slept or eaten very well, they also couldn't learn, right? But he has his finger on the pulse there. He also knew that different kids needed different interventions at different times or stages of their growth, which means he didn't just say, oh, we're all going to do problem-based learning, or we're all going to do this kind of motivational activity. He realized different kids reacted to different things at different stages of their own development. But probably the biggest thing is that he knew that he had this power in the classroom. He could get these kids come in and all spaced out and all over the place, but he had this way of capturing them and getting them to focus, right? So if I look at all of these characteristics, I thought, this is really fascinating, because when I began to look into more about what is going on in the brain, it all sort of fit really cleanly. So one of the things I want to share with you is if we talk about the art in the science of learning, if we go now, I was talking, the title is The Science and the Art, but I want to look at from the artistic part going to the science. Is there a connection here? So when I say, he really believed in his students. Well, today you might hear bantered about this idea of a growth mindset. He believed that they would be able, that learning was fluid, that they were going to be able to learn. And when we talk about this now in terms of the brain, we talk about neuroplasticity. Your brain can and does learn throughout the lifespan. So he basically intuitively knew something that we now are calling one thing, but we can actually prove and have evidence at another plane about looking at the brain. When I say that he also had this personal connection with the students. Many of you have heard in some of the presentations about Hattie's work and the effect size. Well, one of these stronger effect size is basically student-teacher relationships, right? But this is actually manifested as understanding that learning is completely social as well as cognitive. You just don't have those things isolated from one another. When I say that this fellow transmitted to everybody in the room, you matter. You are an important part of this learning community. He was being very inclusive. For the kids that had all kinds of different difficulties, he was being very inclusive in what he did. He was also, I told you he's a math teacher, this is the best formula he ever taught. 1 + 1 is 3. You have a good idea, and I have a good idea. But the minute we exchange those ideas, we're going to have something even more powerful than any one of us could have come up with by ourselves. And he let the group know that. And he also took advantage of what we now call theory of mind. The way people begin to know who they are is by knowing the other. The more I know you, the better I understand myself. So these things are maybe common terms you've heard of now, but this is actually manifested in this general concept of understanding that all brains are unique, but in addition to that, a great appreciation for human variance. Different people are going to be bringing different things to the table, and that's really important because each of those different kinds of pieces is going to help us create that bigger vision of what it is in our learning dynamics of the classroom. When you talk about the idea that he valued the histories and the background of those kids, he didn't lament that they're not all the same. Oh, you know, this kid is coming from this background, this other background. Some other kids, this kid has lost 2 years of school already. This other one still doesn't speak enough English to be in his class, but he's got to now learn higher math or whatever it is. He understood their backgrounds. And this is when we talk about understanding the kids well enough to be able to teach an authentic learning context. He was able to create math problems that fit their reality. That's authentic learning. But this also means, from a neuroscientific perspective, that we understand and appreciate that all new learning passes through a filter of prior experience. There's nothing that you will learn that's new that your brain doesn't first say, well, it's a lot of energy to learn. Let me first figure out, do I already know something about this? And all of you who are great teachers, you all really realize that if a person is learning something totally new, the best way, if they can't really grasp or relate it to something that's prior experience, you use an analogy. Analogy, something that's an analogous situation, something that parallels the new concept. That's the #1 best way of helping a brain learn that doesn't have any idea about what you're talking about, especially related to math. So he understood that. He also understood that different kids needed different things. This is now called differentiation in our schools, right? But this also goes to this idea of grit, of helping kids understand and realize it's not just your starting point, man. Stick with it. Perseverance. You're going to be able to get to it. It's just that right now, it's easy for this guy because he's had a lot of prior experience with this, but you're going to be able to do this. Hang in there, right? So this is understanding that different people have different types of potentials because of what you're born with. But how many of you have heard of this concept of nature versus nurture? Nature versus nurture? We don't say that anymore. We now say that you are who you are because of the genes you inherited. That's nature, right? You have this genetic potential, right? But only a fraction of that is actually potentiated by your environment, okay? So you are nature via nurture. But here's a very big finding that's coming out of resiliency studies. There are some kids who are born with like not too great genetic makeup and also in a really bad zip code, and they still make it. So in resiliency studies, the big idea was to try to figure out what is playing there. It's not nature, it's not nurture, what's going on? So now we say nature via nurture plus free will. You get to choose what's going to happen. You get to maximize your own potential. And this is one of these very big, powerful things that maybe back in the 60s wasn't naturally intuitive, but I think it's something that my dad really had his finger on. In addition to that, he knew that students could not learn if they had these really extreme emotional states, if they were sad, if they were angry, if they were depressed, if they were anxious, or if they felt bullied and intimidated. If we understand that, we also understand that there's a very big connection between the mind-body connection, right? You guys know the difference between emotions and feelings? And an emotion is something you can't really control. It's of the body. It's a hormone, a neurotransmitter, a chemical that will release, that will make your body have that tight knot in your stomach, or your fist feels like punching somebody out or whatever. Whereas the feeling is of the mind. You get to choose how you react to the emotional state, right? So understanding this balance between mind and body was important, but he also had his finger on the button there of understanding social emotional learning. And this gets to a very big point that we now understand in neuroscience, is that cognition and emotion are inextricably linked. There is no learning without emotion. So if we know all of these things now that we can actually measure that and show that. But the very powerful thing is if you can help teachers understand what is that exact kind of trigger that makes that kid feel that way or have that emotion, how can you now help him feel in a different way? And he also knew that the kids could not concentrate if they were distracted with something or if they had not slept or eaten well. So also of the mind and of the body. And this leads to a very interesting idea which I hope is filtered to your schools. We think we have an epidemic of ADHD in our society. What I think is we have a real big problem with sleep hygiene. When you look at a kid and you diagnose and you say, what are the symptoms of ADHD? And then you look at the symptoms of not sleeping enough, identical. So we quickly diagnose and say, this kid has an attention problem. Well, he can't pay attention because he hasn't slept well, right? So this gets us to sort of rethink the way we diagnose things. And the big idea is to begin with the physical. Has the kid eaten well? Has he slept well? Number one. Then from there, if you could say, yeah, he has. Okay, now let's go to the psychological. Are his parents fighting incessantly at home and he's totally distracted because they're about to get divorced? Is it psychological? Then, if none of that's in play, then think about the neurophysiological. Could it be he has a chemical imbalance that's actually causing him to have some kind of an attention problem? But you don't start with drugging that kid. You start off scaling it up. This is a different way to think about how we diagnose things. And this is because my dad really understood something that I tried to express to you about writing, that there is no learning without attention and memory. And attention and memory systems are extremely fragile, and they're impacted by a lot of things in the environment. How well we sleep, how well we eat, our emotional states, all of that influences whether or not we're able to learn or not, okay? He also knew that they had to be totally focused to learn. Learning math problems, especially out of context, how does the quadratic formula fit into my life in the barrio, was really hard for a lot of kids, right? So he understood very clearly about concepts of mindfulness, of being centered and focused and being able to use attention systems to their best. But this also is now being measured through something called the default mode network or the default mode mechanism. We can actually see in the brain what happens when it's slightly quieted and it's focused. So we can now measure some of the things that were intuitively part of the way people teach. And he also knew that different tools were helping different kids at different moments, was what we talk about as far as differentiation is concerned. But he also understood the cycle. Learning is not A to B, and it happens really quickly, okay? It's almost like taking a step up a spiraling staircase where you do 2 steps forward and 1 step back, and 2 steps forward and 1 step back. Because there's something happening in your brain. It's called synaptic pruning, where you're actually refining neural pathways as you go forward with the information. So this means that appreciating the general cycle of learning. It's not just that a kid, he knew how to do this yesterday, what's wrong with him today? The truth of the matter, that's totally normal. A consolidation of the information as you go along, reconfirm it, use it in a new context, solidify it, prune it. Now I have this refined neural pathway. It makes it quicker to be able to react, right? So we know that there are constant changes in the brain. How many of you have ever taught a little kid how to read, or an adult? Have you ever taught anybody to read? A room full of 2,000 educators, and nobody has taught anybody to read. That's what's going on in Hawaii? Oh, no, okay. Okay, we got a couple of you there. You weren't a parent? Yeah, okay, okay, so have you ever noticed that when you teach somebody to read, right? You teach them symbol to sound, you sound out words, you animate stories, you put your fingers on the words, you do all this days and weeks and months. And one moment, he reads. Did he learn to read in that second? No. there are at least 16 different neural pathways that need to be primed before that kid can actually read. And when they are all ready, then he can read. So one of the bigger ideas that we have here is that appreciating this learning cycle and also understanding there are constant changes in your brain, but most of them are invisible as far as behavior is concerned. So some of us get totally frustrated, right? It's like, oh, I tried this, I tried that, I tried the other thing. This kid's really dense, he doesn't get anything, right? And you think, oh, what is wrong with him? The truth of the matter is you are making headway. You are slowly but surely creating what's necessary to have all of those neural circuits ready so that somebody is able to then execute a behavior or an activity or understand how to add or read or whatever it is. But it's very complicated. It's not just like I do one thing, it results in something else. I have to reinforce multiple pathways before that kid will learn to read. So this is understanding and appreciation that there are constant changes, and to understand that cycles are not A to B. They're very much sometimes going backwards, and that's totally normal, right? I guess the big and final point is that he knew he could change the mood. He knew that he could have kids that came in sad or angry or ready to beat each other up, and then he could have them in the same room and he could make them work together. He knew, I'm going to ask you guys a quick question. Do you think that you smile because you're happy, or are you happy because you smile? Yes. Both things. So interesting. We know that even like blind babies will smile, so it's an innate thing. When you feel pleasure, you'll smile. But your brain is now so connected to the idea when this combination of muscles is happening, that means I'm happy. So basically, you can make yourself a little bit happier by smiling. But the other thing we know is that when I smile at you, the likelihood is you're going to smile back. And when I see you smiling at me, that makes me even happier, right? So he knew this without anybody telling him the neuroscience. He knew that his mood was contagious. And this gets to the point as far as the brain is concerned, it's called contagion or cognition. First, you have to know what's going on in your brain, what's going on as far as the atmosphere, and then you have to be able to manage it. Am I aware of these social interactions and what it is that is happening here? And then can I actually manage that? Can I change that? And that's really at the heart of all of emotional intelligence or social emotional learning, is actually understanding what is the social dynamic that we have, how is it that we interact with each other, and the dynamics of the classroom. So standing back from that, basically it's sort of like maybe an over-analysis of what I think was great teaching. My dad was a great teacher, you can leave it at that. But I believe that teaching is teachable. And so having people understand what leads to, what is actually happening in your brain, is a very powerful tool for teachers to have, okay? So why should we overanalyze this? I want to ask you, how do you start questions? What are the words you can use to start a question? How, why, who, what, when. So if all of these are the types of words we use to start questions, I think Sugata said this yesterday, there's some level of questions that if Google or Siri or Alexa can answer it, it's kind of low-level information. It can be found somewhere, right? The joy of learning really comes in being able to tackle these more complex questions, things that are more critical and creative. And so actually getting to the theory of why, if we can ask why and how things work, how is my brain really doing that? I was just at the Punahou schools and Kamehameha schools and loving when you have interactions with kids, they ask the best questions. The best questions. And usually it is, I want to know just how sometimes the memory gets in there and sometimes it doesn't. Brilliant. How does my brain make a memory? Brilliant question. Because they figure, now I know how to do that, what would I do better the next time? How will I approach that learning a different way? So when we talk about the past, maybe 50 years ago, we really were acknowledging this is great teaching, what we do, and what we call it. Okay, that's important, and that's telling us basically what works, right? So if I say that my dad believed in his students, and we now call that, understanding and fostering growth mindsets, that's very good. And a lot of you are going to be happy to stop there. But I'm going to extend this invitation to some of you who are willing to sort of go beyond just tell me what to do next in the classroom, tell me an activity. And those of you who want to go to the why questions, if you know how your brain works, then you understand why it works. And once you know why it works, it empowers you to now make better choices about the activities and the interactions you have in classrooms, okay? So this is kind of the push to get you to why ask why. And this is very philosophical debate, like we have all these articles from like the 80s, talking about the heuristics of attributional research. My own personal theory is much more aligned to Elmo. You ask why because that is what the brain does. It's insatiable. It's always a 3-year-old mentality. But why? But why? But why? That's brilliant. And if we can sort of recapture that in our own formation as teachers, that's really the essence of why we all became teachers, I think. At least for me, I became a teacher because it's the closest thing to being an eternal student. It's so cool to learn new stuff, right? So hopefully we can recapture that, and I can convince some of you guys to tip in this direction. So in summary, then I'd say basically, the essence of great teaching has not changed that much. I think that my dad would still be a great teacher right now if he was still teaching, because the things that he did, that artistry, I think are still valued. What has changed is our better understanding of what influences student learning outcomes. So we now have more longitudinal studies. For example, education is only about 150 years old, but now we can actually compare whole cohorts of kids who grew up and some who did something and some who didn't do another. For example, those who did brain gym and those who didn't. And we follow them for 14 years, and we realize there's absolutely zero difference in their abilities after they've gone through that program. So this informs decisions about what we choose to do and how we spend our time in our classrooms. We also now have internationally comparative scales. This means that we can look at and understand what is true about all human brains, and then what things are changed due to cultural influences, especially things like artifacts like writing. For example, how many of you know what that says? Niju ichi, right? That's 21, okay? In Japanese, very interesting. If you write in Japanese, you have 2, 10, 1. Totally logical, right? Very interesting. It's kind of like the way we used to write Roman numerals, right? You have you have the 2 10s and then you have the 1. But these days, when we use the Arabic numerals, sometimes this doesn't make the same logical sense, and actually it's a distinct neural pathway in your brain that is hanging on to that piece of information, which is very interesting because stylistically it's changed. But did you know that original Arabic numbers actually were totally logical? You just had to count the number of angles. Do you see 2 angles? 2 has 2 angles, and 1 has 1 angle. So think about 3, same thing. 4. So the numbers used to be more logical than they are now, but this changes the way that you have neural pathways in your brain for sort of storing things like numbers and letters, okay? And we also have information that is methodologically comparative. We can now compare scales. Before we used to think, oh, that's qualitative research, that's quantitative, or that has to do with developmental trajectories of a kid, or that's a classroom intervention. But now, thanks to this wonderful work of John Hetty, you're able to actually compare very different things and look at their effect sizes. What is really worth doing in classroom settings? So the idea would be to understand the things that do harm, try to stay away from the things that are just developmental. If you just sit there, you're going to learn something because you're going to mature, and your brain cannot not learn. Your brain is going to take in something, even if you do nothing else. Or having just, an average teacher, or really having exceptional teachers. We can now look at this and make decisions about the types of things we incorporate into our classroom activities. So this means that I'd like to propose to you now a change in education that incorporates mind, brain, and education science. And I say that we need to do this now is because we've been trying for about 150 years to figure this out, and we haven't quite mastered it. Is there anybody here who is really sure that they maximize the potential of every single kid in their classroom every year? We haven't really mastered this craft yet, right? And so my suggestion is that we actually have to embrace a slightly more complex way and a more comprehensive way of understanding the brain and how it learns, and that is offered by Mind, Brain, and Education Science. The brain is the most complex organism in the universe, and it's your organ of work. We have to know a little bit more about it. Answers to education cannot be simplistic, which is why I wrote a book. It's on neuromyths. It's really a fun book. It actually talks about, well, why do we think people use 10% of their brain? Or why would you think that there are different types of abilities in the right and left hemisphere? And why would you think that boys and girls are different? Well, it has a good history. We understand why we used to think like that. But now we have some new information. Now, how should we think about that? So this tells us that we have to learn a little bit more about the brain as teachers and teacher education. So that's sort of my pitch to you, is that we've evolved a bit in our understanding, and it will make us better practitioners. So silently read this, soak it up, take a bunch of pictures, make it your screensaver. Leslie Hart recommended in the early 80s that if you are going to pretend to design an educational experience, help another learn, it is almost like saying, go ahead, can you please sew me a glove? And if you don't understand how hands are made or structured, it'd be impossible to make that glove. He suggested back then that teachers who pretend to design educational experiences without a better understanding of the brain are going to be handicapped. You might, sort of by descriptive idea, get some kind of an idea, make some kind of a glove. Or you might create some kind of a lesson that hits some kids sometimes. But you're not going to be able to maximize the potential of all those kids in your room without a better understanding of the brain. Okay. So bottom line, unfortunately, after looking at worldwide studies from 2009 all the way until the present around the world, unfortunately, most teachers do not know a whole lot about the brain. In fact, most teachers have never had an official course, for example, about the brain and learning. And that's very unfortunate, because most of them would actually say they want to have a course on this. So back in 2017, the OECD countries, I was lucky enough to be on this panel, that was making recommendations to all these governments, including the United States, that said, teacher education has to include more information about how the brain works. And that's sort of the change that's happening right now. So if we look at this from this other perspective, people usually buy into this. Most teachers, if you ask them, and this is a recent survey that was done of about, I think it was 10,000 teachers. It was done online, and they asked, do you want to know more about the brain? And most teachers say, oh yeah, I do. But they don't know what to believe, and they don't know what should be taught. So we decide, okay, yes, teachers should know more about the brain, but what should they actually learn? What is the information that would be good to start to share with them? And by the way, just parenthetically, if you see things that are brain-based learning and all the rest of it, and it sounds a little bit too easy, there's a really high probability it is not founded in evidence, nor will it work. Unfortunately. So I'll talk a little bit more about the study that we did. But if we created what was called a Delphi panel, which is a panel of experts, right, in a field. So we asked a lot of educational neuroscientists, we asked people in cognitive psychology, educational experts. We asked them to review information. And the reason we used a Delphi panel is because it's not just my idea, it's not just your idea, it's not one author's vision. It was basically saying, here's a bunch of really smart people who know a lot about this topic. Let's see if they have consensus about what we should tell teachers, okay? And that's why we use a Delphi panel, because it seeks consensus. And we compared information from a Delphi that was done 10 years ago to one that was done now to see what they believed. What we wanted to ask them is there anything that is really true about all brains and human learning that we should tell teachers? And then are there things that are also true, tenets, but that might have a huge range of human variation? For example, do you guys think that motivation is important for learning? Yeah. But what motivates you does not motivate him. So saying, oh, let's do a motivational activity, it's like, for who? For who? Because different people are motivated by different things. So we know this is very important in learning. Motivation is very important. But what motivates one person might not motivate another. There's a huge range of human variance, right? So there's some things that are true for everybody all the time in all contexts. And there's some things that are true but have a huge range of human variance. So those are principles and tenets. In addition to that, then, we also asked them a bunch of other questions, but we're not going to have time to go into that right now. But if you want, on the website, there's a video summary of all of the findings that are there, and also the 600-page report if you want some light reading over the weekend. Okay? So what are the things that came out of that? We sent 109 invitations to all continents, and 41 people responded and participated from 11 different countries. And they were some really tough cookies. Like think of the greatest names you've ever thought of. The experts on childhood development, the experts, Jack Shonkoff at the Harvard Center for the Developing Child, Mary Helene Mordino-Yang, people who are great on emotions. We got all of these really tough cookies to get together to see if there was anything they agreed on. And we looked at all the things the teachers were exposed to in teacher literature and professional development things. Basically, that children had to drink a lot of water, right? Or their brains will shrink. Or that mental capacity is hereditary and it can't be changed by experience. Or that children have attention spans equal to their age +1. Interesting. Or that listening to classical music would increase their reasoning ability, or that people use 10% of their brains, or that brain development hasn't finished by the time somebody's in puberty, or when we sleep, the brain shuts down, or that some people are right-brained or left-brained. We asked them this, we asked them more than 100 different things. And they couldn't just say, I agree or disagree. They actually had to provide evidence. So they say, well, here's my evidence. We do not use 10% of our brain. That's just due to poor brain imaging back in the 90s. Here's my evidence, looking at neural networks. You're using so much more than 10% of the brain. Here's my paper, my research. And we created these nice folders of all of this evidence. And then we sent it back to the whole group. Well, 98% of you believe that neuroplasticity exists, and here's the evidence. Do you agree on how it's worded and how we should share it with teachers? And so we went back and forth to get consensus, right? Unfortunately, what we found out of those 100 different things is that there were more myths being floated in teacher education than there were truths. And there was a lot of stuff because, unfortunately, a lot of people believe in myths because it makes it easy. We like to be told, just paint your room a light green. We have evidence, prisons, when they're painted light green, there's less fighting, therefore paint your classroom that way. It's like, no. If it sounds too easy or too good to be true, it usually is not true, okay? So coming through with that, we have now some published reports in case you're interested in having a look at that sort of summarizes this. But understanding the myths is a really big part of teacher education, getting away from those myths and then hanging on to those few good things. So over the past 10 years, teacher education has evolved a bit. What's fascinating is that the science has only been confirmed. 10 years ago, we thought that there were only 5 things we should tell teachers. Now there's 6, which is very interesting. But 10 years ago, we only had like 29 myths, but now we have more than 70 myths. This means like a little knowledge is a dangerous thing, right? People know a teeny bit and they start to run with stuff and they make stuff up, right? So this leads to a kind of a pathway. How should teachers be formed in the future? Number 1, we got to get rid of the myths. We have to get rid of this right and left brain discussion. And then we can teach the few good things that are true, these handful of things that are true about the human brain. Then we can get into the subtleties. This is also true. Motivation, for example, sleep. All these things are important for learning, but guess what? There's a huge range of human variance, so I can't dictate exactly how to do it, right? Then we must take into consideration the cultural contexts in which this is occurring because of those things like the cultural artifacts I was mentioning to you that do slightly change things a little bit, right? And after we've done all that, then we can talk about, okay, this is a great activity for your class, or something like that. But we shouldn't jump to say, what should I do? I want to do brain-based stuff. Tell me what to do. Again, a little bit of knowledge is a dangerous thing. We're going to talk about some of those myths in just a second. But this means actually embracing things that come from all of the learning sciences. This means understanding a little bit more about how nutrition influences learning, or how sleep can change potential to learn. And also understanding things about what's going on in people's brains are working a little bit differently. Every single person's. Now, what's going on in this kid's brain, right? Understanding a bit more about neuroscience and psychology. And actually reaching this midpoint, everybody is studying how the brain learns. Mind, brain, and education science tries to study how we should teach to take advantage of what we know about how the brain learns, okay? So it's a slightly different vision of how we should undertake teacher education. The beauty of mind, brain, and education science from my perspective is that different researchers are doing things at different levels. So there's some people who are really looking at this molecular level. How are cells changed? How are neural networks built, right? But other people in mind, brain, and education science are looking at a kid. Why is this kid who's got a twin so different from his twin? We look at individuals and how that works. But mind, brain, and education science is very complex, and it takes on actually things like the classroom, which are lots of groups of people, individuals with billions of neurons and all kinds of firings, and tries to understand the dynamic of that space. For example, the Brain and Behavior Institute in Queensland in Australia is now doing this amazing study looking at a real lab situation. So they create a lab school where they observe these kids, and they come for 6 to 7 weeks to do things like study science, 7th grade science, with their real teacher. But they're wired up. They have something on like a Fitbit that measures their blood pressure, heart rate. They're microphoned up so that they can hear all the conversations. And every once in a while, they'll lick a little piece of paper, and so you can get a measure of cortisol to see what level of stress they might be experiencing based on what's happening. And this huge analysis is helping us understand the messiness of a classroom and how one kid can tip all these others into doing something wrong or whatever. How does this dynamic work? And that's all part of mind, brain, and education science as well. But then there's this additional field that looks at global comparisons, and it's called cultural neuroscience. We're looking at seeing how different groups of people, whole societies, might differ from others in the way their brains are actually taking on information. So mind, brain, and education science is beautiful and broad. It's got a lot of different angles to it, but this would be part of the start here. And this means basically asking us to have a new model. It means taking mind, brain, and education, understanding information, for example, that comes from visible learning, good, concrete educational research, and then coming up with a different way to think about teacher formation. A teacher is a teacher is a teacher. Unlike every other profession on the earth that sort of has a hierarchy, you can be somebody who's a newbie, like you just got out of teacher college and you're called a teacher. And you can be somebody like Robert who's been teaching for 45 years and you're still a teacher. What do they do in England now, which is very interesting? They have a 5-tiered approach. They say, look, you're newly qualified, that's interesting, but then we want you to become more proficient, and then you're advanced, and then you might become, hopefully, someday you'll be an expert, and a handful of you are going to become master teachers. And that's really cool, because then they recycle the master teachers. When they're about to retire, they keep them on for 2 more years to accompany the new teachers. Because we lose a huge amount of excellent teachers in the first 1-2 years of teaching, because it's like, oh no, they didn't teach me that. They get to the real classroom and the reality is so hard. But instead, this idea is that you accompany them throughout their profession. So you go deeper into your profession, right? You learn more about the brain, you learn more about techniques and different activities, but you don't learn more stuff, you also go deeper. You become more deeply understanding of your field. And this means moving from education to actually now becoming learning scientists. I just want you to take 1 second to think to yourself, am I willing to go there? Many teachers say, look, I'm happy, I'm a teacher, just, I don't want to get into that whole brain stuff. And that's okay, But I just like to put out the plea. At this stage of the game, we really need at least a handful of brave people who are saying, I am willing to become a learning scientist because I understand that education alone has not been able to answer all of the questions I have about how to tackle all of the kids in my class and help them learn to their best potential. It's moving on. It's a different vision of how we think of education. And this means in teacher education programs, there's a new kind of a curriculum. Teachers will learn a bit more about things related to neuroscience and psychology, not just how to do a lesson plan, but actually how do people become motivated? And what is consciousness? How do memories get solidified in your brain? You say, oh, I did this perfect activity. How come they just didn't remember it? How does that happen in the brain? When and how are attention spans, called upon? All of those different things have to now become part of new teacher education. And there are groups doing this. If you haven't heard of the Deans for Impact, it's a powerful group. It's teacher colleges a consortium of teacher colleges that have decided to embrace more information about the brain for their teachers. They realize this is a necessity. So going back to this, looking at neuromyths, looking at principles and tenets, I just want to mention a handful of each of these things so that we can be a little bit clear. Using the OECD criteria of things that have good evidence, some things that are probably so, but mixed evidence, some things that are intelligent speculation, and things that are just myths, we come to the conclusion that everything you see on the screen right here is a myth. And these things are myths because back in the day, maybe in the 80s, early 90s, when we only had these little cartoon drawings of things, it was a good approximation of what we thought we knew. And it sells books. There's a fellow I've presented in similar conferences, very interesting. His books sell like hotcakes because he suggests you do things like sit in circles and pass around a candle because boys need contact with flame or fire before they are focused. Okay, cool. But guess what? I bet every kid in that room is really like cool, So I don't think it's the flame thing. But anyways, people promote all kinds of very interesting things, okay? Everything here is a myth, and if you want the research on every single one of these, we have volumes discrediting things that are up there, because we begin to know slightly more about the brain. We know that the brain is also you don't have a learning style, guys. Everybody is visual, auditory, and kinesthetic. But if you tell a kid when he's 10 years old, oh yeah, and you are totally an auditory learner, and I'm visual, that's why you didn't learn very well. It does harm to that kid. But if you tell him he's an auditory learner, actually he will spend the rest of his life looking for auditory cues. And he will actually become better at that because he's sort of narrowed in on that modality. But if you give your brain the chance, it really wants to learn through all of the modalities. It's always trying to get all the information it possibly can. So there's no such thing as learning styles. You cannot multitask. Ta-da! All of you who think that you are now correcting homework and listening to me, you are not. Your brain can only do one heavy cognitive load thing at a time, okay? If something is habituated, like chopping the vegetables and talking to your sister on the telephone, you can look like you're doing multiple things because it's low energy on your brain. It's a habituated task, right? But if even one single high cognitive task occurs, like your kid runs in with a bloody finger, or your sister starts to tell you something really traumatic on the telephone, you have to stop everything because your brain pays attention to one heavy cognitive load task at a time, okay? Multiple myths that occur, okay? So multitasking does not exist. And the reason we want to get rid of them is basically neuromyths simply do harm. When you tell a girl she doesn't have the right kind of a head for science or logical or mathematical things, you do harm, okay? When you tell a kid, you only use 10% of the brain and, you're full. Oh well. That does harm, okay? So we want to get away from this because of the reason they do harm. And now we have this more complex understanding. You can measure the brain, how it works electrically or chemically or by oxygenation or different types of increases in white matter tract. All of these different things are ways that we can measure the brain. And this kind of beautiful complexity, even if you're not attracted to brain scans, makes you appreciate just one thing. I want you to hopefully write this down. Your brain does not work by saying, oh, let's stimulate the reading part of your brain, or something like that. Or math or logic is in this part of the brain, or whatever. It's actually composed of incredibly complex networks. There is nothing your brain does that's only one hemisphere or another. It is always an integrated system, always, okay? So now, I don't know if any of you have seen these newer scans from the Connectome project, but the Connectome project actually combines all of these different types of neuroimaging. It shows you the electrical, the chemical, the white tract, it puts them all together so that we can have a more complex appreciation of just how the brain really works. And based on all of this information, we can now say, okay, yeah, maybe there is a node. A node means a place in the brain where the signal passes through multiple times during a specific activity. Maybe there are specific nodes, but that's not where language is. That's not where reasoning is. It's not in a single part of the brain. That's called localizationalism. And it kind of went out of style in about 1895, okay? We don't talk about this piece of your brain does X, okay? It's a much more complex system of different types of networks. And one of the brilliant things that we've been working on, for example, with Punahou teachers and literacy, is if teachers can understand there's at least these 60 networks that have to be primed. When the teachers understand that, they become better at analyzing and diagnosing what the problem the kid has, okay? So they realize, is this really a working memory problem, or is it semantic recall? He doesn't remember the meaning of the word. Or is this a problem that he's not able to combine all of the symbols correctly? So he's not a fluid reader, but what does that mean, right? So breaking those down into their smaller parts, we can make more accurate interventions in our classrooms, okay? So based on this information, I want to ask you guys some quick true or false. And they're not really true or false because there's no such thing as truths in science. There's just more evidence or less evidence. So it's really, is this really strongly evidence-based, or is this probably so, or is this intelligent speculation? For example, it's intelligent speculation to think that men and women's brains are different because from the outside they look a little bit different. But there's just not enough evidence to say that there's any difference. There's only about 5 physiological differences in the brain, and there's no studies that show that that actually manifests itself into different behavior. There's a lot of studies on hormones, definitely, that changes behavior. And men and women share the same hormones, but in different proportions. But it's not because their brains can't do something. So maybe there's only one study on children showing that there's a slight advantage to boys learning spatial activities, but if you give girls 4 repetitions of new training, they do it better than the boys. So it doesn't really matter. There's no dominance of skill sets based on gender. It's an intelligent speculation, but it's just not true, okay? So I'm going to give you a couple of questions, and I'd like you to tell me where it falls. Is this true or false? So test your own knowledge about the brain, okay? Human brains are as unique as human faces. First of all, what does that mean? Ask the person at the table next to you if you think you agree on an answer to that. Human brains are as unique as human faces. The bottom line idea is this, right? You have 2 eyes and 2 eyes and 2 eyes, and you have 1 nose and 1 nose and 1 nose, and you have 2 ears and 2 ears. Everybody's got the same parts, right? Same thing about the brains. We all have the same parts of our brains. Does anybody have the same face in here? No way. And this is the same thing about your brain. What changes the brain? What makes the brain unique? What makes the brain unique? Let's just even put it farther. If you have 2 identical twins, their faces look the same. Are their brains the same? No. Why are their brains different? Experience. Development. Experience. Experience changes the brain, okay? So the uniqueness of the brain, this is the wording, by the way. I didn't have this concluded word. The experts agreed. It was very hard to parse words to come to something that 41 people would agree on. But this is the statement that these 41 neuroscientists agreed on. This is true. Tell the teachers this. And if you tell the teachers this, it has implications, doesn't it? What does this tell you about teaching? If you know that brains are unique, what does this tell you about sort of like testing requirements, or think about standards instead of mastery, or using other things like universal design for learning as opposed to other curriculum structures? It tells you a lot and makes you think. And hopefully some of your policies might change based on that single idea about the brain. How about this one? All brains are equally prepared for all tasks. No, this goes to the point based on the different potentials, right? Thanks to the good genes you got from your parents, thanks to the wonderful environment you grew up in, some of those genes are potentiated, and thanks to your own decisions about what to do in your life, you have different potentials for different types of things, different activities. Now, if you know that's true, what does that tell you about teaching? What does that tell you about differentiation or inclusion learning? Or does that tell you anything about, how we send homework? Do all kids need the same thing? One of the easiest low-hanging fruits that we can do in schools is differentiate homework. How many times does a brain need to see something before it knows it? If you dare to answer this, it means you've listened to a neuromyth. The answer should always be, in education, whenever somebody asks you a question about the brain, what should it be? It depends. This is my friends over here from Punahou. Okay, it depends. It depends on prior experience. If this kid has a really strong foundation in addition, I can probably teach him to do subtraction in 10 steps. He sees a new thing, he sees the difference between subtraction and addition, he has past knowledge, he can do it fast. But if this kid is weak in addition, I'm trying to teach him subtraction, it might take him 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 reviews of the same concept, right? Differentiating homework for those kids is probably one of the lowest hanging fruits that we have to be able to attend to different potentials. How about this one? Past information influences how you know something new. Absolutely. Your brain is so smart. It does not want to expend energy where it doesn't need to. So the first thing that your brain will do is that we'll look at and try to understand, what do I already know about this? Before it tries to learn something new, it first passes through the filter of prior experience. And this is huge. If you write nothing else down, write this down. The more you know, the more you can know. Because things pass through the filter of prior experience, the more experiences you have potentiate different types of connections, which means at some point you could connect things to other things that you might not have connected before. The more you know, the more you can know. And all new learning passes through the filter of prior experience, okay? We need to know our students well enough, though, to take advantage of that. How about this? The brain changes constantly with experience. Do you believe that? Absolutely, and usually this occurs, though it can occur beforehand, normally changes occur at a molecular level before you see it in behavior. Remember the example of the kid reading? A lot of these changes are slowly occurring in the brain before you actually see the kid has done something that shows you an activity, that he has actually learned something, okay? What about plasticity? You guys all buy into the idea that your brains are plastic? Yes? When does your brain stop learning? When you die. Very good, yes. You learn until the day you die, okay? And this is a really big and an important idea to take into consideration. Many people think, oh no, it's all downhill after adolescence, right? Oh no, it's too hard to learn when I'm an adult. Guess what? There's some truth to this. The energy it takes to learn something new when you're older is slightly more because you basically have to unlearn an awful lot of things before you have the new learning. So it's almost twice as much energy because you're having to decouple things. So it's always better to learn it the first time around. If a kid has learned through habituated behavior that it's okay that his dad hits his mom and he begins to hit his girlfriend, in order to break that, you actually have to unlearn a behavior to learn a new thing, which takes more energy than just doing it right the first time, right? Okay? There's no learning without some form of memory and attention. That's the very first thing I was hoping you guys would remember today. Okay, so memory and attention are vital to learning. Okay, so we talked about these well-established things. We mentioned some of these neuromyths, and just so that you know, this idea of the tenets. The tenets are things that are true for all human brains, except for there's a big range in human variation. We all have bodies, but they all are a little bit different, right? We all sleep, but we all have slightly different patterns, right? Those things are totally normal. We found 21 things with the experts that are true, but there's a huge range of human variance, which is why you can't dictate. You can never tell, oh, you're a 9-year-old, therefore you should sleep. Let me do the calculation. X amount of time. Doesn't work. It is normal for a human being to sleep between 4.5 and 12 hours. That's normal. The average person might sleep 8, but it's normal in this range. Know thyself. People have to understand themselves to be able to measure what's correct. So these are the 21 things, and we don't have time to go into them, but there are some summaries about this information on the website if you'd like to look into these things and the implications they have for teaching and learning, right? The big idea is that if anybody tells you, oh, I have an attention-getting activity, or I have a motivational activity I'm going to teach you, tell them, it's like throwing spaghetti at a wall. Some of it's going to stick with some of those kids, and some of it's not. Different kids need different things at different times. Remember that, okay? Okay, so looking at these different tenets and motivations, the only thing I just wanted to share with you is a couple more myths. Read and weep. There are more than 70. I'm just throwing up a couple of the more common ones, just so that you're clear on this. And if anybody wants to talk to me afterwards, we do have a Q&A session. I'm very happy to go deep into the research on each of these points. But just sort of want to call this to your attention, because these are things that we see in the popular press. These are things that we see all the time, but we have to break that before we can actually get to the good information, okay? I'm sorry, I told my editor, it's like, oh my gosh, what are you doing? And they said, no, this is for millennial teachers. They really will like this whole like comic book angle. And I'm like, oh no. This is the cover of my very serious book, okay? Anyways, okay. And we said that myths do harm because we know that one of the greatest influencing factors in student success is what a student thinks of his own ability to achieve. And all myths do harm. They lower that potential. They lower the ability, the thought process of the kid, I can do this. Okay? So we have to get rid of myths because of that. Okay, so I can see a lot of you here, a little bit of nerves or whatever. Hopefully most of you, what are the possible outcomes? Many, hopefully most of you are going to say, terrific, I feel totally vindicated, I'm doing this right. And that's great. We're going to have a lot of happy teachers. That's pretty good. I think that's going to be the majority of this group, right? And then some of you, though, are going to feel a little confused, and maybe some of you are going to feel even attacked. Because if I tell you something like, Brain Gym doesn't work, and you are a Brain Gym representative, you're probably feeling really bad right now, right? And then there might be some of you who are actually feeling a little bit panicked because you're about to present something and you have to run out right now and change some slides. I presume this is going to happen, but what I really hope happens, and I was always taught, instead of saying the word but, you should always say and it doesn't really change the meaning. It's much more positive. Is that true? I don't know. And I hope that everybody leaves. 100% of us are going to leave with this kind of tickle about feeling, oh, this is cool, but I don't really get it. And that's a healthy confusion, right? And that it leads to intellectual curiosity, and that hopefully that intellectual curiosity will lead to better knowledge. But the whole idea is this: it doesn't stop at knowledge. There's a big saying in Latin, right? To know is not enough, right? Knowing stuff is cool, but it actually means nothing in our profession. You can know a lot of things, but unless you operationalize it, unless you use it, unless you take advantage of it, It makes no difference to our profession. So to know is not enough. You have to go beyond knowing and actually buy into doing something. And I would recommend, if you guys have the chance, this is the penultimate slide here. There's a very simple thing that all teachers could do, and I don't think we realize this. Did you know that teachers do more experiments in one day than a neuroscientist does in their entire life? Did you know that? This is the most important profession in society. But to move into this field of learning scientists instead of educators, learning scientists, I'm now using evidence, we have to become better at documenting things. And I know you do this in your head already, but just get a notebook. What did I plan to do? What did I really do? Did it work? Why or why not? Just that small piece of reflection at the end of the day will make us all better teachers, okay? So remember, I promised you I'm going to make you go to work here. I don't know if I did or not, but I will feel successful if you can tell me, I learned these 3 things. At least I learned 3 things, okay? And there's 2 things I want to know more about, and there's 1 thing I might change. Can I give you 1 minute of silence before I wrap this up? I would like you to do it now, because if you stand up and walk out of this room without writing it down, I promise you, it's gone by lunchtime. Please write it down right now. 3, 2, 1. 3 things you didn't know before, 2 things that you're curious about now, and 1 thing that you think you're going to change about your professional practice based on the information we shared today. And then I'm going to give you my 4 big ideas, and we can compare notes, okay? And it's totally not cheating to talk. Did she really say whatever? Oh, did you get the same thing? I mean, it's okay to talk. That's part of learning. 1 + 1 is 3. I would like to motivate you to do the same exercise on any of the sessions you go to today. And this is kind of like putting your finger on the pulse. Was this worth going to? I learned something new. I'm curious about something now, and I'm going to do something different. That's a big deal, okay? So in summary, I told you I was going to leave you with 4 big ideas. This is the last slide here. Mind, brain, and education is very cool, and in general, it confirms best practice teaching. For the most part, we can actually find direct correlations between what we know goes on in the brain and what teachers do in this beautiful art that they have of teaching, okay? Mind, brain, and education is also a transdisciplinary vision. It sort of trains you to always look at things not only just from an educator's perspective, but what's going on from a biological perspective or a nutritional perspective or psychological perspective. And it's superior than just looking at one vision. There's no problem you will ever face in life that is better attended to by just looking at it like a mathematician, a historian, an artist. Transdisciplinary thinking is really much more superior, okay? The 3rd idea is that I'd like to challenge you to take on this idea that you are learning scientists. And this moves our work into being not only art, but also evidence-based. And the 4th idea is to not just come to conferences like this to ask, what should I do next? But ask, why does it work? Get to the why, okay? I hope those are things that have also jumped out at you today. I will leave you with the same kind of an invitation. Please write to me if you have any doubts or questions. I love talking to people who care about this topic. I hope you have a great rest of your day. Thank you very much.
And what we're going to talk about is money and kind of the really core fundamental basics that I think we don't talk enough about. So it's weird for me because talking about money and writing books about money now is my job, which is very, very weird to me because for most of my life, believe it or not, I was absolutely absurdly terrible with money. If you think that you're bad with money, I promise you I was worse. I grew up in one of those families where you could talk about literally anything around the dinner table. You could make jokes about like farting or sex jokes. You could have a robust, respectful conversation about religion or politics. Everything was allowed. But the one thing that we never, ever, ever spoke about was money. And so when I entered the adult world and I got my first job and very quickly got my first credit card, which just arrived in the post one day, I had this incredible financial strategy, which was just never think about it. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure it'll all work its way out and whatever. And spoiler alert, it wasn't fine. By not understanding how money works, by not having these kind of really basic concepts that you understand, there's this ironic thing that happens where the less you understand about money, the more money ends up controlling your life. And that was certainly true for me. By having this very, like ostrich approach to finances, and it was so bad, by the way, that I was that person who, when I would go and draw money from the ATM, I would get the slip and I would scrumple it up and throw it away without ever looking at it, so that I didn't have to see how little money was in my bank account. And at its worst, I managed to get myself into more than 300,000 rands worth of debt by my mid-20s. I don't even know who gave or offered a 20-something-year-old 300,000 rands worth of money. My brain wasn't fully developed yet. I certainly could not be trusted with these infinite credit cards, and yet I was. And things got worse for me when and one day I had this realization, and I was must have been about 25, 26, and I had this realization that I hated my job. I was in a relationship that was making me really unhappy. And I felt like I couldn't leave either of those things because of my financial situation. And I'm really, really glad that that happened, because that was the wake-up call that I needed to put on my cowboy hat and confront this thing that I had seen as I thought was really terrifying, and I thought was uninteresting, and I thought this is just not something I ever want to think about. I realized I kind of had to. So I made learning about money my mission in life. I managed to sneakily get myself a job inside the finance industry, because I figured if you go into the belly of the beast, that's the best way to figure out how it actually works. So I ended up working in the finance industry, and I did everything I could to learn these basic lessons about money. And what I learned was kind of nuts. It was kind of wild. And so I became really passionate about sharing those really surprising things that I learned while I was there with other young people, specifically young people. Here's the first crazy thing that I learned. It's to do with this very large number at the top, 451 billion rand and some change. That is the amount of money that South Africans spent on gambling. And that is in 1 year alone. That is in I'm busy checking my notes. That is 2019. They spent 451 billion rand in that 1 year, and 32 billion, that is the amount of profit that the gambling industry declared in that same 1 year. Nuts, right? And this is only legal gambling as well. So this excludes online gaming, and it excludes all of those like dodgy things that your weird uncle is always trying to convince you to waste money on. And that was the first thing that I learned, really, was when I was walking around the world feeling like I missed something. There was a class at school one day about how money works, and I must have been sick that day. And I'm the only person who doesn't understand how money works and what I'm supposed to be doing. And I was feeling so ashamed of that and so scared of asking for help because I felt like I should just know all of this stuff. I realized that wasn't true. I realized that most people feel like they don't understand what they are supposed to be doing. And of course they don't, because we don't do a good job in South Africa or anywhere in the world really teaching young people the basic principles of money. We just don't. And then we just assume everyone will sort of just figure it out on their own. And unfortunately, people are not figuring it out on their own. Time Bank ran a study, I think it was 2-3 years ago now, where they interviewed South Africans across the income spectrum. And they found that 76%, so that's 3/4 of people, run out of money before the end of the month regularly. And in fact, more than half of people, 57%, run out of money by the 15th of the month. And if you think that that's just a problem of income, and certainly in our economy, that is often part of the problem, is people just are not earning enough money. But that's not the only part of the problem, because in fact, if you just go and ask individuals who earn more than 50,000 Rand a month, which is the top 1% of income earners in South Africa, nearly half of them are running out of money before the end of the month every month also. You can't really out-earn not knowing what you are supposed to be doing, not feeling like you are in control of your spending. And it was really helpful to have this realization when I made it my job to start talking to people about money, because it made me feel less alone. And the other thing that I learned, which was even more optimistic and even more hopeful, is that it's really not actually as complicated as I had been led to believe. This is the dark secret that most of the financial services industry doesn't really want us to understand. Because a lot of people, when they talk about how money works, they very quickly start talking about a bunch of complicated financial jargon, and they start talking about products, and they start saying, oh, you know, you should know what a TFSA is, and you should make sure that you've got a retirement annuity, and you've got to think about stocks and bonds and all these different things, and crypto, and they throw a lot of words at you. But the good news is that the fundamental principles, the things that really matter most, are really not that complicated at all. And that's a really good thing. One of the biggest kind of mind flips, I think, happens when you start thinking about your money in a sort of fundamentally different way. Most of us, when we think about being good with our money, being in control of our money, what we're thinking about is just getting through from paycheck to paycheck. We think about, I have this amount of money left and I'm going to get paid again on the 25th, and I need to get from here to there. And if I can just do that, and it's sort of like a trapeze, right? Or George of the Jungle swinging from vine to vine. If I can just do that and never miss a vine, that's okay, I'm coping. And many people aren't even able to do that. They're not even able to get through the month, right? But really what gets really powerful and can help you change how you feel about your finances in quite a different way is to take a step back from that month-to-month picture and to sort of just visualize all of the money that you're ever going to earn over your whole lifetime as a whole. So I want you to do that now. I want you to imagine this huge big pile of money. You can imagine it with like actual physical cash, and you could imagine you could dive into it like this oak, like Scrooge McDuck, and you could swim through it. And just imagine that big pile of money. And that is all the money that you are going to earn between now and the rest of your life, right? Now, the good news is that pile of money is probably bigger than you think it is. So what I want you to do is I want you to find at the top of this graph the number that is the closest to your average monthly income. And on the left of the graph, I want you to find the number that is closest to the age that you are right now. And see where those two numbers meet, find that number. So that number is the amount of money that you will still earn over the rest of your life. It assumes a 6% increase every year for inflation, or you could remove that and do some different maths, and it assumes that you work until the age of 65, right? So that's a big number. It's a bigger number than most people realize often. So that's the good news, because every rand that you will ever earn is really a piece of possibility, because you could do anything with it. Money is what we call fungible, which means you can turn the same rand into anything. You could turn it into a holiday, you could turn it into school fees, you could turn it into whatever you want. So you have a lot of choices. That's the good news. But the bad news is you don't really have a lot of time to make those choices in. So I'm not going to do a lot of math in the next hour, I promise. This is the last bit of math that we have to look at. Imagine that you work for 40 years. So you work from age 25 to age 65, and you get 12 paychecks every year, and you never take a break. You never stop working. You work for that full 40 years. That means that you only have 480 paychecks over your whole lifetime. And really, those are your moments to decide where all of that money is going to go. Because let's be honest, once the month goes on and money's in your bank account, it just tends to vanish, right? That happens to all of us, which really means that you have 480 choices, 480 times to decide what you're going to turn all of that money that's going to flow through your life into, what it's going to fund in your life, right? And the truth is that even though that pile of money might be big, it might be bigger than many of us think about when we're stuck in our month-to-month cycle, it's not infinite. None of us are going to earn money forever. If we're lucky, many of us, the reason that we will stop earning money is because we will get old and we will not be able to earn money anymore, and we'll also hopefully deserve some good, calm downtime. And the biggest flip that really helps people to start to feel more in control of their finances, in my experience, is thinking about how they can make sure that they can still pay for the things that they need, even in times when that next paycheck is not there. And that means thinking about that pile holistically. So really the goal is to think about how you can earn money during the times when you yourself are not earning money. And that's what assets are. Jobs are things where you go out and you use your labor and you go and create an income. Assets are things that you can buy that put your money to work so your money can make money for you, right? And that, my friends, is the single core, most important lesson about feeling in control of your money. Buy assets, build a portfolio of assets. That's it. That is the single most important thing to know. Everything after this is how do we buy assets, right? I have a little story that I like to tell myself to really help me imagine what this looks like in my own life. And with the story, I like to imagine that I have all these little pets in my house, and I call them snorgels, and they're cute as heck. This is what they look like. And snorgels need to eat apples to survive. Every one snorgel needs one apple every day. Otherwise, your snorgel will starve slowly, and no one wants that because they're cute, right? So every day I have to go out to the fields and I have to go pick apples and I have to bring them back home so that I can feed my snorgels, right? And that's good and well, but there are times when I can't go do that, and there are times when I don't want to be doing that. So my goal is to rather start growing my own orchard of apple trees that I can laze around, I can play Xbox, I can teach my snorgels to hula hoop, and I don't have to go and pick apples every single day. Or it's not a disaster if there are days when I cannot pick apples. I think in the last year, all of us have confronted the fact that there are times when those paychecks dry up, and that's not in our control. That's not about us having done something bad or wrong. That can happen to everyone. So the goal is lots and lots of apple trees, right? Simple. How do you do that? 3 things. You save, you get out of debt, and then you start investing. You grow that money. Done. That's it. That's everything you need to do. But obviously, it's easier said than done. And the first part of the first step really, which is saving, is interesting to me because it is the easiest one to understand and it's the hardest one to do. Saving is a lot like running a marathon, right? It's not complicated. In order to know what you need to do to run a marathon, you don't need to go and get a degree in biokinetics. You don't need to be a doctor. You don't need to understand what proteins muscles are made of. All you have to do is you have to put running shoes on your feet and you have to actually go running every day until you get fit. And saving is kind of the same thing. It's the easiest thing to understand, but it's so hard to do. So what do I mean by saving? Saving just means creating a surplus, which is making sure that you have apples left over, that you have more apples coming in than your snorgels are eating, right? So back to the snorgels are eating apples. You either earn extra apples, maybe you have a side hustle, maybe you get a long overdue raise at your job, or you put your snorgels on a diet and then you have a surplus. What you can do with that surplus is you can keep them aside so that you've got a bit of a spare cash if there's a day when you need some apples. And then once that pile is big enough that you've got emergency apples, you can then also start planting some of those apples, which is the investing side of things. Saving has to come first, right? But the reason that saving is so hard, right, is everyone hears, okay, I need to start saving money, fine. And then the first thing that we all think about is, okay, I'm going to go and create this big, long, complicated spreadsheet called a budget. And then I'm going to follow that budget. And that budget is going to tell me that I am never allowed to eat sushi or buy coffee or do any of the things that are fun. And I just have to follow the spreadsheet. And then, great, excellent, I'll have saved money. Problem solved, magic. And of course, all of us who've tried creating a budget and just following it know that unfortunately they're very seldom effective. And the reason that they are very seldom effective is that we like to imagine that our brains are these perfect computers and you feed our brains instructions and then your brain just does what you tell it to do. And that's kind of what a budget is. It's like a set of instructions for your brain and then cool, you just follow those instructions. But the truth is that your brain is not a computer. You have the brain of a primate, right? You are a primate with pants on. That is all you are. And your brain doesn't work like that. And we set ourselves up to fail when we treat our brain like a computer instead of treating it like a brain, which is this fallible thing. And you've got to work with how your brain really works, not pretend it's something that it isn't. So instead of just trying to save by writing down how you want to be spending your money in an ideal imaginary world, which is often all budgets are, try something that does actually work. So 3 of the tactics that are best supported by the data. So research shows that these things tend to be more effective than just trying to change your behavior. The first one is just to make saving automatic, something that you don't think about. And this is that old idea called pay yourself first, which when I was in my 20s, I told myself meant that on payday, I could take myself shopping. That's what it meant, to pay yourself first. Sadly, that is not what it means. What pay yourself first means is on the day you get paid, have an automatic transaction that goes off your bank account so that that money goes off away into a savings account or an investment or paying off debt. So you never see it to begin with. It's gone before you get attached to it. It's just away. The other thing to do is rather than focusing on all of those small, tiny things that often give you a lot of pleasure, normally when we feel like our spending is out of control, we start off by thinking about the small things we do often, right? Because we do it often, so it feels like those are the things that matter. But really, if you look at where your money really does go, you'll find that for most people, there are 3 things that consume most of your spending, and that is where you live, how you get around, and what food you eat. Those 3 things. For other people, school fees can be number 4, even sometimes number 3. But for most of us, it's those three categories. And if you just make one big change in one of those three categories, it is so much easier to free up a big chunk of money every month. And it doesn't mean that you have to constantly feel bad every time you spend a little bit of money on something that makes you happy. So it can be much more effective to focus on the regular recurring bills in your life rather than the kind of fun money. But ironically, we always start with the fun money. And then the third thing that you can do is there's this funny thing our brains do called mental accounting, which is we think about different kinds of money as being different, right? So we think about money that we get from bonuses or from a side hustle as being free money. And that's money that we generally spend on nice things like holidays, right? But really, what can be very helpful for a lot of people if you're struggling to find extra money to save is to just have a rule with yourself that you actually save 100% of any of that magical money. Because think about it, that is money that you were planning to do without already. So it can be very easy to just funnel that 100% into your savings. Or just in general to have rules for yourself that maybe it's not 100% because buying things is also nice. Maybe it's 90%. But whatever it is, having these rules that certain types of money is just for saving. And those are three things that can be easier for people. But a great way to start is to just start seeing where your money actually goes today. I used to work for a local app called 227. It's now a part of Old Mutual. And what it does is it's a totally free app. You can connect up all of your bank accounts. You can connect your investments, your credit cards, your store cards, even if you've got like a Edgar's account or whatever, you can put it in, Pick and Pay, cards, everything. And it can give you a full picture of where your money is actually going. So it'll categorize your transactions for you. So for example, if you spend money at KFC, it'll say, cool, that's eating out. If you spend money buying the last pie at the garage at 10 p.m., it'll say, cool, that's bad life choices. That's the diarrhea category. So it gives you a picture for the first time of where your money actually goes. And we used to do a lot of research with people where we'd play these guessing games with them. So we would ask them to write down where they think their spending goes. So we would say, what do you think you spend on eating out every month? What do you think you spend on petrol? And then we would get the real answer. And people were often very surprised by the differences, and often in good ways. Like I think many people are surprised to learn how much of their money is going into these bills or these subscriptions that you've forgotten about often, that aren't really bringing you joy. And how much money is going into stuff like insurance, which is important, but a lot of people have too much insurance in South Africa, or it's been a while since we've gone and actually shopped around for cheaper insurance because it's a hassle. But when you see how much easier it is to control your spending with the boring monthly things than all the fun things for most people, it can be a great first thing to start. So if there's just one thing that you do after this evening, install an app that helps give you a picture of your true spending. It'll be insightful. Don't be like me, who was like an ostrich and just didn't want to know. So saving is the most emotional part of the process because it's the part that's about controlling your behavior. So the good news is once you have confronted that step and you've dealt with all of those difficult feelings, figuring out what to do with the surplus you've created, with all the money that you've freed up, that's actually pretty easy. It's not the complicated part. And it can be quite like step by step. And for many people, the next step after you have built up some savings and you have freed up a surplus every month, so you're saving consistently every month, is to start thinking about getting out of debt. So we have this idea when we talk about debt often that people get into debt because of frivolous things, because they weren't in control of themselves and, they were just being silly. And that is certainly sometimes true. It was definitely true for me. But the most common reason that people get into debt, particularly in South Africa, is because they have unexpected emergencies that come up and they don't have a savings cushion, or they lose their job temporarily and don't have a savings cushion. And we talk about debt in this really morally loaded way. And it's part of what makes people feel so ashamed when they are struggling with debt. And that shame doesn't really help anyone, because it just means that people like me who really needed help don't ask for help. So if you are struggling with a lot of debt, this is my permission to you to stop feeling bad about it and to just deal with it. Just make a plan, right? It's okay. Debt is not a moral failing. It's a consequence of our economic system. So what debt is and specifically how consumer debt works. I'm not talking about like house debt to buy a house. So go back to our lovely snorgels. What happens when something happens and you can't go and pick apples for that day and you don't have any emergency apples in your savings pile? You have no choice but to go and borrow apples from your very creepy neighbor. I call her Myrta, and she's very mean. And she'll give you apples, that's fine. And then there's an IOU, right? So like if you borrow money from a friend, you can have some apples now, but you have to give them back to me later. That's not the problematic part. That kind of debt, which is more like how we often loan money to friends and family, that doesn't cause debt spirals. What causes debt spirals is usually if Myrta, the person I'm borrowing apples from, is a bank or it's a store card or it's a credit card or a personal loan or a mashonisa or anything like that. It comes along with this creature called interest. So Myrta says, I'll loan you these apples, but you now have to adopt my pet too. And my pet is the interest monster. It's a bit gross, it's fine. The problem is that the interest monster also needs to eat apples, and it grows. And the longer that you keep it, the bigger it gets. And the bigger it gets, you still only have the same amount of apples every day. And eventually the interest monster is eating all of your apples and there's nothing left for your own snorgels. And that is a debt spiral, when that interest monster is growing faster than you are able to keep up with its growth by picking more apples. And in South Africa, what that often looks like is people who end up spending 60 to 70% of every paycheck just paying their interest. So that's a real stat from Debt Busters, which is one of the biggest debt counseling services in South Africa. So by the time a customer comes to them and asks for debt rescue, on average, it's 64% of their income, their paycheck, is going just towards paying their debt, keeping up with their debt, which means they're now living off 36% of every paycheck, which is really, really hard. And that's why debt spirals are so dangerous for people, specifically when we're talking about high interest debt. The other thing about carrying debt is, if the goal, we keep our eyes on the prize, which is the goal is to grow lots of beautiful apple trees, to have lots of assets so that you can, feed your snorgels even in times when you can't go pick apples, carrying debt erodes that whole plan. And that's because of something quite simple, which is that if you go to the bank and you ask for a credit card, the interest rate that they will make you pay on it is about 18% usually. And if you go to the same bank and you say, here's my money, would you pay me interest on this if I keep it in a savings account with you? They will typically give you like 4%. And the difference between 18% and 4% is the reason that bankers drive nicer cars than you do. That gap is why bankers make so much money. And the thing is, if you are sitting on debt, almost always the best investment you can make is paying off your debt first. And again, this only applies when I'm talking about high interest debt. So that's stuff like credit cards and store cards, right? But there is no investment on earth that can guarantee growth of 18% every year. And that's the growth that you get by paying off your debt. So the really thrilling thing about paying off your debt is, if you've had debt, you're used to living on a small chunk of your paycheck. So you are used to creating a surplus, and once you've paid it off, you can really start to grow your money in the future, and you can free yourself from paying for stuff you bought in the past, and you can start focusing on growth. But you can't start focusing on growth if you are carrying debt, because it makes no sense to be investing in something that might be giving you 12 or 13% growth as an investment if it's losing value on your debt faster. See what I'm saying? So get out of debt. You don't need it. Your life is better without it, I promise. Once you've done that, you can start doing the really fun part, which before I knew anything about how money works, I assumed was the difficult and boring and scary part, and now I know is the fun and also incredibly simple part and very satisfying. So you want to get to this step as quickly as you can, and that is starting to invest. I used to think that investing was something that just wasn't relevant to people like me. Investing was something that you had to worry about if you were like, I don't know, some swanky oak living in Stanton, or I don't know, you had a yacht and you would read the business news on your yacht and you'd listen to Bruce Whitfield every day. I love Bruce, he's great, but like, you know, no one wants to be listening to business news every day. Some people like Simon, I think, find it interesting. Many of us do not. So for a long time, I was just like, well, investing just doesn't apply to me. It's only for people who really know a lot about business and are interested in business. But the truth is, all of us have to figure out how investing works. And the reason is that keeping your money just in a regular savings account, ironically, is the most reliable way to make it lose value. And the reason is not because of, you know, like little kleptomaniac tokoloshes who are like living under your bed, eating all the savings you've got stashed under your mattress. The reason is because of inflation. And all inflation means is that your money is worth less every single year. So the 10 Rand that today can buy you a can of Coke, in 20 years' time will only be able to buy you half of that same can of Coke, probably even less, right? That's what inflation is. So we have to invest to just preserve the value of our savings over time. It's something that all of us have to wrap our heads around. And the other thing about investing that makes it relevant to all of us is that most of us who are alive today will, if we're lucky, statistically, live a very long time. And it's very difficult to keep working in a job after the age of 65. It's not fair, but that is the world that we live in. Most people who lose their jobs between the ages of 60 and 65 find that they cannot find another job even when they want to, right? So the reality for many of us is that we are likely, on average, to live for often almost as many decades after we're retired as we worked before our retirement. Now, imagine that. So imagine you live for 30 years after you retired, from 65 to 95, which is very feasible for many people alive today, statistically. That is almost as long as many people's working careers. So imagine that every paycheck you get, you have to fund 1 month of your life now and 1 month of your life after you retire. Imagine you had to always live off half of every paycheck. It would be really difficult. Now, the good news is if you can invest smartly, you don't have to do that. You can get some of that extra money that you need by investing in that extra growth, right? So that you don't have to, like, I don't know, live on salty cracks and 2-minute noodles now. That's the goal. So investing just means buying assets. And assets is like this complicated term, but all of us instinctively really understand what assets are, I think. So let's talk about a cow. A cow is an asset, and it's a very popular type of asset in a lot of South Africa. And I think we all understand how a cow can increase in value. You can buy it as a small baby cute cow with cute little eyes, and you can feed it, and then when it's big, you can murder it, and then you can eat it. Or you can make it produce milk, and you can sell its milk, right? So we understand a cow is a really good asset. A cow produces value. I don't have a cow, I have a cat. I have tried selling his meat. No one is interested in buying it. The cats are terrible, terrible assets. But the problem with cows, obviously, is they are, I don't know if you've seen a cow, but they're very big, and I don't have room for them in my house. They also poop a lot, and then you end up with cow dung on everything, and it's stinky. No one's really got time to own cows. And that is why the type of asset that I am most unironically enthusiastic about is the stock market. And to be perfectly honest, I didn't actually know what the stock market was until my mid-20s. So if you don't know, don't worry about it. I will tell you what it is. So I want you to imagine that you go to the Pick and Pay, or you go to this shop, right? So you can picture a shop with shelves, except I want you to imagine that in this shop, you can buy literally every type of product that the world makes. You can buy cannabis oil, you can buy cat food, shoes, you can buy like gallon drums full of petrol, anything that the world makes, you can buy it in the shop. Now, all the stock market is the stock market is that shop, except instead of buying the products, you can buy very, very tiny pieces of the companies that make those products. So instead of buying a laptop made by Apple, you can buy a very, very tiny piece of Apple, the company. And that is what the stock market is. It is a virtual market. It used to be a real place in specific cities. Now it's all on the internet. So it's more like Superbalist than like Pick and Pay. Does Superbalist still exist? Side note. But the great thing is that as a person sitting in South Africa, it is very, very easy as shopping online and buying jeans, to buy tiny, tiny pieces of the biggest companies in the world. So all of the brands that you already know and you already love, you can sit on the loo with your phone and you can buy tiny, tiny pieces of those companies. And you can often do so now with very, very small amounts of money. So it's really cool. There are two ways that your money can grow by buying shares. The first one is what we call dividends. So if you think back to the cow, if your cow produces milk and you go and sell that milk, that's equivalent in the stock market to a dividend. It's just a boring name for it's the profit, right? So when Apple sells lots of computers, they make a profit. They can either reinvest that profit back in their business, or they can pay it back to its shareholders. And if you own 1/100,000th of Apple, you will get 1/100,000th of the profits that Apple distributes, and those are called dividends. And they're awesome, right? Similar to the milk, because you still own the underlying thing. You haven't killed your cow. But if you do want to rather go and kill your cow, or rather just sell your cow to someone else, you don't own it anymore, you sell it, and hopefully you sell it for more money than you bought it for. That in the world of investing is usually called a capital gain. They're fancy words, but if you come back to just remembering what the underlying thing is and what you are doing with those businesses, I think it's actually pretty easy to understand. Now, here's the problem with buying and selling shares on the stock market. Some people find it really, really fun. They like trading. They like reading the business news. They like looking at the price graphs and figuring out, you know, is it going to be smarter for me to buy Burger King or McDonald's? Who's going to do better? But if you're like me and you just don't know much about businesses, and you don't want to know much about businesses because you like doing other things, the good news is that you don't have to. In fact, for many people, the best way to start investing on the stock market is so absurdly easy that it almost feels like it shouldn't be allowed, but it is. And that's called buying a product called an ETF. Again, finance people give things terrible names, but it's really, really easy. What an ETF is imagine you go to this stock market shop and you take every single company that's on the shelves, all of them, just like Reggie's Rush your way through the stock market, and you just stick it all in a trolley. And you go home and you put all of those little pieces of companies into a big blender and you blend it up, and then you make a smoothie. And that smoothie contains tiny, tiny, tiny pieces of Coca-Cola, of oil companies, of everything, right? That smoothie is now an ETF. It's a blend of pretty much everything that you can buy usually. So you can get ETFs that are truly global. So they go to all the world stock markets, all the big ones, and they put everything into one smoothie. or you get ones that are local. So you can get something that just is the South African business smoothie, and that's an ETF. And the cool thing about an ETF is it is really diversified, which is a fancy way of saying you haven't put all of your eggs in one basket. You can have a whole global pandemic even, and not every business is going to fail. Some businesses, like tech businesses, have done really, really well. So the great thing about spreading your money across thousands of businesses means that it's much less likely for something to go horribly, horribly wrong. So this is why they're a great investment for most people. There are lots and lots of different ETFs. Some of my favorites locally are, there's Satrix Top 40. You've probably heard of that one. What that means is it is just the 40 biggest companies on South Africa's stock market in a business smoothie. That's all it is. Or you can get something like the MSCI World, which is the global version of that. It's like all of the companies. And there are ETFs in every country that you want to invest in. But for many people, the easiest thing to do is to just buy a South African one that is a smoothie of companies all around the world. Because by doing that, you are making sure that all of your risk is not attached just to South Africa. You're like, something has to go wrong in Taiwan and South Africa and England and America and everywhere else at the same time for you to lose your money, and that's unlikely. And the good news is that for most people, this really lazy way of investing actually works out better than trying to do that intense trading. Trading can be really fun and it can make you a lot of money if you know what you are doing. And if you don't want to invest all of that time, great way to start, just start buying ETFs, business smoothies. And you can literally do that with as little as 20 Rand. And you can start today, and you should. Now, on average, the South African stock market has grown at about 7.2% every year. And what's cool about this number is that we have over 100 years worth of data about this. So investing in the stock market can be a bit scary because in the short term, the price is really, really wobbly. Today, something will be worth 100 Rand and tomorrow it'll be worth 200 Rand. And then the next day it'll be worth 50 Rand and it just jumps around all over the place. But if you zoom out, the money tends to kind of go back to the normal growth rate, right? So investing in ETFs is not for money that you need tomorrow. It's not for money that you need 3 months from now. It's best suited for money where you can wait at least 5 years, because then those short-term wobbles don't matter. Over the long term, there's no other type of investment that has performed as well as equities that we have this much data for. So it's a really good place for most people to start off with. And at about 7.2%, what that means really is that your money doubles about every decade, right? Which can be powerful. Sorry, I forgot to say this, which is just that the stock market has performed much better than many other types of assets in South Africa, and especially residential property, buying houses on average for most people. But that is a whole side thing. Let's not get into that. Okay, so investing in the stock market is cool. Your money can double about every 10 years. Why is this great? This is great because of a little thing called compound interest. Compound interest is also probably something that you've heard of before, but it can be really hard to understand exactly how powerful it is until you see it in action. So to see it in action, I'm going to stop talking about money for a second because that's boring. And instead, I want to talk to you about vampires, which is my true passion, honestly. So have you ever noticed that in vampire TV shows and movies and books, vampires always live in mansions and they always wear fancy waistcoats and they're drinking good wine? In other words, vampires are always loaded, right? They are rich. And have you ever stopped to wonder why that is? And the answer is compound interest. And what this means is when you invest money, it doesn't grow just in a straight line. What happens is that it grows in a curved line, a lot like COVID does, is kind of like a terrible analogy. So if you have 100 Rand and you invest it, and it doubles after 10 years, which is on average what it does in the stock market. Then imagine you have two little pockets of that same 100 Rand, right? If it doubles again, both of those 100 Rand notes that you now have double. So, and then imagine it keeps doing that. Now that's exponential growth. It's not as easy as just the original thing doubles every 2 years. And to see why that's so powerful, I want you to imagine that 200 years ago, Edward Cullen, Dream Bay, went to Capitec Bank, and all he had with him was he had one 200 Rand note. And he put it in a Capitec savings account earning 6% interest, which is more than Capitec will give you these days, but a couple of years ago, they were giving you 6%. And then he forgets about it for 200 years. Now, Capitec didn't exist 200 years ago, neither did South African Rands, but just go with it, right? If you invest 200 Rand and it grows at just 6% interest, but you leave it for 200 years, what that turns into today is 1 billion Rand. Just think about that, 1 billion Rand. That's crazy. And that is because of the power of compounding. The thing about compounding is, and all money that you invest pretty much grows in this compounded way. And what it means is, what matters more than any other variable is how long you leave it alone for. That matters more than how much you start with. It even matters more than how fast it grows. The variable that is the most powerful is time. And you might be thinking, well, I'm not an immortal blood-sucking demon. This doesn't apply to me. But the thing is, it does, because there is a reason that you will want to invest for a very long period of time. And it's the one that we spoke about right at the beginning. One day, hopefully, you will retire. And compounding is a superpower when it comes to saving for your retirement. And you might have seen this graph before, and forgive me if you have, because I think it is one of the most important things that I saw when I was learning about money. And it's this graph that compares two different people. Person A, let's call her Bella for lols. I want you to imagine that Bella starts saving for retirement when she is 25, and she saves 1,000 Rand every month, and she does that for 5 years until she's 30. So age 25 to age 30, 1,000 Rand a month. And then she stops. She never saves another cent for her retirement. So in total, I think she saved 60,000 Rand over that 5 years, never saves another cent. Now compare Bella to Edward, who does exactly the same thing, also saves 1,000 Rand a month for 5 years, and he just starts 5 years later. So he starts at age 30 and he saves until age 35, saves the same amount of money. Now, Bella's savings by the time she's 65 are going to have grown to almost 1 million Rand because of compound interest. Awesome. And now it seems like Edward, it shouldn't matter that much that he just started 5 years later, but it does. It turns out that it's a difference of nearly 300,000 Rand, which is almost a third of the final amount that you end up with. And it's much, much more than the total amount of money that he saved. And this fact, this truth about compound interest, is why I'm so glad that you decided to spend this time here right now, this evening. When I was young, the biggest mistake that I made about money was I told myself that this could be future me's problem. Because I told myself, you know what, I'm young, I'm having fun, I'm not earning a lot of money right now. Let me wait until I'm 30 or 35 and I'm a proper adult and I've got more money, and then it'll be easier. Then I will start saving. Then I will start growing my orchard of apple trees. But that is not how money works. You only have 480 choices, moments to choose what is going to happen with all the money that is going to flow through your life. And because of compound interest, it is those early paychecks that matter the most, which means that every month that you delay starting this process, it's not just the extra 100 Rand or 1,000 Rand that you might have saved in this month that you're losing out on. It's all of the money that that little amount of money would have doubled up and doubled up and doubled up into by the time you retire that you're wasting. So it is so important to start. And starting is not as hard as you think. Well, it's hard, but it's not complicated. You already know everything that you need to know to get started. The most important first step is just to start saving. Figure out how to create a surplus so that you have more money coming in every month than you have going out. Once you do that, everything else is simpler. You already know what you need to do. You just now need to go and do it. And it is worth doing, and it is not that scary. And I am rooting for you to do it. And if you want more extra goodies and bonuses, go check out my website, which is sambeckbessinger.com. And there are a bunch of things on there, like a detailed guide for getting out of debt, if that's what you need, recommendations for apps to go and install. I hope that this last hour has given you an idea for one action you could take. It's more important to just start doing it than to stay stuck wondering and worrying. And that's it from me.
Yeah, so and I'm never going to get that vampire out of my mind. Why are vampires rich? Of course, they always are. They wear the most swag. I mean, it's insane. A couple of points.
They do.
Yeah, they do. They proper in that sense. Sean's commenting costs compound similar. Sean, 100%. Hence, Sam mentions ETFs. You know, you're coming in with costs there. At Satrix 40 is 0.1%. And I've told the story often about my first unit trust, which I think was 5% plus performance fees. So costs are hugely important, and hence ETFs. I mean, I think the expensive ETFs in our market are about 0.8. So they absolutely are quite cheap. Sam, a great question coming
it's
from...
such a no-brainer.
Yeah, from Luzani Gugu. And the comment is that they're actually... what they return is slightly better than the cost of their debt, which is unusual. It's usually the other way around. But they're commenting that they still want to pay off the debt because it stresses them. And my response to that is, you know what? Sleep well at night. Pay the debt. I don't like debt either. We were chatting off air before we went on. You know, if you have a phobia around debt, and it's not a bad phobia to have, and if it causes you stress, the spreadsheet might say one thing, but do what makes you comfortable.
I couldn't agree enough. And people ask me this question all the time, and it often comes up with people who owe money. Where it comes up the most intensely is where people owe money to friends and family, and often those agreements are interest-free. So if you run that through the spreadsheet, exactly, the spreadsheet says, you know what, like rather invest and wait on this debt. But for me, I think the biggest change in how I think about my money now is understanding that my money is finite and limited, and so is my lifetime, right? So it's really important to not waste money. I don't hate spending money. I love spending money, but I hate wasting money. And for me, you're wasting money when you are funneling it into things that doesn't add to your happiness. And paying off debt might be one of those things for you that adds enormously to your happiness because it adds to your peace. And that's worth doing. Like, it's impossible to give general advice about what you should spend your money on because everyone values different things. But what I encourage everyone to do is make sure that you are being thoughtful about what you are spending your money on, and you are actually putting your money into what you value. And if what you value is relationships, sleeping well at night, totally pay off your debt.
Yeah, no, I agree 100%. It's about being comfortable. Martin makes a great point, and Martin's point is, you know, how do we get everyone to hear the message? And Martin, there's good news and there's bad news. The bad news is that, let's be clear, corporates, governments the world over are not spreading this message. In fact, governments are pretty much doing the opposite of everything that Sam says, in that they're spending our future money and they're not saving, and they are the worst to follow. That means the responsibility falls on us. And I talk about, I do presentations to the JC Schools Challenge, and I talk about the responsibility of knowledge. When we know something, we need to go and talk about it and tell peeps about it. There is one trick, however, with, I suppose, any knowledge, but you know, mine is about money. You can't talk to someone about it who doesn't want to listen. It's as simple as that. The cliche, you can lead the horse to the water, but if that horse don't want to drink, there's nothing you can do. You can kind of plant seeds and then wait for people to come back to you and engage them. Sam's got 2 great books, one for adults, one for kids. There's content out there, but kind of let it be known that when people have questions, you're the go-to guy for those questions.
Do you know, it was so amazing for me becoming someone. So, I grew up in a family that just never spoke about money because, and bless my parents for this, their intentions were good. It's because they found money really scary. So they wanted to protect us from ever having to worry about it. But, it had this terrible consequence of therefore we just, were clueless. And what I do now is I make up for this by I talk about money all the time. I have no scam. I tell people everything about my money. And what's incredibly powerful is that once I started doing that, other people started telling me about their money problems. So I found that that's really powerful as well, is just start being really open and honest with the people in your life about the things that are worrying you, but also the trade-offs that you are making. Like, oh, I'm choosing to downgrade my flat because I am doing this with it instead. And, talk about those things. And that is an invitation you'll find to other people to start opening up to you. And few people feel like they can talk about money. So when they find someone that they can talk about money to, they're often very excited to do so.
Yeah, no, this is true. A bunch more coming through. Julia, you worried about 22/7 and sharing details with Old Mutual. I remember when it came out. I know folks who were involved in the process. Your stuff is safe. I mean, they at worst, what they might do is give Old Mutual your email address to phone you, but that hasn't even happened to me. I signed up. Was it 2012, 2011? It came out around mid-year. The Old Mutual's got. They're not going to suddenly start peeking in. I mean, it's just not in their interest. Truthfully, our finances are never that particularly interesting anyway. Here's my favorite.
I will say that.
Yeah.
So just a quick thing on that. I absolutely, I will also, as someone who worked there, can tell you that it is really secure. But I do really respect that you are skeptical, because
Yes.
you should be skeptical
Be
whenever anyone
skeptical.
asks for your money. Well done for asking the question.
Yeah, be afraid. Be very afraid. Sam, here's one that's going to bless your heart. I'm 10 years old and I would like to invest my savings. What do you advise? Forget starting at 25.
I love you.
25 is an amateur.
No. Buy a 3D Switch. No, that's super exciting. I'm so pleased that you are here. I wish I had started investing when I was 10. One of the richest men in the world, Warren Buffett, started investing when he was 11. So
Yes,
you
you're ahead
already
of him.
have a head start. Well done. And my advice to all newbie investors is the same, which is try one of these business smoothie products. But what I would suggest if you're 10 is Easy Equities, which is this really cool local website, has a demo account. So you can go on there and you can start off playing with imaginary play money, which is a good thing to do until you feel comfortable and you understand what's happening. And do get an adult to help you open a real account. But it would be the same advice for everyone else. You're investing for a very long time because you're 10. You're basically a vampire. You have forever for your money to grow. So definitely put it into something like a good business smoothie product like I spoke about, would be my suggestion.
Yeah. And you're ahead of Warren Buffett, and I think he's the 4th richest man in the. Yeah, anyway, in the top 10 is good enough for me.
But do save some cash to buy me a Ferrari later, because if you're starting now at 10, you are going to be so rich.
You're going to be so rich. A bunch of comments coming through about it should be part of schools. Some people love your book. No surprises there. Tons coming through. Question about the SAB BEE shares. Is it worth investing? Lauren's short answer, yes, there might be a bit of a price spike as everyone rushes in. A couple of points I'll make is obviously individual stocks, so there's a little more risk than that smoothie that Sam spoke about. But what I like about BEE shares is you get them at a little bit of a discount, and I've never met a discount I didn't like. There's no certainties in life. I mean, could people en masse stop drinking beer? I mean, they could, right? I mean, we'd never heard of pandemics a year ago, so it is possible. But yeah, I do. I like it. I actually did a podcast about it. It's out this morning. You'll find it on Just One Lap. Sam, a question which I really like: is there such a thing as good debt?
Yeah, definitely. So when you are able to use debt to buy an asset, and it's always a bit scary to do that because you are consolidating your risk, and leverage increases your risk like astronomically in math ways that are weird. But if you are using debt to buy something that you really, really value, that you do think is going to grow in time, then sure, it can be good. So specifically, I think that often student loans, if you are very thoughtful about why you are studying what you are studying, and you are very realistic about how that will increase your earnings, I think that can be a really good form of debt. Specifically in South Africa, we have NFIS loans.
Yes.
We hope one day fees will fall, but until they have, NFIS loans are fantastic. They are really low interest rate loans, great type of loan. I think in certain cases, taking out loans to start a business, if you are able to somewhat protect your personal assets or are comfortable about the realistic risks you are taking on, that can be good debt. It's very hard for many people to start businesses without debt. Your other option is to bootstrap, which is what I did when I started a business, because I am terrified of debt. And debt to buy a house mathematically often comes out as kind of neutral, as long as you stay in that house for at least 10 years on average in South Africa. It usually works out that buying a house that you fund with debt will work out over time to being sort of equivalent to what you would have paid on rent if you would have paid the same amount of rent. So you're not using the debt as an excuse to buy more house than you would have otherwise.
Yeah.
So those are three specific times. Simon, is there anything you would add to that?
No, that's what I would have added to it. I mean, education definitely, and even not always necessarily as an 18-year-old or as a 10-year-old. Maybe you're 40 and you want to re-educate yourself or get ahead. Be realistic. I take Sam's point. A house, but don't do. My wife and I moved to Joburg. We'd been living in a one-bedroom house in the hills of KZN because it's just the two of us, a couple of dogs and some cats and a horse, but the horse had a stable. And we came to Joburg and the bank gave us a loan. So we basically made the house fit the loan, which we then had 4 bedrooms, and there were still only 2 of us and a couple of dogs and a cat, and the horse still had its own stable. A last question, because we have hit time and because I don't have a very good answer. Emmanuel's asking, how do you manage money in a relationship? I'm more conservative while my wife is carefree. So in my case, my wife is the conservative one. She would not spend a dime if she could. I'm the carefree one. I mean, I don't know. Same, relationships are tricky. Throw money into that pot.
So I actually encourage you to go onto my website, and I wrote a long blog post about this topic about a month ago. So I would encourage you to read that. I think that we often think that, sorry, my thingy keeps falling over. We often think that money should be unemotional, and we should be unemotional about money. But the reality is that when you're talking about managing your money, you're talking about quite deep questions about what do you value? What does a good life look like? So, someone like Simon who's more carefree, that means that you value experiences, you value those things in your life. And so money is always going to be a part of any relationship, because when you are arguing about money, you are often really arguing about values, and you're arguing about quite deep questions. So I think I don't have a quick answer, but the long answer is it is worth being very thoughtful about what you are actually talking about when you talk about money. And a very practical first step for many people is to make a financial plan together. That is the expression of both of your goals. Often that plan, you're just going to throw it away, but the process of making that plan together and the conversations that it can open up can be really powerful and helpful.
Yeah, a great answer. That's why Sam Thaboffin, go to the website, sambeckmessenger.com. Quick, I'm going to quickly run through. Would you pay off your car as soon as possible? Yes-ish. I mean, again, it depends how it stresses you. Balloon payments I hate, but yeah, a car debt's not too expensive. And as long as it's not like the Ferrari, which someone's going to be buying Sam at some point. We've got a 15-year-old. Should it go local or offshore? You know what? At this point, you're 15, you're starting, you're so ahead of the curve. Local or offshore is not really going to be the issue. Sipa, you're worried about unit trusts. If you're worried about the price, things go up and down, as Sam says, in the short term. You zoom out, they go up. If you're worried about what's in them and the costs and the like, I'm not the biggest fan of unit trusts. They're a giant industry. But if you, again, to the point, when you're we live in the future, and if something makes you uncomfortable, we'll change it. We can, and there might be a little bit of a cost associated. Maybe you've made some money and there's tax, but rather sleep well at night. That's always the important point. Julia, when does Monday podcasts come back? Yeah, in time. I can promise you, I have not forgotten, I have not neglected, I have not abandoned, I have just not found the answer. But I'm young and I'm patient. Well, I'm not so young, but I'm patient. I promise I will. The other 90%. And then Sam asking what happened to your podcast.
Basically, it was taking up so much time. And so I have ADD, right? So I basically I can only motivate myself by doing new things all the time. The podcast was a really fun experiment. And I am now doing other things. I guess if we can find a sponsor, I think we will make another season at some point. I do still have a podcast that I do with one of my best friends, Simon Dingle, about once every 2 months, called Take Back the Day, which is about productivity. It's not about adulting. But thank you for that question, because that tells me that someone listened to the podcast, which is always good to know.
No, the podcast was epic, and I love the one that you and Simon Dingle do, Take Back the Day. What I love almost most about it is it's completely random. It just pops into my feed. None of this, when I do a podcast, I'm ADD, but I go the other way. I'm also OCD. So when I release a podcast, it's released Monday, 12:30, every Monday, Christmas Day, New Year Day. No, not you and the Dingle. You just randomly drop this thing in.
Just basically whenever we can get our shit together.
Folks, I'm going to leave it there. We've done all the questions. We've run our time. Huge thanks to the JSC for facilitating, and massive. Sam, you're absolutely epic. You're awesome. We appreciate you coming back. Thank you hugely. And to everyone who stayed.
Hey guys, in today's video, I am going to show you how to level up your wardrobe without spending $1. So let me start with 5 really quick fashion hacks, but at the end of the video, I'm going to give you the one tip that you need to apply to every single outfit moving forward for spring, for summer, especially when we get back into fall and winter. Jean, the official breakup coach, teaching you how to break up with the old you and step into the new you, teaching you how to use your actual breakups as breakthroughs, and teaching you how to use dating as data to build unbreakable confidence and to never have a bad date again. On this channel, I make everything about you and becoming the better version of yourself. So let's go ahead and jump into the first fashion hack for today's video. Okay, so a big part of leveling up and becoming a high value woman is dressing a little bit more sophisticated. And for some of you guys, you might already be doing that, but for those of us who are not, and we have collected all these really inexpensive mini dresses, there is a way to hold on to some of them when you're leveling up your life and leveling up your wardrobe. So you can see what I did here. I love the long sash that drapes down to the floor, and I love the one arm shoulder. So what I did was I paired it over a pair of slacks, and you can see it completely changes the look of the dress. All right guys, so just to show you this hack, you can do this with all of your dresses. So I'm short enough where if I wanted to, I could even do that. So if you are over the dress as a dress, I would suggest cutting it off and just doing a hem. But for some of my dresses, because they're so short, I can just kind of gather them up and put them on over a fitted slack like this. And then you have a whole new look. Okay, now this next look is very popular. All of these sets became a trend, I think, when Kim Kardashian hit the scene. So there are a lot of these basics that are matching sets. I have a ton of them. I love them. They're so easy to throw on. The great thing is you can put them with sneakers, you can put them with heels, and you really can just grab it and go. However, there is a way to level these up. So I actually got this idea from the Banana Republic. I know that sounds crazy, but they're copying Ralph Lauren right now, and they are effing killing it. So I got this idea from their website. I would never think to put a punchy red with this olive skirt, but it looks amazing. So I got the idea from them, and then I happen to have a belt. I am someone that fully believes on stocking up on accessories, especially high waist belts. You can see how adding not only a pop of color, but also mixing the texture of the fabrics makes it look luxurious, and you don't have to get rid of the things in your closet. So that's why I'm telling you, you probably have a lot of stuff in your closet already. You just have to learn how to mix and match them in a different way. So on that note, moving on, this is a cargo pant that I actually just got from Banana Republic. And just so you guys know, everything I buy is usually pre-owned, the nice stuff, so I don't have links to them. The inexpensive things, obviously, I have links to, but for the really, really good stuff that I have in this video, they're all pre-owned. You can see when you want to go monochromatic and do all one color, so keep this in mind. If you're someone that lives in black, or if you're someone that always wears one color, look at this outfit. There is a combination of a silk. You don't have to have a silk, you can have a rayon. The point is something shiny, something matte, and something with texture. So you can see the cargo pant is more of a matte. The camisole I put on is silk, but basically just something shiny. And then the cardigan I threw over it is knit. So you can apply that rule to everything. But look how much more luxurious this makes the outfit. And then I switched it up one more time, is to add a pop of color. I basically just put a blouse, which is supposed to be buttoned up and tucked in, but I left it open and put the blazer over that. So I'm essentially just doing it to almost make it look like I'm wearing a scarf, even though I'm not. So that's another way to level up your wardrobe, is layer pieces, but using pops of color. Again, this little dress I almost threw away, but I didn't because I absolutely love the color. So these little net dresses with sneakers are great. So you can see I used a waist belt just to create a waist because I don't have one. So I used a waist belt, and pulling your hair back off your face, which is something that I actually don't like, but since I'm leveling up and stepping into the new me, you want to do things that don't feel like you. That's the whole point. You want to think different, you want to talk different, you want to dress different so that you become a better version of yourself. So my hair has always kind of been my armor and something I hide behind. So pulling it off my face, believe it or not, makes me feel very naked, makes me feel very vulnerable, but I'm pushing through because it's something that I'm choosing to do for myself and for my life at this point, is not having to rely so much on the sexy hair and the sexy this and the sexy that. I'm really trying to remove that from my life and really step into a foundation of confidence coming from an internal place. That's just something to think about as yourself as well. When you're trying to level up, do something different. You have to become the new you to become the new you. I love this dress. Believe it or not, you guys, I bought this dress probably over 20 years ago at a consignment sale of some sort. I've only worn it one time. Easy way to level up a dress like this, which is your basic cocktail dress that you would normally pair with heels and really delicate jewelry, is to add boots. Like, I love these boots. I also got these pre-owned. They're like $900 boots. I got them for $200 on Poshmark Always shop pre-owned. And then again, I added a waist chain belt. And then this is the same blazer that I paired with the cargo pants. So it's really beautiful. I got the idea from Banana Republic, and I'll show you that picture. And I just thought that looks so beautiful. If you guys are interested in any help with styling and leveling up your wardrobe, and again, don't forget about signing up for my Dating for Data Bootcamp. This will make it so that you never have a bad date again, because we make the dates all about you. All right, you guys, now let me just leave you with the final tip for you guys to go into your closets right now. The rule is, that is a really simple way to level up your wardrobe, especially if you're someone that loves to wear all black, which a lot of us do, me, is to have a matte fabric, a shiny fabric, and a knit. Just like I did on the monochromatic cream outfit, which is right here. So there's a lot of stuff in our closets, you guys, that we already have. So pump the brakes on spending money and just try to look at your wardrobe with fresh eyes. All right, hopefully that was helpful. I'll see you guys on Saturday for another video, and I'm putting out a dupe video. I have a new shipment of dupes coming in. If you guys didn't see the first video, it's right there. Same woman, Bags from Henna, is sending me.
All right, well, I want to thank you all for coming here. My name is Mike Anderson. Here's my particulars. My company, the PTR Group, I've been a speaker here at Embedded Linux Conference and many of the other OSS shows for about 20 years now. And we have been, my particular company, PTR Group, we're a consulting house, and we do a fair amount of work with different customers in the embedded space mostly, although we also build space robots for NASA. We handle all the software that's done in the space refueling mission for Restore-L at NASA and for RSGS at DARPA. So we've been in the business quite a while. I sold the company. I was one of the founders. I sold the company last year, the end of 2018, or excuse me, beginning of 2018. And then in February of this year, we got bought. The company who bought us got bought. And so I go from a 24-person consulting shop to a 40,000-person industry. If you want to have, for instance, a nuclear submarine or an aircraft carrier, hit me up. I can put you in contact with the right guys. That's what Huntington Ingalls does. All right, so let's move on here. So we're going to do a quick overview of the C group interface. We'll then talk about enabling and using C groups and what we can actually control with C groups. We'll talk about I'll show you a couple of example usages, and we'll get into a quick summary here. This is a very short session. It's only 35 minutes, I think. So we'll have to move through things pretty quickly. So there's not a whole lot of depth I can really get into in the short time, but we'll do the best we can. All right, so what is a C group? It stands for control group. It was actually added to the kernel in the 2624 timeframe. So it's been in the kernel a long time, but it didn't get really significant enhancement until the 3.15, 3.16 kernel timeframe. So it is a mechanism that's basically focused on trying to kind of hierarchically organize resources across multiple platforms, or excuse me, across multiple applications. And it applies to any schedulable entity. So this means that it works on containers, it works on VMs, it works on threads, it works on processes. So any schedulable entity inside of the kernel can be subject to C groups. Now, this becomes particularly interesting when we start dealing with multi-tenancy inside of large VM environments, where I need to be able to significantly limit the amount of resources that are assigned to a particular tenant or to a particular set of VMs. So we'll get into the details of that here in a moment. So exactly what does it do? Well, a lot of times we're interested in trying to place restrictions on applications. If we're doing safety critical applications, we need to make sure that no particular application hogs all the CPU or hogs all of the memory or consumes all the IO bandwidth or all of the network bandwidth. So we need to be able to control that, and that's exactly what C groups does. Now, as a mechanism, it manifests itself in sysfs It is a file system, so it's a virtual file system, a lot like ProcFS. You do have to mount it. Depending on which version of the kernel you have, it may be automatically mounted, or you may have to mount it manually. I'll show you how to do that in a moment. But the key thing here is, let's assume that I have a couple of processes that I want to be able to guarantee that no single process consumes all of the CPU. I want to be able to guarantee that both processes get exactly 50% of the CPU. With C groups, I can do that. In any other mechanism, if I just let them run, then I'm not going to be able to control them that way. More importantly, I can also do things like lock them to specific CPU cores. So I can do CPU pinning and a few other things. We'll talk about all the stuff we can do with C groups in a moment. There are two parts to C group. Now, is it C group or is it C groups? It's C group if you're referring to the components in the kernel. It's C groups if you have groups of C group. So it's kind of weird the way they define it, but that's okay. As far as the core is concerned, it's really responsible for establishing that hierarchy inside of the kernel. Now, the core is integrated in with eBPF. So if you're into Berkeley packet filters and all the things that BPF can do, then you'll find that C groups is integrated quite nicely into that whole environment and can actually be controlled and provide additional information for you. The other piece of C group is the controller hierarchy, and the controllers themselves are the things that we're going to focus most of our effort on, because those are the things that manifest down in user space. So the C group hierarchy is actually manifest inside of sysfs, excuse me, by default. You can mount it other places. You can have multiple different mounts of the same C group interface in multiple locations in the file system. So the reason we might do something like that is a case in a multi-tenancy environment where I have individual companies in their own separate disk areas. So I may mount a C group interface inside of their particular disk area because I want to control that particular VM or set of containers separately from other VMs or sets of containers. So in the normal mechanism, if we're going to use mount, we'd use mount-t C group 2, none, and then whatever mount point we wanted. Now, if you've got a C group 2, it implies there's a C group 1 someplace, and there is in fact a C group 1. C group 1 has now been deprecated, but you'll still find a lot of systems that still use it. You can actually mount C group 1 and C group 2 simultaneously on the same system. So that makes for some really confusing times. I don't recommend that you do that. Just use C group 2. The major reason they came out with C group 2 was to make it more compatible with Kubernetes and other similar sorts of mechanisms. So they actually saw, hey, yeah, C group 1, the hierarchies are kind of weird and it gets a little difficult to manage. So they simplified it considerably by simply saying, okay, let's just use C group 2 and we'll clear a lot of this stuff up. Now, not all distributions enable C groups. And even if they do enable C group, they may not necessarily enable everything inside of C group. So here's a quick little snapshot out of my 5.2.1 kernel. Obviously, it's an eye chart. You can't really see it very well, but there is a thing that says C group support. And when you enable C group support, there's a whole bunch of options that show up, which are all the individual C group mechanisms, the controllers themselves. So we'll talk about what the controllers are, but just understand that if you go to use C groups in your distribution, you may not necessarily have the C group mechanism turned on in your kernel, which may mean you have to go back and rebuild the kernel. Now, most of the major distros, Ubuntu, Red Hat, SUSE, most of those distros have C group turned on. Whether they turn on everything in C group remains to be seen. You have to kind of look at it and see which ones are which, but at least you'll have a likely case that the C group will be turned on in most of the major distros. Now, there are some user space interfaces that you also have to have. In particular, libcgroup, cgroup bin, cgroup tools, and cgroup fs mount. Now, depending on your distribution, that's what they're called in the Debian world. If you're using one of the Red Hat or SUSE distributions, then your names may differ. But these are all user space tools that are focused on being able to manipulate and control the C group. So once I have the C group file system mounted, I can look at it here in the hierarchy, and you'll notice there's a whole bunch of things that are put together on this. We have, and we'll go through most of these functions here. So whether it's block I/O, the CPU sets, the funky one is freezer. Oh, that's an interesting one. We'll talk about that one. And some of these others. We'll go through most of these just so that you understand exactly what they're supposed to be doing. And remember, this is a virtual file system. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a C group and then add processes to the C group. And then once we've added them to the C group, we can then associate these controllers to them. So what sorts of things can we actually control? Well, the first one is block I/O. We're interested in making sure that no particular application takes the lion's share of all the disk I/O. So for block I/O, we're trying to limit it based on block I/O performance. We want to make sure that this particular application gets no more than 35% of the disk I/O. This is, of course, part of this, if you've never been in the service carrier or the service provider business, we have these things called SLAs. And an SLA is a service level agreement. So that's a contract between the service provider and the customer, where the service provider guarantees to the customer through the SLA certain percentages of performance. So they will guarantee that you will get X number of CPU cycles per second or X amount of disk I/O per second. And in order for them to be able to guarantee that those numbers are met, they'll typically use C group in order to enforce that. And this also gives us the ability to do some accounting on that. So if somebody comes along and says, hey, you're not meeting my SLA, if the service provider can't meet the SLA, the customer gets money back. And no service provider wants to do that. So they're going to be able, they're going to focus on whatever tools they can get in order to be able to demonstrate to the customer that they've actually met the details of the SLA. So the first one there is the block I/O. We just talked about that one. The next one is CPU. CPU deals with what percentage of the CPU you get for a particular application. Now, each application has at most 1,024 units of CPU time. And we can then adjust the units accordingly to limit the amount of CPU time a particular process gets. I'll show you an example of that here in just a moment. CPU sets. CPU sets is an interesting one because if you're familiar with the hardware, of course, when we're dealing with hardware, we have the L1 and L2 caches, potentially a tertiary cache if we're dealing with the x86, and then we have physical memory that we're trying to pull applications out of. So when I get ready to fetch something from the processor, and if it's in the L1 cache, then I can usually fetch it at the speed of the processor. So I'm really not losing any time if I'm running out of the L1 cache. However, the L1 cache is limited in size. Even on the big x86 platforms, having 32 KB of L1 cache, that's a big cache. And that's because the L1 cache is oftentimes implemented with like a 64-way set associative memory. It's extremely expensive from a silicon real estate perspective on the die. So we'll have 32 KB of L1 cache, but maybe 6 megabytes of L2 cache. So the L1 cache is made up oftentimes of static memory, whereas the L2 cache is typically dynamic memory. So if I have an L1 cache miss and it's in the L2, it's probably going to cost me anywhere from 5 to 10 clock cycles to pull something out of the L2. If I have an L2 cache miss and I have to go to the tertiary cache, then it's going to cost me 20 to 25 clock cycles. But if I have to go all the way out to memory to fetch that instruction or fetch that piece of data, that's going to cost me anywhere from 200 to 300 clock cycles. Now, understand in a processor like the x86 is a superscalar processor. A lot of processors these days are, which means that I'm executing more than one instruction per cycle. So let's assume that I'm running 10 instructions per cycle, which is one of the older x86 platforms, but let's just do that for the math. If I have to reach out to physical memory and it costs me 200 clock cycles to retrieve something from physical memory, well, that's 200 clock cycles times 10 instructions per cycle. That's 2,000 instructions that I've lost for one fetch out of physical memory. And I will never get that back. So how does that impact us with CPU sets? One of the things that we want to do with CPU sets is we want to lock processes to particular processor cores. And by locking, they call it CPU pinning, and when you pin a process to a processor core, you lock it into the cache. So when you allow an application to migrate from one processor core to another, it's coming into a cold cache. And therefore, all subsequent accesses for the first several thousand will be cache misses and force you to go out to the either to RAM or to the L3. So allowing an application to move back and forth is a significant problem if you're trying to guarantee performance. So what the CPU set C group does is it allows us to specify a number, a collection of processor cores that we're going to allow this application to run on. And by setting that collection of processor cores, we can then say, all right, I want to make sure that everything that's health and status monitoring runs on processor cores 1 and 2, and everything that's customer focused is going to run on the other processor cores. And I may, in fact, lock particular customers to particular processor cores, again, to optimize the use of the cache and guarantee that I can meet my SLA. So those are something that we would typically do through C groups. There's another mechanism to do this. This is called the task set mechanism in Linux. And task set allows me to lock applications to particular CPU cores from the command line. So you can also do this from the command line. You can do this with CPU sets. You can do it from the command line, or you can do it from within a GUI like Vert Manager. CPU accounting just gives me information about the accounting usage. This might be something we would want to do in order to be able to guarantee and prove to a customer that we've met their SLA. We have devices that allows me to set which devices a particular environment or particular process can get access to. This is important. How many of you have ever heard of network function virtualization? Anybody? A couple of you. All right, so network function virtualization has to do with how I can take, say, an Ethernet card and dedicate 5 of the 32 channels off the Ethernet card to a particular VM or to a particular container. I can do this with containers as well. So they have some low-level stuff they do. They call it SRIOV, single root IO vector IO virtualization. They also have, Intel has their version called VMDQ. It's part of the VTC virtualization. The vPro virtualization is part of that particular architecture. But oftentimes what we want to be able to do is we want to be able to say to a particular application or container or VM, no, I'm sorry, you cannot open the modem. Or you cannot open device, the card reader, the smart card reader. Or the smart card reader is dedicated to you so that nobody else can get it. So that's what the devices option does for us. The freezer, we'll come back to that one in just a second. Huge TLB for translation look-aside buffers. This is an option we can turn on in the kernel. You've got your machine that's got 64 gigabytes of RAM. How do you take advantage of those 64 gigabytes of RAM? One of the mechanisms is called huge TLB. If you turn on huge TLB support, some of the virtualization layers will automatically take advantage of it. If you have a virtualization layer that understands huge TLBs, you'll get about a 10 to 15% improvement in performance for that particular VM. So it's a significant piece, but huge TLB allows me to control which applications have access to the huge TLB facility. Memory, that one's pretty straightforward. That is how much memory I'm going to give to a particular application. And then I can deal with both user space memory, kernel space memory, and swap usage. So I can track it, I can limit it, I can make sure that I can account for it. All of that sort of stuff can be done through the memory functions. NetCLS, this is the classification interface. This one is particularly interesting for those of you who have quality of service requirements. So the Linux quality of service code has both classless and classful queuing disciplines inside of it. And when we're using the net classification option, we can then put tags on network traffic that will then force them down particular paths inside of the quality of service code. So I can guarantee that video, for instance, is going to be treated in one way, whereas bulk transfers like FTP would be transferred in a different way. So I could do traffic shaping, I could do traffic scheduling, I can do traffic policing using the net classification option. One that's similar, somewhat related, but because it has to do with networking, is the network priority code. Now, the network priority option then says, oh, well, I want to prioritize this user's application over this other user's application as far as network traffic is concerned. So if both of them are generating network traffic, I'm going to take this one first and then deal with this one. So I'm going to be able to set priorities on traffic. Now, I talked about the freezer. Let's talk about specifically what freezer does. Freezer is like putting your laptop to sleep. So with freezer, I can say all of the applications, all the processes that are part of this process group, part of this C group, go to sleep now, shuts them off. Now, I can then move them to another application, to another processor, and wake them back up again. So it's like process checkpoint restart kind of things you can do with the freezer interface. And it can also be used for, some of the virtualization layers actually take advantage of it. So for instance, KVM knows what to do with the freezer interface when it gets ready to migrate VMs from one place to another. Perf event, this is going to give me per CPU a mechanism basically to monitor threads that are given in a particular C group. I have the PIDs interface, which then allows me to keep track of parents and children when you get forked. So when you fork something off, who does it belong to? RDMA is the regulation of the DMA mechanism. So if I'm going to be doing high-speed DMA from kernel space to user space, this is a way I can control that. And then unified actually splits out the control interface not by process, but by user. So I can then get to the point where I go, okay, well, let's say user A has 4 processes, user B has 20 processes. Well, in the grand scheme of things, user A is getting 1/4 of the CPU that user B is getting, because user B's got more processes that are all looking for CPU time. Well, what I'd like to be able to do is I'd like to be able to say that user A and user B are equally important. So give user A 50% of the CPU, so his 4 applications get 50% of the CPU, and user B's application, their 20 applications, get 50% of the CPU. So I can then do balancing at that level as well, which is really handy, again, for service level agreements where I have multi-tenancy that I have to deal with. So kind of the good and bad about the C-scope interface, or C-group interface rather, is that there are a lot of knobs that you can twist. And so many adjustments that sometimes it's kind of mind-boggling. Here's an example of just one of the C-group mechanisms, one of the controllers. This is the memory controller. And you'll notice here that we have kernel memory, we have memory usage limits. This is in user space. We have maximum usages in bytes. We have swapping. We have control for NUMA interfaces. We'll talk about that in a moment, which is becoming an increasingly important interface in a lot of the larger systems. And then I happen to have LXC and LXD installed on my platform. So when I took this screenshot, we saw a couple of extra things that were out there specific to LXC and LXD. So here's an example of manual C-group interface. I've got this test script here, and all it does is it prints a message and then goes to sleep. And it does that forever. So what I would like to do is I would like to then create a C-group. So I'm going to do, and this is going to be doing it by hand. We'll show you in just a minute how you can do it automatically as well. So we'll do a make dir inside of the C-group hierarchy. In the memory controller, we're going to create a new object called foo. And so this is just a directory is all we're doing here, but now we're going to add things to that directory. So we're going to echo 50 megabytes here into the limit in bytes option. So this will then set the maximum limit for the foo group. Anything that's in the foo group will have this maximum amount of memory associated with it. If you didn't around and did a CAD on that, it turns out that the way these things work is they always round up to the next available page size. So on the x86, those page sizes are 4096 byte pages. And if you look at 50 million divided by 4096, you get these numbers. All right, so let's go ahead and we'll create an application. We'll launch it, and we'll get its process ID. Now, we need to get its process ID because that's the major mechanism that we use to add things to a C group. So now I know the process ID is 31344. So I'm going to then echo 31344 into the foo memory group cgroup.procs. So that's going to add it to that particular process tag inside a C group. We will then take a look at this using the PS command. We'll say, show me the C groups associated with process ID 31344. And this shows me that I have memory is associated with the foo group that I created. So that's the only one that's actually specific to foo. So now I can run the application, because I'm running the application at this moment, I can take a look at how much memory it's actually using. So I can take a look at its current usage in bytes and see that it's using only about 262 kbytes worth of RAM. So I can limit it, I can monitor it, but I can also control it in the way that it dies. So let's assume that I have a memory leak. I can then set up the killer in such a way that it understands that this application, when it exhausts all the memory, is supposed to be killed and restarted automatically. So obviously I've got a memory leak. I need to report that and fix that. But I need to be able to also keep the system running while the DevOps folks are out there trying to figure out what's wrong. So I can then use the C group interface to be able to control that and make that happen. Now, here's an example of using this using libcgroup. And libcgroup has with it the C group tools. And these tools include applications like CG create and CG exec and CG get. So we'll see how those all work. So CG create allows me to create a group. So I'm going to create a group in the CPU controller called group A. I'm going to do the same thing for group B. Now, this is the CPU controller, so this is controlling what percentage of CPU time each one of these applications gets whenever they're a member of that particular group. So I'm going to use the CG get command. I will get the number of CPU shares for group A, and it comes back as 1,024, which is the maximum number of CPU time slots for that particular application. And that's the default. We have the same sort of thing for group B. So now, what I'd like to do is I'd like to test this out. So let's create a couple of applications. We're going to do a CG exec into group A, and we're just going to do a DD. And we're just going to grab lots of nulls and send them off to the bit bucket. So we're just going to burn a lot of CPU time. Basically, I didn't want anything that would incorporate any disk I/O or network I/O or anything else. Just measure CPU performance. Do the same thing for CPU group B. Now, because both of those were both given the 1,024 chunk slots, you will notice that they actually end up eating 50% of the CPU for each one of those two applications. Now, if that's not what I want, I can then go in and adjust it. So I can say that the CPU shares for group A are 768, or 3/4 of the actual full value. And for CPU group B, I'm 256, or 1/4 of the total value. And sure enough, when we take a look down here at the percentage of CPU time being used, I've now got 75% of the CPU going to group A and 25% of the CPU going to group B. So, and the dot, the actual decimal point out there had to do with the startup code and a few other things, so it ate up a little bit more than it should have. But once it gets to steady state, then it settles down and locks in at 25%. So we have effectively here a mechanism that allows us to control what's going on in our system. We can control memory, we can control network I/O, we can control disk I/O, we can control the assignment of CPU cores, groups of CPU cores. We can do all of that through the use of the C group interface. Where this really starts to become important is when we're using either containers or VMs in a multi-tenant environment. If we're just running on-prem and we're just running our own code, then it's not really all that important. But it's when you're a service provider and you have to guarantee service to particular customers, or you're writing a mission critical application that has to have a particular percentage of the overall CPU, then this starts to become important. Some of the container solutions like LXC and LXD have an automatic interface to C group. We saw that when we did the little screenshot there. Others, you have to do it by hand. There's a monitoring tool. Actually, Kubernetes has a mechanism to go in and dork around with us as well. So we can either do it manually or we can allow things to happen automatically depending on the policies that we set. Now, C group mechanism is tied to namespaces. So if we have a particular namespace defined, then we can add the namespace to the C group, and everything that's a member of the namespace then becomes controlled by that C group, whatever controller we added to it. We can have multiple controllers associated with a particular group. So I can limit not just memory or CPU time, I can limit everything on a per group basis. So if I have a namespace that I've got applications that are a member of that namespace, I can then drop the whole namespace into the C group interface and then control the namespace from there. So that's another capability that we have with this. And so that with namespaces and C groups, although they're not the same thing, they are closely related to each other. So we can actually take advantage of both interfaces if we need them for whatever application we're trying to do. So I got a couple minutes for questions. Anybody got any questions? Yes.
So on the slide number 17, where you show this.
Yeah.
I was wondering what would happen if there was another process, not in a C group, that was also during CPU. What would we see?
Yeah. So in fact, this was just a snapshot of the top two. And it has to do with whether I've allocated them to specific CPU cores. So if you have multiple applications that are running on the same processor, and you typically do, then they're going to get in your way. So I can guarantee that these particular groups are well behaved, but anything else that's running on the platform may not necessarily be well behaved. So this is where the CPU sets C group comes into play, because now I'm going to assign C groups in such a way that the ones that are important are locked to their own CPU core and nobody else plays on that CPU core. So the scheduler will continue to run, and it will schedule things as it normally would, but it will not allow anything that's not a member of this particular C group to execute on those CPU cores. So I can then basically restrict the access to particular resources using this mechanism and taking advantage of the CPU set mechanism. There's another thing that you have to do. It gets a little bit more complicated than that. I wish it was that simple. But you do basically have to then tell the scheduler, don't schedule anything else on these particular CPU cores. So that's a little bit more complicated than that, but that's essentially what you're doing, is you're saying these CPU cores or core and this, because of the way the CPU set mechanism works, inside of a virtual machine, say VMware, I have virtual CPUs. Each one of those virtual CPUs is a process. So I can then set my C group restrictions on a per process basis for the virtual CPUs and control everything that happens inside of the VM. They do the same thing for containers, but it's a little more visible when you're controlling the virtual CPU. Yeah. Yes. Now, so they do in fact inherit the C group settings from their parents. If you're in a hierarchy, you cannot subvert the hierarchy. So you can't have a child process down here that's in a C group that only gets 25% of the CPU, suddenly say, I want 75% of the CPU. So you can't subvert the hierarchy. That's locked in.
So, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
So if you had assigned a process 25% of the CPU, and then its children start chewing up core as well.
But they will only get 25% of the CPU. The whole group will only get 25% of the CPU. So yes, you had a question back there.
Yeah, so let's say we've done all the allocations per C group for networking, CPU shares. Is there like a alerting or thresholding that can be done through an EPF?
Yes, you can. So you can have it not only tell you that something is not looking right, but you can also have it reach in and start controlling things. And this can also be done as a script, by the way. So we can have it all basically set up so that it just starts up and just runs this way, and we don't have to sit there and interact with it in any way. Yeah, your question?
Can I, the system administrator, subvert the hierarchy? If I have an application in a C group that gets 25%, it's a child, I take that child's PID and I move it, or can I move it?
Yes, you can migrate it to another C group. So yes, you can, if you're the system administrator and you know where the hell you're moving it to, then yes, you can in fact do that. But it's no longer under the control of that C group. It's now moved someplace else.
The C group hierarchy doesn't necessarily follow the process.
Not, well, it does when you normally spawn it, but yes, you can in fact subvert it. It's like all Linux. There's always a way around it, right? Yeah. Yes, that's inside of the C group tools. There's a mechanism to do that. And then if you're using things like Virt Manager will automatically be able to do it as well. There was a question over here. Yeah. Yes, CPU share. The question is, are the CPU shares relative to 10,000 to 1024? Yes, they are. That's a full CPU. That's correct. Yep. And it's real powers of 2, not bogus powers of 2, like 1,000. Yeah.
But by default, both of those processes got 1024. So didn't it add their shares together and then figure out their perspective?
So yeah, so when you do 1024, it's unlimited CPU time. And all we're doing is we're simply restricting it from the unlimited CPU time. And so the same thing applies to bandwidth, disk I/O, network I/O. 1024 is unlimited, and you're basically restricting it from there.
If you only had those two groups, you probably could have said B was 256, and then the other one would have gotten the rest.
Yep, that's correct. Yeah, just a second, we got another one here. Yeah.
So if you just had the one group A, would it be allowed to go above 75%?
No. No. So if I restricted it to 75%, then it wouldn't matter what else was running, it would still only get 75%. Yes?
In this exact example, what would have happened if you tried to set these CPU shares higher so that the sum exceeded 1024?
Then it would have jumped them to different CPU cores. And this is again where we get into the CPU set stuff. Because what's going to happen here is understand how the completely fair scheduler works. The completely fair scheduler tries to be completely fair. And that means it's got this red-black tree that's implemented that then keeps track of what CPU time you should have gotten in the perfect multitasking environment. So it's actually tracking what CPU time you should have gotten. And the one that's on the left-hand side of the red-black tree, the one that gets dispatched next, is the one with the gravest need. And so when we're tinkering around with these kinds of things, now we have to understand how the completely fair scheduler works. And of course, we can completely subvert that by moving its priority to a higher priority than 0. And it also has, you can still mess around with the soft priorities as well. So the things from -19 to +20. So you can still do that as well. Yeah. By default, it's overall in the system. So mine's a hexacore. If I look at it across the system, it's across all 12 cores because I've got cores plus threads. If you did that in the, well, what will happen in the CPU set, you actually assign a flag for each CPU core you want it to run on. Yes. Yep.
Boom! It's another giveaway. This one is awesome. Check out what we're giving away for today's episode. You see this right here? It's hard to see on camera, but this is Rubber Bandits resistance bands, the best resistance bands you'll get anywhere. You're not just going to get this. You're actually going to get a whole bag of resistance bands, attachments, handles, all that stuff for free. We're going to send this to you for free. Here's how you can win a free bag of Rubber Bandits, different resistance levels, resistance bands, and their attachments. Leave a comment in the first 24 hours that we drop this episode. Subscribe to this channel. Turn on your notifications. If we pick your comment as the best comment among all the comments in the first 24 hours, we'll notify you, and then you win that free bag of resistance bands. By the way, the rest of you can get these resistance bands at the Mind Pump store, so you'll see the link right here. So go check that out. Also, one more thing before we start this podcast. We are running a sale on 2 of our most popular workout programs. MAPS Strong and MAPS Powerlift are both 50% off. Go check them out at mapsfitnessproducts.com. Just use the code AugustSpecial with no space for the discount. All right? Enjoy the show. You know, it's a question that we get often that I could totally relate to, and I think would be a good idea to just communicate to. It's the following. Like, what would be a good workout plan if I like to work out every day? Or can I train my body every day and get great results? Or would I get faster results working out every day? So I'd like to address this particular question. I'm sure you guys have seen this.
I love this idea.
Yeah.
I love this idea for an episode. 1, we've never done anything like this before. 2, we have no programs that are designed this way. But the truth is, and I talked about this early on in the podcast, that I go to the gym 7 days a week. Right now, I'm not like this. When I was consistently training back when I was competing, I was in the gym 7 days a week. But the thing that I always had to communicate to people is like, 7 days a week in the training doesn't mean that I'm like hammering the weights 7 days a week. You have to modify intensity, and then I would focus on other things. And so I've had a lot of questions about what that looks like. And so building a 7-day routine for the audience and those that actually love going to the gym that often or exercising that often, this will be fun.
Well, I do want to be clear to everybody, just so you know right out the gates, you are going to get a free 7-day-a-week workout program from this episode. So that's what we did. We put it together for you, and we're going to literally lay it out. So by the end of this show, you're going to have a workout, 7-day-a-week workout. Now, here's what's important when you're working out. Actually, well, this is always important with your workouts, but it's especially important if you're devoting this much time to exercise. The programming is key here. It is very easy when you're working out daily to overdo a certain component of your workout, which can cause joint pain, inflammation, or just cause overtraining, or cause too much of a stress response, which will result in your body actually not building muscle, but rather losing muscle and setting itself up for more fat storage. Because when you're stressed, when your body senses too much stress, it wants to protect itself. 2 ways to do this. 1 is reduce its caloric requirements, because for most of human history, stress meant we didn't have enough food. And number 2, improve its ability to store more body fat, because body fat is an insurance policy against the most common form of stress for most of human history, which was not having enough food.
The irony is that the more days that you're training in the gym, the more technical, the more challenging running your program is.
Totally.
If you're only lifting 2 to 4 days a week,
Much more basic.
It is more basic, and you can get away with the routine looking pretty similar. You could get after it the same those 2 to 3 days every time you're training and be okay as far as intensity, as far as what you're training. But you start getting 7 days a weekend, the frequency that you hit the muscle group, the intensity that you do it, the type of training you do every time in there, it gets more and more difficult, which the reason why I find that ironic is that I think people would think that, 7 days a week, the more I train, the more results I'll have, or the better it will be for me. And no, I actually think the more you're in the gym, the more difficult it is to know how to program correctly so that you don't run into what you call the recovery trap, where you're just kind of spinning your wheels all the time.
Yeah, the irony with that is you're in the gym and it's difficult to kind of program that. But on the other end of that, the consistency is something that's a lot easier, because when you break it up throughout the week and you're only there, let's say 2 to 3 times, during the week, it's really the motivation to keep that up, to keep up that routine tends to fall down quite a bit.
Well, this is exactly why I did it. So, and Sal talks about this, right? Sal talks about, his consistency, and like he knows that if I didn't train in the morning, I wouldn't be as consistent as I am. And so he's carved that time off. That's his time. Nothing gets in the way of that. This is what I felt about getting ready for shows was I had to decide, like, this is my time. Like, I had a very strict routine in order to be consistent. And so I didn't like the idea of, a 3 or 4 day a week training program where I've got 3 or 4 days where I'm potentially off or not going to the gym. I needed, I know that every day, and back then it used to be 12.
It's dialed in.
Yeah, 12 to 2, I'm going to the gym. Nothing gets in the way of that. I built all the rest of my life around that time, so nothing got in the way. But I know that I can't go to the gym and train the same way 12 to 2 every single day, but I'm going to go to the gym, and I found that it was easier for me to stay consistent with something like that.
This is, by the way, this is a documented psychological phenomenon. So on one hand, working out every single day means that you have to carve out time every single day. On the other hand, it is easier to stay consistent because it's a daily routine. But your drug manufacturers knew this a long time ago. So, like, for example, old school birth control pills for women, right? They'll take the birth control. This is the old way of doing it. A lot of birth control now has changed. But in the past, they would say, okay, take these birth control pills for X amount of days and then create an artificial period where you go off for 7 days, you get your period, and then you go back on. Here's how they design the birth control pills. You take them every single day. Yeah, 7 of them
are sugar pills.
Right. Yeah. Why did they do this? It dramatically improved and increased the consistency, because when people went off for 7 days, had to remember to go back on, you would have people messing up their schedules. Now, supplement companies know this as well. There's a reason why supplement companies will often attach their product to a daily routine. Take this in the morning, take this before bed, take this with lunch. Things you do every single day, because you're more likely to be consistent. So working out every day or carving time out every single day for a lot of people is actually easier to stay consistent.
I agree.
Than it would be to only have 3 or 4 days when you could say to yourself, well, I've already worked out twice. I don't think I'll work out tomorrow. Before you know it, it builds up, and now you missed your workouts for the week and you got to start over the following week. So let's talk a little bit about the components of what a 7-day-a-week workout routine would look like. By the way, this routine is designed to maximize muscle building, performance, fat loss. Essentially, this is a routine that's essentially going to train your body to look really good and move really good. And we did it this way because most people watching this are probably in that category. They want to look really good. They want to perform really well. And that's generally most people's goals.
Yeah, it just sort of covers the broad base of, getting that kind of functional strength, also building muscle, but like applying adequate recovery and, implementing that so you have structure for each one of these days.
So I love this too, that we're doing this, because when we started to piece this together, it looks very, very similar to what my 7-day routine is. And the first thing that we kind of agreed on is the first rule that I gave myself. So I knew one of the rules I said was, okay, if I'm going to be in this gym 6 to 7 days a week and I have a big goal, I'm trying to get on stage, do these things, I have to be careful that I don't overdo it. And so I had this hard rule of, like, I would never allow myself more than 2 really hard training days. And by hard, I mean like compound lifts, high intensity type of training.
Yeah, heavy weight going after it.
Very demanding
I
days.
wanted to separate those out by a few. Obviously, I wouldn't go hard back-to-back days. I want to give a couple days in between. I want 2 of them are like my intense training sessions where I'm going after the big major lifts. I'm getting after it really hard. And then the other days I'd have to modify around.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. I think if you're working out every day, 2 days a week, hard is perfect for most people. You want to center it, like Adam said, compound lifts. This is where you do your squats and your bench presses and your rows. This is when your rep range can be between 6 to 12. You're training at, near failure. In other words, your sets, you're taking them to, 2 reps before failure. So it's a very intense working set. You're doing about 1 exercise per body part and about 3 sets per exercise. And typically you'll start with the large body parts and go down to the smaller ones. And, as we get through all of these points that we're going to make, I think, we'll give you guys more specifics in terms of what that workout's going to look like. Ideally, Adam said this, you want the 2 workouts, the 2 hard workouts, to have some space in between them.
Right.
So if I were to do a week of this, my 2 hard workouts would be Monday and Thursday, for example. So Monday, hard, heavy workout. Then I'd do a couple other different workouts, which we'll get into on Tuesday, Wednesday. Thursday, another hard, heavy workout. So that's the first one. Here's the second piece that I think is very important.
Well, let's address the why.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like why not back to back? Why not 3 days in a row of hard, intense lifting?
Yeah. You can definitely do 3 days a week of hard lifting, but not when you're working out 7 days a week also, right? That's just too much for most people. If you're only working out 3 days a week, you could do 3 hard workouts, but not if you're working out every single day.
Yeah, and plus we know what the research says. You talked about this in a recent episode that there is a sweet spot. It's somewhere between 9 to 20 sets. If you're doing 6 days a week of just based off the math that you just said of how many sets you're doing for that, you're way beyond that. So you're training the volume that you're training at is way higher than what's needed, and the intensity level that you're potentially going after it in those days is way more than what you need also. So then the body is just trying to recover this entire time
rather than build,
instead of it building and adapting. So that is the reason why, because someone might be going like, well, why? What if I feel good, or why can't I just do 3 days or 4 days of hard training, or just go like that all the time? It's like, again, and you did this really well, Sally, the other day, is like what your body can handle is different than what is optimal for your body.
Right. Yeah.
So just because you can handle beating it up 3 or 4 days a week doesn't mean that's what's going to give you the most results. And for some reason, it's really tough for people to make that connection.
Think about the temperature of your house, right? There's an ideal temperature that feels the best, and then there's an extreme heat and cold you can handle,
tolerate.
Right? Yeah. So like you want to live in a house that you can tolerate the 100 and something degree weather? Of course not. The right dose will get you there the fastest. More than that, that's great that you can handle that. You're not going to get there any faster. At the least, you're just going to get there the same speed and you're just wasting time. But what's more likely is you actually slow down your progress because you're adding more stress to the body that's not necessary. Now, why have the days in between that are other workouts? Because these are hard, heavy workouts. You would like to see yourself progress with strength in these workouts. Back to back doesn't give you enough time typically to give you your body ability to adapt and build some strength. So you want to have that space.
And to that point, that's the reason why the next things that we're going to do in between are going to promote the recovery so that you can even get after it that much harder on Thursday.
Yeah. Now this next one, Justin was adamant on, and we all completely agreed, which is there should be 1 day a week. Your workout should be devoted completely to mobility.
Yeah.
So you should literally do a 1 hour mobility workout. And your goal in this workout is to increase your functional range of motion. So what's functional range of motion? Okay, so range of motion would be like how far someone could lift my leg up to my head. So how far can my hamstring stretch? Functional range of motion is how far can I stretch that hamstring while having strength and connection to it. Two very different things. Now imagine somebody putting you in a deep stretch. You don't have very much connection to that. If you had to move real quick, you'd probably tear your hamstring or injure yourself. So what we're looking for is functional range of motion, functional mobility. So you own all of these ranges of motion, reduces injury, and maximizes those hard workouts that we talked about earlier.
Right. There's nothing passive about these days. And, to address sort of a misconception that this is sort of allotting a very like easy, nice, relaxing type of a workout. No, this can be something very challenging and intensive. And you're actually you're working completely on a different focus. And that is to be able to really hyper connect to your central nervous system, to be able to have these like secondary type of muscles respond to protect the joints. And so, and also to maintain certain posture and maintain optimal positions in the joints. So that way, when you go back to your compound lifts, you have an increase in performance.
Now, in a perfect world, this mobility day looks very individualized for the people, right? So in a perfect world,
it's impossible to do though with how many people are watching this right now, right?
Exactly. So, and our goal of this episode was to give the audience something tangible that they can go and do themselves and start to apply to see what kind of results they get from it. So, a great place for the audience to go start at is our primeprowebinar.com. It's absolutely free.
That's your workout.
That's right. I take you through 50 minutes. Literally follow that routine for this day. So for now, and what's great about that is I pretty much address from the ankle
you
to the
address
neck.
the grossest offenders.
Yeah,
That's right.
You pick the stuff that probably 80 to 90% of people are going to benefit.
And that's why I did it. I figured I'd put together a routine that I knew would benefit damn near everybody that goes through. It'll benefit everybody that goes through it, and some people it'll be tremendously beneficial. Now, as you get better and better at this, or if you're somebody who owns Prime Pro and you understand what mobility things you should be doing, you've already figured out your areas of dysfunction and you know what areas are helping you the most, stick in that. But for the listener who is not familiar with putting together a mobility day and what would that look like, that routine is perfect for you to start. So start with that and follow that for the beginning.
Now, what's good about this is when you follow this routine, because here's the deal with mobility. For most people watching and listening, doing it right is actually quite challenging if you've never done it before. Because what we're used to is stretching. What we're used to is, I'm going through a movement. But intention is so important with mobility work. And it's so valuable to have someone coach you through the mobility movements while you're doing them so you really understand how to make them effective. At primeprowebinar.com, that's exactly what Adam does. He's literally coaching you. So you're watching him and he's coaching you through the movements. So to give you an example, it's like and this is not a mobility movement, I'm using a silly example. But let's say I put my chest in a deep stretch. I have to, with my intention, now that it's in the stretch, connect to the chest, connect to the rhomboids, connect to the rear delt, connect to all the muscles that support that new range of motion so that I own that deeper range of motion. So similarly, what Adam does is he takes you through all these different, very valuable movements, and then he coaches you through the movement. And trust me, okay, this is not like a Sunday stretch session where you're playing music and you're out in the sun and relaxing. You're going to sweat.
No, you're going to sweat.
You're going to tough. You're going to feel this. It is a workout, but the goal of the workout is to improve your functional mobility.
Now, I want to sell this to my young audience that's listening that doesn't have joint pain, feels like they move optimally and perfect already, and that are going to want to go, I don't really need that, so I'm going to throw another day of weight training in here. I don't care what and what I want to sell you on is that it isn't just for, improved mobility and movement and joint support, everything that Justin was selling and telling you. It's also going to facilitate recovery.
Yes, 100%.
So it's also going to support that high intensity, heavy compound lifting day that you just did before. This is going to help speed up recovery for you to build more muscle and prepare you for Thursday again to get after it.
Yes, and it's going to make your compound heavy lifts more effective. If you can imagine a point scoring system that's awarded to exercises and ranks them in terms of their value, right? So let's say a squat is 100, right? 100 points, maximum, benefit from a barbell squat. That doesn't mean that you're going to derive 100 points of value from the squat. It only means that that's the max potential of the squat. Now, what determines that potential? Your ability to connect, your ability to move, your range of motion that you have function over. That's what makes that squat worth 100. What makes you better at getting closer to that maximum benefit of the barbell squat? Your functional mobility. So doing these functional mobility days will make your other workouts far more effective. All right, here's the third piece that we think should be included in your workout. You should focus on getting a pump about 2 days a week. So 2 days a week, you're working out in the gym or at home. The goal isn't heavy, high intensity like with the compound lifts. You're not working on functional mobility like with the mobility day. Your goal is to get a pump and add some more volume and frequency while minimizing the damage that you produce to the body, right? Because you don't want to cause too much more damage, but I still want to send a muscle building signal. This is where bodybuilding, some of the things you learn in bodybuilding can become, quite valuable.
Yeah, and this is smart because too, in terms of practice and teaching your body, to be able to express that muscle contraction, more frequently, you're going to get better at a lot of these lifts, and your muscles are going to respond accordingly. But not the key is the appropriate amount of intensity, and that's something that we scale through this process, and we're able to kind of focus in on that a little bit more, to the individual groups. So we're a little bit more single joint focused.
So what this is starting to shape up to look like is Monday we have these hard compound lifts. So this is the day we get after it, the big lifts. We're more strength training focused. Day 2, we've got an hour of mobility that we're doing, which is you follow the Prime Pro. Now, day 3, we're moving into what we would call like a focus type of session where we're doing more isolation type. So this is like cable push downs and bicep curls and lateral raises and a lot of movements like that. Very similar to anybody who's bought or gone through our MAPS aesthetic program. We have what are called focus days that complement the foundational days. The compound lifting that you're doing on Monday, that would represent like our foundational days that we build in most of our programs. What we're talking about right now would be like our focus days where you are, your rep range, they're higher rep range.
Yeah,
So
15 to 20.
that's right. We're up to 15, 20. We're searching up. The mindset's different now too, right? So when you go into this, it's not the same as at the when you're going after the 6 rep range and we're doing compound lifts, we're trying to move weight. We're trying to move weight, and the intensity and the focus is completely different. When you go into the isolation days, now it's about getting the pump.
Yeah.
It's about time
It's
under
the squeeze,
tension,
feeling
controlling it, slowing the repetition down, doing these isolation exercises, and training that way for this entire hour.
Yeah, and I did that this morning, in fact. I came in and my body's feeling a little stiff and I needed to go lighter. And so what you would have seen me doing is I'm going much lighter and I'm doing more isolation exercises. So like instead of doing a heavy bench press, I might do some cable flies. I may do a dumbbell chest press, but light, where I'm focusing on the squeeze, right? So higher reps, lighter weight, focus on getting the pump. And you're doing, again, 1 exercise per body part for about 3 sets. Now, the next day, this one's also very important. And this is what we would call a functional day. So functional exercises tend to involve the entire body, and you tend to move into different planes as you're doing this exercise. What do I mean by planes? Okay, so if I do a curl, I'm moving in one plane, right? I'm not twisting. I'm not, moving behind me. I'm just moving in one plane. Functional movements tend to get you to move in different ways all the way through to get your body to communicate. So to get your upper body to communicate with your lower body, to get your left to communicate with your right, to activate what's called proprioceptive ability. Where's my body in space, right? So like a good example of a functional exercise that would fall in this category would be like a Turkish get-up. You do a Turkish get-up, it's not a shoulder exercise per se. It's not a core exercise per se. It's not a leg exercise per se, although all those muscles are activated and more. But what it's doing is it's getting the whole body to move and communicate together.
And this is important because our joints are capable of so many different angles and has so much range. And if we're not expressing that, then our body starts to sort of downregulate and starts to prune off the abilities that we have. And this is just trying to reinforce, a lot of the capabilities that we already have. So we need to be able to train that and plan that out. So, I can get them to respond appropriately, going back into these regular barbell type lifts.
Well, it also lends itself so well to getting great at the compound lift. So going back to these intense days that are your biggest bang for your buck, or what are probably going to build the most amount of muscle on you, you get really good at a Turkish get up, and you go back and see what your overhead press or what your squats look like. You'll see that movement.
There's carryover.
Yeah, there's carryover to that. And that's why I like movements like the Turkish get up, because in order to articulate that entire movement, it's broken in like 8 parts and components. And you literally, from your toes to your neck, everything is being stimulated. And in order to do it properly and really well, it promotes good shoulder mobility, it promotes good hip mobility, good trunk stability, but the ability to rotate in multiple planes. You have good control through that entire thing. Then you go over and do something that is actually a lot easier as far as the amount of movement that's involved, like a squat, and you'll see how much carryover is into that.
Well, and this is so important because in real life, you're faced with all kinds of like weird, unique angles. And if you're super strong in the gym, that's great. But now that's going to be your hardwired response. So let's say like now you have just a little bit of rotation in there. How does your body respond? It might over respond the wrong way. And so this is going to help to teach it to support your joints, but also maintain your strength.
And it also makes a lot of sense to structure it this way, where it's like a full functional day in a routine like this. Because what I don't want to do, because I just did a focus session, I've already had a heavy compound lifting day, I don't want to tax individual muscles the same way. I want to get a full body workout. I want to promote blood flow. I want to promote recovery. I want to work on control, stability, range of motion, get stronger. All those things are going to come from this functional day, but I'm not going to get my triceps hella sore from a Turkish get up. Your shoulders are going to get hella sore, or your legs are going to get hella sore from a movement like that.
You're not stressing the muscles as much as you're stressing the communication between the muscles and the movement, which benefits all the other workouts and has value in and of itself. I remember when we first started the podcast, Justin was definitely a very functional, he's still, right, very functional training guy. And he convinced me to give a windmill a try. Now, I've always been able to deadlift a lot of weight, very strong in that exercise. I went to try a deadlift, and I couldn't even get, a windmill, and I couldn't even get in the position. It's like my body didn't know that movement. So I'm like, I got to practice this, right? So I started practicing the windmill, and I got to the point where I could do it with like a 70-pound kettlebell, not a ton of weight, but huge improvement from not being able to do it at all. I was blown away that my deadlift went up. Yeah. I was stronger in my deadlift. Now, I could break it down and be like, oh, my QL got worked better and things are stretching in my hip. But the reality is when I did my deadlift, I just felt more stable in my lift. And I didn't expect that. I didn't do the windmills to get a better deadlift. I did the windmills because I couldn't do that movement. It, kind of freaked me out. But the side effect was I got better at my deadlift. So there's lots of value for muscle building and strength performance. So even if you're not a functional person, you don't really care, you just want to build muscle, 1 day a week of this, you're going to still touch all the muscles of your body. So you're still sending somewhat of a muscle building signal, but it's going to make your body move better and communicate better with itself. So when you do those other lifts, those heavy lifts that are building muscle, you're just better at them.
And I want to stress this to the audience that this will be new to, is fall in love with the process of improving the movement more than trying to prove that you can do more weight.
Yes.
So just because I'm strong enough to go out there right now and grab a 60 to 100-pound kettlebell and hold that and do a Turkish get-up, I know that I won't be able to move through the whole exercise beautifully. And that's the goal on these functional days, is to really improve the movement of it, not necessarily, I could do a 100-pound kettlebell when I do a Turkish get-up. It's like, yeah, but if it looks like shit, who cares?
Yeah.
So when you do these functional exercises that we're going to lay out for you, the goal is to get great at the movement. So notice that all these days have different mental focus. That's the challenge of 7 days a week. 7 days a week, every time you go in the gym, you got to switch your mindset. It's not always going to be the same. You're not going in with the same mindset all 7 days. Each day you have to kind of change, like, okay, this is the focus today. Today it's all about mobility. It's all about the intention of the movement, and it's about connecting really well and moving controlled and slow. When I'm going after compound lifts, I'm getting after it. I want to move as much weight as I can. When I'm going into these isolation days, when I'm doing more of the pumping exercises, it's about time and attention and control and form and feeling a pump in the muscle. Now I'm on functional day. Functional day is all about the movement. Can I make this movement beautiful? Can I make it look perfect?
Organizing and putting it all together.
Yeah. And that doesn't mean that you can't scale up or progressively overload.
But the goal is the movement.
That's right. Perfect the movement first before you start to add load to it.
Totally. Don't add load to a crappy movement pattern.
Right.
That totally defeats the entire purpose. All right. So this last point that we're going to make is one that now comes from our collective wisdom. Now, I know I use that word to replace the word that, old, because we've been around for a while. But the truth is, we've trained people for decades. We've been working out ourselves for decades. And this last piece is extremely valuable. Don't leave it out. And don't worry, we'll sell to you why it's so valuable. And that's this. 1 day a week, you're going to do a 1 hour hike or walk outside. That's the important part. You got to do it outside. Now, every time I talk about this, here's what fitness fanatics think and then what they say to me. So they think, an hour of activity, I'm going to burn calories. This makes lots of sense. Why do I got to do it outside? It's raining. It's snowing. It's hot. Like, why don't I just do it on the treadmill? Here's why. It's not about the activity. That's nice bonus. But the reality is that it's really about being outside. What about when it's hot or cold or raining? That's going to give you even more value. We now know that challenging your body's ability to deal with the elements strengthens your body's ability to adapt in a general way. So what does that mean?
It's a hormetic stress.
When you're lifting weights or working out, what you're asking your body to do is to adapt, right? If your body didn't adapt, it would be a waste of time to work out. Like, I'm not getting any stronger no matter what I do. Like, okay, why am I doing this, right? Or I'm not strengthening my body, or I'm not burning body fat, right? All of those are adaptations. Your body builds muscle because it's adapting to stress. Your body burns body fat because it's adapting to a particular stimulus. Same thing with improving performance. Your body's ability to handle the elements, to get comfortable in the elements, is an adaptation system. And if that is weak, just like if any other adaptation system in your body is weak, it's going to affect all the other adaptation systems. Now, because modern life is so comfortable, because we have air conditioning, heating, we have atrophied this particular adaptation system. And this isn't just my theory, okay? Look at the studies, for example, that are done on hot and cold therapy. Look at the studies done on saunas. Do you know that regular sauna use, which is just heat, okay, just heat by itself, regular sauna use decreases all-cause mortality by something like 20 or 30%, which is insane. This is regardless of other lifestyle factors. Just that alone. Cold therapy has all the other interesting properties. Not to mention the benefit of going out and getting the sun. Not to mention the benefit of getting fresh air. And we know this instinctively. Like, how many times have you said to yourself, like, I need to get some fresh air, right? What the hell does that mean? What's the difference between the air outside and the air inside? There's a big difference. So going outside, bearing the elements for an hour, tremendous benefits for health and downstream muscle building, fat loss.
Don't you think that's why this trend has happened in the last decade or so of the hot, cold plunges and the saunas and the ice baths and the cryotherapy?
We've been removed from it.
Right. And don't you think that a lot of the research and studies that are showing all the benefits has a lot to do with that we now don't do that anymore?
Yes.
I bet you 100 years ago, you wouldn't see the same benefits that we see today. I bet you if we did research on people 100, 200, 300 years ago.
Why would they do that when that's their day to day?
Yeah, every day they were fighting the elements like that, and so their body had to adapt, had to get strong to handle all that, where we've been in this cush lifestyle for the last century that we haven't been challenged this way. So then out comes all this research to show, oh my God, look how beneficial the cold plunge is. Look how beneficial the hot sauna is. Well, I think the reason why those things are so beneficial today is mainly because we've neglected it for so long.
We live in flat, like sterilized environments that don't challenge us at all because we want to make our life easier, right? That's been the whole goal with progress is to make, our lives less challenging. And when we remove the challenge, we're not stimulating the body like we need to, and we're not, we're breathing recycled air, we're not getting sunlight, we're not getting a lot of these things that spark and stimulate the body in a certain way that's going to help to protect us when we actually get challenged. So whenever you find yourself feeling like, oh my God, I'm carrying all this stress, but now all of a sudden I'm facing a new variable, how do I respond to that if I'm not training myself to respond to it properly?
By the way, it's not just like training your mental capacity to handle heat or handle cold or handle the elements. Your body actually adapts to be able to handle these things a lot better. Like, I'll never forget as a kid, at the time he was in his 70-something-year-old grandfather visiting from Sicily. He's obviously old, and he's a different old than you see, today. He's an old, like, poor Sicilian old. So he's been around, he's worked hard, right? He comes to visit, and he goes to work with my dad and I. This is when I would help my dad in the summers, and we're mixing cement in the summer, and it's hot, and I'm 15 years old. I work out, I got, I'm spry or whatever, and I'm dying, and my grandfather's whistling while he's mixing cement. And I'm like, this guy is made of something completely different. I remember also spending the night in their home up in Sicily with no air conditioning. He didn't grow up with air conditioning. And these are cement houses. It was sweltering, and he's smoking a cigarette inside. And I'm just dying. I can't believe it, right? I also know I've had friends who've come from different parts of the country. I had a friend who came from Minnesota, and she would, in 62 or 63 degree weather, which for a Californian is freezing, okay? 63 degrees here in San Jose. I'm wearing a sweater and sweats. She was in shorts and a tank top. And I remember asking her, I'm like, aren't you cold? And she's like, it's warm outside. She goes, you have no idea. I grew up in Minnesota. Yeah. My body's adapted to the cold. So your body adapts to these types of things. You can train this in your body. And believe me, when you train your body in a way to adapt to these things, all your other adaptation systems start to follow suit. So your body ability to build muscle, burn body fat, get stronger, actually becomes reinforced and strengthened. So go outside for an hour regardless of the elements.
Now, I want to make a point before we lay out and give exactly what these 7 days are going to look like for the audience, because I have a feeling that this episode will be one of the ones that go viral. Just these types of topics, especially since we're giving away a complete workout.
This is a free MAPS program.
Right. So since we're doing that, I know that this is going to reach a lot of people that have no idea who the hell Mind Pump is. So if you've been listening for a long time, I don't feel I need to convince or explain everything that we just went through. But what I know is if you come across this, someone shares this for the first time you've heard us talk about, so that the biggest mistake or the number one mistake that will be made with this program is wanting to do more. You are going to, I feel good today, so I'm going to do this now. Or, they had a hiking day, I don't feel like going and doing that, I'm going to do another one of those Mondays.
Or what if I do a 5-hour hike?
Exactly. The idea of this was, if we were going to construct a routine that you are training 7 days, an hour at a time, every single day, what type of stuff would I build for a client of mine for optimal results? This is for somebody who's trying to build the most amount of muscle, burn the most amount of body fat, or just be as healthy as they possibly can, strength and longevity wise. This is what that routine would look like. So do not fool yourself and go, I'm more of this person, so I'm going to do more of those things. Or I'm less of this person, so I'm going to eliminate those one thing. Trust the process, follow this routine for at least 30 days, and watch what happens.
All right, so here's the breakdown. And if you're listening on the podcast, you can write this down. Luckily for you people watching on YouTube, we're going to flash this workout up on the screen so you can literally screenshot it.
Can we put it in the notes, Andrew, too?
Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's put it in the notes.
We'll save all these in the notes so someone can literally just kind of copy and paste.
Yeah, and this is literally, we're writing out the workout for you. Okay, so Monday and Thursday are your heavy workouts. Here's what your Monday workout looks like, okay? You're going to start out with barbell squats, then you're going to go to barbell bench press, then you're going to go to barbell rows, barbell overhead press, curls, dumbbell or barbell is fine, skull crushers, slow sit-ups, and calf raises. All of these are for 3 sets. All of them are for 6 to 12 reps. The Thursday workout, so I'm skipping a couple days. That's because we're going to have other workouts in between, but we're talking about the heavy compound lift workouts, right? The Thursday workout is going to look like this. It's going to start with deadlifts. Then you're going to go to incline press, pull-ups, Arnold press, hammer curls, dips, your reverse crunch, and then your calf raise. Again, 3 sets, 6 to 12 reps. The mobility workout, which you're going to follow the Prime Pro webinar, right? So you're going to do this particular mobility workout, and I think we have the mobility workout set up for Saturday, if you were to follow this exactly, is literally go to primeprowebinar.com and have Adam coach you through the workout. After you follow that for 2 or 3 workouts, you'll probably have a good idea on how to do it on your own. But I highly suggest you have him coach you, because mobility is probably the most complicated or hard to understand of all these.
And this can be done in the gym and watching it on your phone, or this can be done on your television at home.
You don't need equipment for this.
That's right.
You can do this just on the floor, right? The pump workout. So these are the ones where you're trying to get a pump, 15 to 20 reps, more isolation exercises. Here's Tuesday's pump workout. You start with lunges, you go to dumbbell flies, dumbbell pullovers, then you go to lateral raises, band curls, band press downs, and planks. By the way, resistance bands are excellent for pump workouts. They provide very little damage to the body in comparison to weights or machines, but they still send a very good muscle building signal. Strength athletes use them all the time exactly because of this. I put bands as the trigger session workouts in MAPS Anabolic, which is very popular, specifically because of what I just said. Minimal damage, you still send a muscle building signal, and you get a great pump. Friday is the other pump workout, right? Here are your exercises. Your single leg toe touch, band flies, band rows, band pull apart, band curls, band press downs, and then band side chops, right, for your core. Here's your functional day. So that was the one that we talked about earlier where you're focusing on the movement. Your functional day is going to be Wednesday. You're going to do 3 sets of each of these exercises. The repetitions can be anywhere between 5 to 10. Let's go with Turkish get-ups, windmills, Cossack squats, and then overhead carries. You're going to carry for about 25 to 35 steps, okay? Overhead carry, you put basically a weight over your head, extend your arms, and do it down for 25, 35 steps. And then back.
We have videos for all this on our YouTube channel, I believe. I don't think there's any exercise that we've
everything that we're saying
should all be on YouTube.
It's all going to be there, right? And then here's your go outside. I don't need to break this down for you. Go for a walk or a hike, regardless of the weather. In fact, the more harsh the weather is, of course, be safe. Don't be stupid. So if it's a hurricane, please don't listen to what we said and go go walk out in a hurricane. Be smart, cover yourself up, whatever you need to do. But if the weather's bad or whatever, that's actually part of the value of this. And you're going to do that on Sunday. So that's your Sunday workout.
So 2 things I want to add that'll help the audience out that may not know this, or if you're first time finding us. One of the best ways to find out information that we've already covered, which everything we've talked about in here we've covered, is that when you're on the YouTube channel and or Google, you literally put Mind Pump and then what you have a question about. So if there's an exercise you're unfamiliar with, you don't know the form and technique, put Mind Pump, then that exercise. It'll populate on YouTube. The second question that I know is going to get asked by a lot of people is, how do I choose my weight? I did a video a year or 2 ago about how to choose the right weight for you. We'll do maybe Andrew can post it up right away so somebody or you guys can see that and switch over to the link on that. If that's a question for you, search that to help you figure out where to start. But one thing I want to say about all of this, when you're doing this form, technique, start lighter first, get good at it before you start to scale up the weight.
Yeah, thanks for saying that. Okay, real quick overview. Monday, heavy workout. Tuesday, pump workout. Wednesday, functional workout. Thursday, heavy workout again. Friday, pump workout again. Saturday, mobility workout. Sunday, outside workout. By the way, this is the first time we've really created a free program and giving it away on an episode. So it obviously costs you nothing. Copy it. You're gonna see it on the video. You can screenshot it, write it out, follow it. This is your 7-day a week.
Share this with
routine.
your friends and family. You know, obviously, the more people you can get involved, the better you have accountability wise and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and you're going to get great results. Look, if you like this information and you want more, you want to learn more from Mind Pump, that's free. Head over to mindpumpfree.com. We have more guides, more information there that can help you with all of your fitness goals and desires. Also, you can find all of us on Instagram. So you can find Justin at Mind Pump Justin, me at Mind Pump Sal, and Adam at Mind Pump Adam.